Tom's performance in the magical examination was far from satisfactory, yet it's still. William sat by the solitary window in the cell, the only source of sunlight, earnestly narrating a tale to the surrounding inmates. However, just as he began to weave his narrative, he was interrupted by the raucous jeers from the prisoners below. What kind of magical exam? OWL or NEWT? Silence. Am I telling the story, or are you? William shot a glare at the loudest offender, who merely chuckled and shrank back a bit. Ahem. William cleared his throat, regaining the crowd's attention as he continued. Tom's results in the magical examination were less than ideal, yet they nonetheless granted him admission to Hogwarts. Hogwarts isn't something you take an exam for. Newly admitted students receive their acceptance letters directly via OWL. William fell silent for a moment, fixing his gaze on the persistent naysayer. Deal with him. It was merely a story, employing its backdrop to evoke a sense of immersion. Was this really the moment to nitpick? Moreover, if there were any inconsistencies, it was hardly his fault. His knowledge of the Harry Potter saga was limited to a single film, and remembering the name Hogwarts was quite an achievement. Waking up in Azkaban was disheartening enough for him. To muster the spirit to tell a story was commendable. So why demand such meticulous details? Were it not for the desire to elevate his status within the confines of the cell, he wouldn't have even considered speaking. The magical knowledge in his mind was an immense treasure, akin to a gourmet encountering a shabby diner, or a discerning reader stumbling upon a million-word masterpiece that piqued their interest. The entire unknown yet tantalizing world unfurled before him, akin to scratching a lottery ticket that revealed congratulations. He longed to abandon these inmates and delve into the study of magic alone, though clearly such a notion was impossible. This was Azkaban, a wizarding prison where those who did not conform were not only ostracized but also subjected to violence. This was a cell for minor offenders, housing 8 individuals. 8 iron beds were magically affixed to the floor, occupying most of the space within the cell. Against the wall was a water basin, with a toilet lurking in the shadows beside the beds, and a dilapidated iron table, also secured in place, constituted the entirety of their meager possessions. The 8 prisoners were divided into 3 tiers. 2 individuals who managed to procure scarce resources for Azkaban naturally occupied the upper echelon. The 3 who could communicate and navigate the social dynamics, including William, formed the second tier. The remaining 3 unfortunate souls were relegated to the role of laborers in the third tier. At that moment, the one receiving a beating belonged to the third tier. He had arrived long before William and, having committed a minor offense in the Muggle world, making an ill-timed remark while riding the subway, had provoked the ire of a hot-headed Muggle who retaliated with a punch. After a brief altercation, realizing he was outmatched, he had surreptitiously followed the Muggle to a secluded spot and, using magic, transformed him into a pig before unleashing a beating, ultimately turning himself in. Because the impact was minimal, he was sentenced to 3 years. Little William, I tend to speak without a filter, please don't take offense. The brothers are still waiting. The individual crouched down, shielding his head from kicks, showed no signs of anger, clearly understanding that the kicks dealt to him were merely for show and lacked any real force to in the daily life at Azkaban. Apart from the prisoners, there exists a profound scarcity. The rare delight lies in the sharing of fresh stories. However, William, a tad too talkative, risks inciting his own ire, and he muses that he might as well chastise himself for his indiscretion. You all watch the movie for a while. I shall revise the story outline and resume our discussion tomorrow, he declares, reclining beneath the sun, waving his hand dismissively, contemplating abandoning the tale altogether. For it is indeed unrefined and riddled with gaps that necessitate correction. The collective sigh of disappointment envelopes the group, prompting them to rummage through the crevices of their beds and walls. Carefully, they unfold paper scraps shaped into various forms, images that have been replayed countless times, springing forth once more before their eyes. These tattered pages, smuggled in alongside meager rations, are of considerable value in the trade among Azkaban's inmates. Their only drawback is their scarcity and the fractured, repetitive nature of the narratives they convey. More critically, the Dementors, the prison guards, are acutely aware of any items imbued with magical resonance and will confiscate them, rendering such scattered sheets exceedingly vulnerable to seizure. The group exchanges these well-worn scraps. A sudden wail emanates from the farthest corner of the cell, where Nine Fingers stands trembling, his once steady hand now drooping. Quaking uncontrollably in a frantic bid, he attempts to shove the paper into the wall's crevice. The expression on the faces of his fellow inmates shifts dramatically hastily. They conceal the paper, with those closest to the beds quickly lying down, while others lean against the walls or collapse onto the floor. A suffocating chill descends upon the cell as all instinctively shiver, clutching their arms tightly to their chests, curling into the smallest possible forms. The heavy cell door groans open, the rusted hinges creaking ominously as a tattered black cloak slips through the crack, heralding the entrance of the Dementor. The figure, shrouded in darkness, slowly surveys the room, nodding in apparent satisfaction with the day's offerings before the door slams shut with a resounding thud. Silence lingers for a moment before the cell is pierced by a curse. Damn it! These dark-skinned fiends never come at a consistent time. If it weren't for my quick hands, I would have lost something crucial again. A voice laments, tinged with fatigue. After prolonged exposure to the Dementors, the prisoner's reactions tend to be more severe than those of ordinary folk. While the less severe offenders fare somewhat better, the more hardened criminals, save for a few exceptions, have become utterly enfeebled in their daily lives. Ninefinger, you're holding up well. Even with the Dementor's arrival, you manage to stash your belongings. When the next newcomer arrives, let that lookout take your place, the cell leader remarks, evidently in high spirits, having avoided any losses. As he speaks, he rummages through his own bunk, generously producing 8 chocolate balls, tossing one to each inmate. In the sporadically monitored confines of Azkaban, chocolatey, an item that brings warmth, serves as the highest form of currency. Even glimmering galleons pale in comparison to the value of chocolate. For the meager weekly food shipments barely suffice. William accepted the chocolate, weakly expressing his gratitude as he trembled while unwrapping the packaging, greedily savoring the warmth that enveloped him as the chocolate melted in his mouth. With a year left in his sentence, he was resigned to this existence where the Dementors visited daily for their feast, a routine he would endure for another year. Fortunately, the magical knowledge he had absorbed over the years could sustain him for a decade, let alone the hope that it would persist for just one more year. Azkaban is a prison regardless of the terrifying reputation it has garnered or the bizarre legends woven around it. It remains an undeniable fact that it is indeed a penitentiary. Even if the pathetic individual who once faced judgment succumbed to terror upon hearing he would be sent to Azkaban, it cannot be claimed that the inmates there live a life worse than death. If it were truly so, the institution would have been abolished long ago. This is the only prison in the British magical community where both male and female offenders, whether they are minor or major criminals, find themselves confined within its walls, following their sentencing. Were there no distinctions among the inmates, and all were to be housed together, the prison would undoubtedly become a place of chaos and violence. Inmates like William, classified as minor offenders, are grouped in shared cells. The patrolling Dementors do not linger throughout the day. They visit merely to conduct inspections, allowing themselves a hearty meal while minimizing the protests from those seeking release. The remainder of the time, the Dementors refrain from frequent appearances, allowing the inmates moments to cultivate new joys. Among these minor offenders who enjoy prolonged periods without contact with the Dementors, a fragile social interaction persists. Food, alcohol, and reading materials smuggled in through various means circulate among these inmates, establishing a new trading system. 0.9 bars of chocolate, a rare stock from the owner of Lehan Bookstore, 7 pages. 5 bars. Enough with the chatter last time. You brought a bloody fairy tale? Such transactions swiftly transpire among clusters of inmates, with the temporary guards turning a blind eye to these dealings. For them, it is not laborious. They often reap a handsome profit in galleons each time. This day marks the monthly release of fresh air and the most vibrant trading day on the island. The Dementors do not partake in these activities unless absolutely necessary. They prefer to refrain from draining the surrounding joy, delegating the task to the ministries. Guarded on this day, the inmates gather to groom their hair, consume potions to ward off common prison ailments, and undergo a thorough magical cleansing tasks that are clearly impossible. In the presence of the Dementors at this moment, William is being fervently persuaded by a tall inmate, who stands nearly 6'3". Despite his imposing stature, he is taken to a role akin to a middleman, facilitating trades. When negotiations stall over exchange rates, he is summoned to perform a simple calculation, thereby sealing the deal, and he personally takes a sweet or a cigarette as his cut. This individual had engaged in similar dealings before his incarceration, but his size attracted unwanted attention during a ministry crackdown on the black market, resulting in a 2-year sentence that was not overly harsh. He is currently rambling on about persuading William to host a book gathering of sorts, not to sell books, but to secretly discuss a book with a group of inmates for half an hour, charging for admission. William would deliver the talk while he would gather the audience and manage the finances, with a revenue split of 60-40 in favor of William. Given that today's ventilation allowed for the influx of supplies, the two speculated they might make a tidy profit. Listen to me, young William, this is a legitimate endeavor. If outsiders catch wind of this, you wouldn't even earn a penny from the prison. The guards are vigilant. What kind of treatment do you expect from the outside? Do you truly lack awareness of what is proper? William chose to ignore him. This was not the first time the large fellow had made such suggestions. After numerous attempts, all reasons had been exhausted, yet this man remained persistent. William decided to let him ramble on, as he had no intention of cultivating a legion of book enthusiasts within the prison walls. His storytelling was merely a means to secure better treatment. His sentence was not lengthy enough for him to amass a fortune in gold galleons as supplementary income. The inmates were not inclined to pay dearly for mere tales. This was a mixed prison. Had it been a purely male facility, he wouldn't have had the luxury of time to spin stories for improved conditions. The reason he tolerated the large man's complaints was to conceal his identity had just been sent to Azkaban. Alongside him were companions apprehended for smuggling, and though his original sentence was the lightest, he was the only one to be terrified to death, while several others remained incarcerated in Azkaban. Those unfortunate souls had initially believed that their bribes would suffice, only to be thwarted by a change in the Ministry of Magic. The new minister, Fudge, aimed to fulfill his campaign promises by cracking down on smuggling. When the enforcers arrived, they presumed it was a case of black market betrayal. Aside from the original being too timid to act, every one of them was charged with various crimes, with the lightest sentence being 10 years. When they encountered William, they could scarcely recognize him. The Dementor's prolonged oversight stripped them of much of their autonomy, rendering them almost mechanically compliant within the ranks of prisoners. This realization brought a sigh of relief to William, yet simultaneously evoked a sense of melancholy. The plight of the rabbit and the fox resonated with him. If not for the original's cowardice, his own fate might not have been much better. The large man clapped a hand on William's shoulder, guiding him away, saying, "All right, young William, stop staring. They wouldn't recognize you anyway. Most serious offenders are too dazed to remain alert. Those greedy blackguards would chew our bones if they could best focus on your own well-being." With a sigh, he added, "In truth, they have it better. Their sentences drift by in a haze. We, on the other hand, truly suffer. The blackguards come by daily, and yet they don't pay us a thing." As he spoke, the large man exaggeratedly shrugged, eliciting laughter from William. All right. I see you are quite popular, but I truly didn't expect those blackguards to take such a shine to you. Next time, stand with your back to the entrance. Who knows? They might just decide not to enter. Enough of that. But if we are to proceed, you must agree to my proposal for a book gathering, with the split being 60 for you and 40 for me." "Yuck!" William stepped aside, creating distance between himself and the large fellow. That on the days of release, time seemed to be enchanted, as if bewitched by some unseen force. William scarcely felt the passage of time before the sun sank beneath the horizon. The guards conducted a head count, verifying the identities of the inmates, while the Dementors, having eagerly awaited their meal, made their entrance, ravenous after a day of hunger. The prisoners were returned to their cells, and after a sumptuous feast, the Dementors secured the heavy cell doors, leaving behind 7 inmates. 7? Where's the traitor? Panic ensued, for vanishing within the prison was no trivial matter. It was either a daring escape or death. The kiss of a Dementor was no mere legend, and should there be any concrete evidence of an escape, those wretched beings would indeed kill. Should the escape be successful, it was inevitable that the remaining inmates would face harsher sentences, leading to even graver consequences. Wait, don't panic. Let's search for clues. Swiftly rifling through their belongings, the truth soon emerged. All the concealed galleons had vanished, while more valuable chocolate and sustenance remained untouched. If an escape had occurred, these replenishing provisions would surely not have been left behind. The answer was clear. That scoundrel had escaped, taking with him a sum of starting capital. One could surmise that he had long anticipated his release on this day. Yet he had stifled his excitement and refrained from sharing this knowledge with anyone. The wizarding world is neither vast nor small. If that fellow had deliberately chosen to conceal himself, it would be a challenge to encounter him again. William's own loss was not significant, merely a handful of galleoncia collectively. The others had lost nearly 300 galleons. Though the purchasing power of such currency within the prison was limited, it remained a valuable commodity. Typically, they were careless in hiding their possessions, never anticipating that today would see a thief abscond with it all. Frustration settled heavily upon the group as they took their seats. The cheer of the day's fresh air dissipating entirely. Just as the silence thickened, the clamor of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cell. With a resounding clang, the cell door swung open, and a scruffy, short, rotund man clad in a tattered coat was shoved inside by the guards. "Your new neighbor," the guard proclaimed cheerfully, as if announcing delightful news. The door slammed shut, and the despondent inmates rose, their expressions brightening in an instant. Though not entirely accurate, one could say that half the inhabitants of this prison were scoundrels, with a few unfortunate souls still caught in the snare. Nine-Fingered was among the first to advance, eagerly positioned at the forefront. He had recently been promised a change of cell by the warden, making him particularly enthusiastic. "Newcomer, what crime did you commit?" "I assisted the Ministry of Magic in transporting some cheap cauldrons." The newcomer squatted obediently, offering no resistance. A low chuckle rippled through the crowd, with one towering figure playfully whistling at William. "Little William, your fellow traveler." In response, William raised his middle finger. "No, wait. I know you, Montague Flitch." Nine-Fingered barked with malice. "It's you. Last time you crossed the line, you nearly had your legs broken." "Hitchem?" The tall man tilted his head, his initially amiable gaze turning icy. Today, he had suffered the greatest loss of galleons, and the last thing he desired was to encounter a deceiver. Soon, a cloth used for cleaning toilets was shoved into the mouth of the newcomer named Montan. "Bit down harder if you utter even the slightest sound. You shall spend the night with your head submerged in the toilet." As the rag was forcefully inserted, Nine Fingers whispered a warning in Montan's ear. What followed was a cacophony of fists and feet clashing for half an hour, with one combatant replacing the other as fatigue set. I ended up by the time the third round of attackers commenced. Montan, who had initially curled up to endure the beating, suddenly scrambled to his feet. In the midst of the chaos, he discerned who among the prisoners could assert themselves and resolved to gamble on the kindness of the youth. William, under the impression that Montan had been sufficiently beaten down and was about to seek an opportunity to assert dominance, prepared to dodge and grab a weapon. However, Montan halted at a distance, fervently bowing his head in submission. This gave William pause. Having recently traversed into this world, he had quickly been accepted after sharing a few stories and risque jokes, bypassing the phase of establishing dominance. Witnessing such desperation in another stirred an unexpected sympathy within him. Amidst his hesitation, a voice echoed in his mind. "The seventh magical entity acknowledges you. Treasure extraction initiated." A translucent frame materialized before William, revealing a wooden chest bound with iron locks, which then opened to unveil three pale, transparent cards depicting none other than Montan himself. Deserter Montan R. During the process of aiding Harry Potter's escape, Montan abandoned his comrades, resulting in a severe deviation from their plan. Skill: escape. Destroy this card to execute an uninterruptible apparition. Thief Montan R. After the death of a teammate, Montan infiltrated their home and pilfered their belongings. Skill: Thief's aid. Destroy this card to likely disable the mechanism before you, with success dependent on its complexity. Dereliction of duty Montan R. While on a mission, Montan purchased smuggled goods, abandoning his objective and causing a significant mishap. Skill: Distract. Destroy this card to evoke an important thought in the target, likely causing them to abandon their current task, with success dependent on the target's strength. Gazing at the three cards before him, William instinctively chose the escape option, only to realize something was amiss. How had a system suddenly materialized? The mere acquisition of magic, which he had dared only to dream of, was already a source of astonishment. He had even considered the necessity of spending a year in Azkaban as an acceptable price to pay, intending to use that time to diligently hone his magical skills and explore this enchanting world upon his release. Yet, how had a system come into play? Having traversed into another realm, the introduction of a system was not entirely unacceptable. He might as well embrace it. Turning his attention back to the wretched figure before him, William beheld Montan's short, spindly legs, a mass of long, unkempt ginger hair, and swollen, bloodshot eyes gazing imploringly at him, begging for salvation. The sight was pitiful. Had this been merely a minute prior, William would have likely urged the others in the cell to teach Montan a lesson. As for spending the night beside the toilet, William certainly would not have cared. Nine Fingers was eagerly awaiting the outcome. Yet now, leaving aside all else regarding the three cards drawn by William, he harbored but one thought about the individual before him. How is it that this fellow shies away from any semblance of human interaction? To flee in the face of danger, to pilfer from the deceased comrades, to abandon one's post, such a Character was one William would avoid even in the rain. For who could say what misfortune might strike should a bolt of lightning descend? Thus, after a brief pause, William spoke. A glimmer of hope shone in Montan's eyes, and the others turned to look, especially Nine Fingers, who feared that William's mercy might cost him his bed. "All right, enough of the beating," William remarked with a smile directed at his cellmate. Gratitude radiated from Montan's gaze. One must always be afforded an opportunity for redemption. Perpetual punishment serves little purpose. Although he intended to deceive us, he ultimately failed, did he not? The jailer raised an eyebrow, feeling compelled to intervene. Yet William swiftly altered his tone. "There is an event among muggles known as confession. Nine Fingers, you shall assume the role of the priest," encouraging him to sincerely repent, striving to enumerate all the misdeeds he perceives as sinful. "Let us aim for 300.300. Instantly, the room erupted in laughter, for even a child would struggle to tally such a number, even including the mischief of their youth. Nine Fingers, ever eager, feigned seriousness as he stepped forward. "Come now, confess. We shall grant you forgiveness, but your contrition must be genuine. Should you withhold your confessions, do not blame us for denying you the chance for repentance." A few idlers, seeking amusement, joined in, claiming they would assist in keeping count. In an instant, the entire cell was filled with joyous laughter and merriment. As a group of individuals laughed and surrounded the newcomer known as Montan, William took the opportunity to retreat to a corner and delve into the so-called system. At the moment he whispered a summons, a translucent screen materialized before him, even while he pressed closely against the wall. Presently, the system comprised 4 panels: personal panel, card draw panel, inventory, and achievements. Without attending to the others, William first engaged with the personal panel. Lee, William, age 17, human, wizard, magic level, normal adult wizard, specialties, magic 2, eloquence 1, learning 1, arithmetic 0, language 0. The final line was rife with derision, setting aside the absence of a numerical value regarding his magic level. The complete lack of any plus signs on the personal panel was quite revealing. Clearly, the notion of Deep Blue granting him additional points was an impossibility. The eloquence score of 1 plunged William into contemplation. Could it be that his ability to weave stories was not merely a result of the prison's lack of entertainment? Amidst his musings, he casually opened the inventory, where the solitary card, "Last-minute escape Montan," lay. However, upon unveiling it, the card now bore additional character information. Montan guess Fleisch, Stealing 2, Magic 1, Stealth 1, Communication 1. Special card unlocked, standard card unlocked, friend card unlocked, unknown card XN unlocked. Oh, it appeared to be a diminutive card pool. According to the prompts for system unlocking, it seemed he might be able to discover several treasures from this Montan. After closing the inventory and finding the achievements page filled with gray question marks, William promptly switched to the card drop panel. Excellent, still devoid of any prompts. He spent another 10 minutes scouring every corner of the panels for any nearly invisible translucent text, yet still found nothing. There were no hints, nor any prohibitions. All functionalities had to be guessed. This was worse than having restrictions imposed, yet he had no choice but to utilize it. Despite this, William resolutely refused to use that escape card to flee Azkaban. It was not because the inmates were particularly talented or eloquent, but rather because he had only a year left on his sentence. Escaping now would lead to a manhunt by the Ministry of Magic and a relentless pursuit by Dementors, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. Little William, what are you up to? Lying there in silence, regretting your lost coin? Listen to me. When the next chance for a grand escape arises, you should regale them with a few tales, and that lost galleon will swiftly return to you. A large figure, unable to contain a smirk, leaned toward William, still encouraging him. William brusquely pushed him away. The manner in which he carried himself was reminiscent of a thief lurking in an alley. Yet he was engaged in such intermediary work that it made William question whether the enforcers had misapprehended him. Still interrogating? It's far too early. I've only concocted 80 tales, and I've already begun to repeat myself. Nine-Fingered fidgeted a bit, diligently fabricating nonsense. It is common knowledge that the newcomer is an inmate, yet no one seems to care. The Dementors have drained away joy, so one must seek merriment elsewhere. Bullying newcomers has become a tradition, and those who end up in Azkaban are, more often than not, of questionable character. At this moment, amidst a throng of spectators, the newcomer gritted his teeth and recounted his 91st offense. When I was studying at Hogwarts, I sneaked into the girls' dormitory to peep. Amidst the whistles and raucous laughter, the makeshift priest, with a beaming smile, responded, "You shall be forgiven. Is there anything else you wish to confess?" The newcomer exhaled deeply, only to become tense again, racking his brain to concoct another tale. The girls' dormitory? Boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory. At the peak of everyone's satisfaction, a voice from the crowd suddenly emerged to challenge him. All eyes turned, and the accused instinctively shrank back, only to lift his chin defiantly, retorting, "What are you staring at? I've tried it." This time, he successfully evaded a beating. The crowd, with malicious glints in their eyes, fixated on the bewildered Montan. "Ah, you see, the act of confession is meant to provide you with a chance for redemption. Do you dare to continue deceiving us?" The faux righteousness that Nine Fingers attempted to convey faltered as he feigned intimidation, pointing at the towering figure beside William. "Do you see that one over there? He has been here for 2 years and has killed 3 inmates. The Dementors gnawed on the bones and buried them beneath that wall, and he didn't even have his sentence extended. This is Azkaban. Dying here is quite normal." Such words carry a heavy weight for those who have never experienced prison life, causing the trembling individual to curl up in despair. "Come on, just beat me up. I've already confessed to being lazy and not changing my underwear as a child. I truly have no more crimes to confess." His voice, tinged with a sob, elicited laughter from the gathered crowd. A brief scuffle ensued, followed by the throwing of a rag, sending him off to clean the toilets. Montan, devoid of any desire to resist, dutifully scurried towards the toilet as Nine Fingers chuckled and moved his belongings aside. The other inmates, having lost their appetite for further chastising the newcomer, gathered together and produced a set of stone-carved wizard chess pieces, setting up a makeshift board to indulge in their pastime. Devoid of any magic, merely for the thrill of it, William, choosing not to mingle with them, observed Montan struggling by the toilet and ultimately decided against applying further pressure. An array of unlocked cards lay conspicuously before him. With the only potential change being the fluctuation of emotions, there remained a plethora of feelings yet to be explored. However, to exploit such a vulnerable individual seemed excessive. The notion that he was a reprehensible person was merely an indication from the cards, serving as a reference, but not to be wholly trusted. The moment he withdrew his gaze, the jailer fixed his eyes on William and spoke. "What's the matter? Young William? Do you think you've gone a bit too far? How did you come to that conclusion?" William instinctively wanted to roll his eyes but ultimately refrained, deeming it excessively harsh for a normal persona. He thought that if he uttered such words, the entire cell would likely regard it as a bedtime jest. Observing the evident frustration on his face, it was apparent that the majority of the inmates in this prison were scoundrels. That Montan had always been a miscreant. Receiving a lesson upon his arrival was only fitting. "You, my dear fellow, are fortunate, having committed crimes that drew no disdain, possessing a pleasing appearance, and having escaped any punishment. Someone like him, if not taught a lesson, could soon empty others' beds." The cell leader shook his head, concluding his lecture with a tone of utter disdain, lying back on his pillow and closing his eyes. He had procured a substantial amount of contraband from outside that day and engaged in numerous exchanges among the cells, leaving him utterly fatigued. The others, witnessing this, lowered their voices to a whisper. As time passed, the moonlight shifted from the narrow window, plunging the entire cell into darkness. Another night in Azkaban came to a close. Life in prison was both monotonous and tasteless. Were it not for the Dementors' scheduled visits for daily meals, one could say life here was as bland as water. Unfortunately, no inmate welcomed the Dementors for a bit of excitement. Even the slightest bit of news was a rare treasure for the inmates. If a newspaper were to be passed in, the greedy prisoners would not overlook even the advertisements wedged between the pages, let alone any fresh happenings within the cell. The inmates' own affairs revolved around the same old stories: thievery, robbery, deception, abduction, and arson, initially intriguing upon arrival. But after 2 months, one could easily discern why newcomers were imprisoned, leaving no desire to inquire further. Occasionally, an inmate with an unusual crime would arrive, causing the nearby cells to buzz with excitement as if celebrating a festival. For instance, a fortnight ago, a new arrival in the adjacent cell had violated the Magical Creatures Protection Act. Generally, those who breach this law either harm endangered species or secretly breed prohibited magical creatures, but this individual was different. He had willingly submitted himself to Azkaban for research purposes. Facing an exceptionally lengthy sentence, had he not been tipped off prior to his arrival, he would surely be among the more dangerous offenders. As he introduced himself, he claimed to have published 13 papers on centaurs, including titles such as Research on Centaur Reproductive Behavior, Study of Centaur Care for Offspring, and Centaur Embryonic Development Research, among others. Following the notoriety of these papers, the enraged centaurs engaged in negotiations with the Ministry of Magic, leading to his prosecution and subsequent imprisonment in Azkaban. It was said that ministry officials spent considerable time searching for grounds to file charges against him. This tale dominated conversations in Azkaban for an entire week, illustrating the stark lack of daily entertainment in such a dismal place. However, today, the inmates across various cells had discovered a novel form of amusement, The methods employed by William and his companions to reform the newcomers had spread throughout the entire light offender section. This idle pastime of compelling the newcomers to confess their sins had been embraced by nearly every cell. Azkaban is a realm devoid of democracy, where 8 individuals are confined to a single cell, and the entertainment of tormenting a newcomer is deemed a delightful pastime for the seasoned inmates. The newcomers, whether willing or not, find themselves at the mercy of the others, who will ensure compliance. Thus, when William abandoned his research on the abruptly introduced system in favor of studying magic, he was unexpectedly inundated with a series of system notifications. A magical creature has acknowledged you. You have received a treasure chest. This type of message appeared 21 times, and the 21 wooden chests were uniformly shabby, hastily assembled from a few decaying planks, as if a mere gust of wind could shatter them. These chests, more pitiful than those provided by Montan, yielded only 2 cards each, their accompanying skills lamentably subpar. Ignoring the unique names and illustrations, 19 of the 21 cards were related to thievery, with success rates that were astonishingly implausible. If William's suspicions were correct, these chests originated from the various prisoners currently subjected to peculiar forms of punishment within their cells, as indicated by the character descriptions on the cards, which bore suffixes like resentment. As for the remaining 2 cards, one was a card with a probability of successful deception, while the other was the sole non-character card among the treasures, adorned with a blue illustration of a meal voucher. Meal voucher, you can use it to offset the cost of using a card. This was perhaps the only item of any worth among the 20 chests. At the same time, William gleaned a rough understanding of how to acquire more chests, and whether the contents were confined solely to character cards. Yet, it mattered little. Trapped within his cell, he lacked the capability to procure more treasure chests. The system offered him scant assistance unless he was willing to risk escape under the threat of being hunted, with success far from guaranteed. Thus, William put the system aside and resumed his studies in magic. Once again, it was the day of the monthly release of fresh air. William declined the enthusiastic invitation of a towering inmate and began to meander among the crowd of prisoners. Massage. A massage enhanced with potions, 2 chocolates each, genuine and fair. Half price for female inmates. Galleons for cigarettes. 1 galleon for a whole cigarette. 3 sickles for a butt. Canned goods for newspapers. 4 cards for a can. The various shouts, artfully pitched to be audible to the prisoners yet muffled enough to evade the ears of the enforcers, enveloped William in an atmosphere reminiscent of a semblance of a normal marketplace. Although some transactions would be unrecognizable in a conventional market, they constituted a unique form of exchange within Azkaban. However, aside from the assassins, no other human had engaged in this ancient trade previously, as the excessive merriment drew the attention of the Dementors, who became uncontrollable when overwhelmed. It is said that the male participant, now released, is frantically perusing various magical newspapers and magazines for advertisements. As William wandered aimlessly, Montan, who had spent an entire month scrubbing toilets and standing guard against Dementors, stealthily approached a corner of the prison. The enforcers were animatedly discussing how much gold they could exchange for the worthless items they had acquired during their shift. Upon noticing the newcomer, their expression soured. They were not particularly concerned about potential denunciations, but rather, the new inmate had infringed upon their authority. In an instant, Montan was ensnared by magical control. Just as he vociferously declared his desire to meet Mad-Eye Moody, a swift kick from an enforcer interrupted him. "Dare you utter the name of Lord Moody?" sneered the tall, gaunt enforcer. Mad-Eye Moody was an Auror, the epitome of excellence within the Ministry of Magic. Renowned for his formidable prowess and exceptional record, even in retirement, he occasionally graced the enforcers with his teachings, earning immense respect. Although the enforcers were engaged in their petty dealings, this did not diminish their admiration for Mad-Eye. "I have agreed to be an informant. I would appreciate it if you could relay this to Mad-Eye," Montan implored the 2 enforcers at the forefront, who exchanged glances and nodded. It was common for informants to gather more intelligence by securing leniency for those with lesser offenses. "I am Montan Gus Fleech. Mad-Eye knows me," he exhaled, hastily addressing the enforcers. He had long been acquainted with Mad-Eye, assisting Dumbledore in perilous endeavors, yet the risks had been substantial. Now, with a light sentence, he had no desire to contact Mad-Eye. This term of imprisonment paled in comparison to the dangers he had previously faced. However, after a month of life in Azkaban, he unexpectedly found that aiding Mad-Eye and his comrades was quite rewarding. Bang! Montan slammed his hand on the iron table, his face flushed with indignation. What kind of life had he endured this past month? Living in constant fear, he was roused at dawn by the sounds of toilet use. If anyone arose in the night, his slumber was inevitably interrupted. Not only was he unable to express his frustration, but after everyone had finished with the toilets in the morning, he had to dutifully clean them spotless, wash his hands, organize the belongings for the head guard, and roll the cigarettes for their meal. Once everyone had breakfasted, the remnants, cold, unseasoned scraps, were all that remained for him. While other inmates could share cans of food, his portion had already been submerged in broth, revealing not a trace of meat. To add insult to injury, before bedtime, he was tasked with massaging the head guard's muscles, only to collapse into his dark, damp bed, exhausted. Even the lowest-ranking inmates dared to mock him as he swept the floor, and all of this stemmed from the special treatment he received upon his arrival. The prison, originally divided into 3 tiers, had swiftly transformed into 4 levels, with Montan single-handedly elevating the status of those around him. After enduring such peculiar treatment for several days, Montan felt it was only natural to take all the savings of the scoundrels in his cell before his departure. However, in light of the labor he had provided, the meager hoard of these miscreants could hardly compare to his wages. Yet, what Montan did not anticipate was that after meticulously searching every conceivable hiding spot within the confines of the cell, he unearthed a paltry sum of merely 95 shekels. Not even enough for a gallon. This insignificant amount ignited a profound fury within Montan. These impoverished wretches indulged in copious feasts and never seemed to run out of chocolate and cigarettes, yet they possessed such a trifling sum? No. I cannot simply depart like this. I shall devour all their chocolate, flush every scrap of tobacco down the toilet, and scrawl wildly on their scraps of paper. I will even use their blankets as a lavatory. A plethora of vengeful thoughts surged through Montan's mind, particularly directed at the seemingly refined yet insidiously wicked individual named William. Apart from resembling a human, there was nothing remotely human about him. Without hesitation, Montan acted on his impulses. Enraged, he strode purposefully to William's bed, unfastening his belt. Suddenly, the cell door swung open. All the inmates, without exception, turned their grinning faces towards him. A large fellow surged forth, his knuckles cracking ominously. "Oh! Look who we have here, our new arrival." The giant stepped closer, gripping Montan's shoulder and looking down at him with an imposing demeanor. "What do you intend to do?" he asked with a mocking chuckle. Montan, while feigning a silly grin, hastily engaged his mind as a brilliant idea struck him. Earlier that morning, he had felt a bit overheated from the storytelling. There were too many people, and he felt too shy to speak out. With a bashful smile, he trembled slightly, burying the scant money deeper within his possession. At that moment, he was immensely grateful that he had not discovered more money. Nor had he managed to take any further action. The giant, responding with a sound from between his teeth, turned to Nine Fingers. "What do I care? I called everyone over for this little brat. He has a long sentence ahead of him. What trouble can he possibly stir? Nine Fingers, let him see for himself." The crowd, finding the situation rather dull, began to disperse. Just a few steps away, the giant suddenly pivoted back towards Montan. The moment Montan's heart had begun to settle, it began to tremble once more. "Take it easy. Don't provoke those black fellows. There is precedent for this, and those guys are hungry today." Yes. I will be careful," Montan nodded vigorously, akin to a bird pecking at grain, contemplating how to swiftly navigate the situation. The enforcers had already released their owl. Crazy I would be arriving today. If he were surrounded by these fellows before Crazy I's arrival, receiving a beating would be in vain. He harbored no doubts about Crazy I's willingness to help him, but he simply could not bear the embarrassment. Forget it. I shall refrain from retaliation. Though the consensus is that his sentence still stretches long, instilling a sense of caution, the individual who exchanged bunks with him is no virtuous soul. It is likely that since the moment the morning air was released, this fellow has been observing him keenly. He cannot afford to suffer this immediate loss. With this thought in mind, he resolutely strides toward the cell's entrance, for the sin of Azkaban is one he wishes to evade. "What's the rush?" The voice of Nine Fingers halted him, accompanied by a scrap of paper tossed his way. "Handle it with care. If you soil it, I'll punish you for a week." Nine Fingers threatened while hastily exiting the cell, reminding him, "I'll close the door for you. Be cautious. If a Dementor catches wind of this, you'll wish you hadn't even laid eyes on those papers while imprisoned in Azkaban." "Huh, who cares about that?" Montan retorted vehemently. "I'm not like you lot. I have connections. I've made arrangements, and tonight, I shan't be gazing at the moon by the sea breeze. I'm off to Old Tom's Tavern for a grand revelry, leaving you lot of impoverished souls without smoke, drink, or chocolate to envy." Montan cursed fiercely, yet he did not relinquish the paper in his grasp. Venturing out recklessly would only draw the attention of his fellow inmates. A situation most undesirable for one on the brink of release. Even with Mad Eye assisting him in dealing with that troublesome bunch, would it lessen the punishment he would inevitably face? It was all an act. He simply lay back on his bed, unfurling the paper to feign activity for the others. At that moment, the cell door swung open once more. "I knew those rascals were up to no good. They wouldn't let me off easily. Luckily, I'm clever enough to put on a show." Montan strained to feign panic, directing his gaze toward the newcomer, but in that fleeting moment, his act transformed into genuine alarm. At the threshold stood a face almost grotesquely assembled, each feature marred. as though the divine had deliberately left it flawed. Yet Montan understood well that every wound on this visage was inflicted by a master of dark magic, nearly beyond healing. The owner of this face had provided a multitude of tenants for the prison beneath his feet. His desire to escape this confinement was, in part, tethered to his association with this very individual. However, in this moment, he found himself confronted by this face at the least opportune time. Those asymmetrical eyes now fixed intently upon him, the joy of reunion and the burden of inevitability swiftly replaced by an expression of intent. A large, coin-like magical eye scrutinized the paper in his hand. Its use is extensive, including the ability to see through certain objects. Good afternoon, Fletch. It appears you've been enjoying yourself? In the distance, William received an unexpected notification. A magical creature has recognized you more profoundly, and you have earned a treasure chest. Chapter 7. The Pursuit of Failure. The new treasure chest yielded 2 duplicate cards along with a new one. Smuggler Montan, R. Rumors of the Smuggler Montan circulate in most underground markets, claiming that for a sufficient amount of galleons, he can procure any material for you. Skill trade. Destroy this card. During the purchase of any item, you may pay far beyond the item's price to successfully acquire it. Without a moment's hesitation, William opted once more for a card devoid of failure probability. Subsequently, he swiftly flipped to the system's repository, discovering that the note accompanying the Montan card had been changed to hatred. Goodness, it seems he wasn't the target. Could it be that the gang of 9-fingered individuals had carelessly spoken their thoughts aloud, inadvertently letting Montan overhear their jest? It was certainly plausible, as William speculated. He made his way towards a young boy. Over the past few days, he had gathered information that if there were anyone in the prison well-versed in the foundations of magical education, it was undoubtedly this lad. It wasn't merely that this youth was a prodigy. Rather, his early entanglement with the Ministry of Magic stemmed from his recent enrollment at Hogwarts. As is well known, where exams are concerned, so too are there instances of cheating, and at a school as vast as Hogwarts, cases of academic dishonesty arise annually. Normally, such infractions might be overlooked, but this individual was caught cheating during the OWL examinations, resulting not only in expulsion but also a 6-month stint in Azkaban, a rather ironic form of further education. Hogwarts is not a place from which every student graduates. Most inmates of Azkaban are dropouts from Hogwarts, either due to excessive failures, unauthorized spell casting, or severe violations of school regulations. In light of this, one might surmise that Hogwarts and Azkaban were engaged in some sort of joint venture if one solely considered the educational background of the prisoners. William, having never attended Hogwarts and instead being mentored by older wizards, found himself in a minority within Azkaban. Many of his contemporaries possessed unique skills passed down through generations, rendering them less likely to break the law. When William located the individual known as Goat, he discovered him peddling potions. However, these concoctions could hardly be classified as true potions, as their brewing lacked the assistance of a wand, resulting in most potions losing their efficacy. Otherwise, the subject would not deter so many wizards from pursuing the art. Compared to the mere quantitative measures of material ratios and the order of ingredient addition, the appropriate magical energy plays a far more crucial role in potion formation. The potion Goat was selling was a substandard concoction reliant solely on the unstable magical control of the wizard and the intrinsic properties of the herbs, resulting in highly volatile components with effects ranging from diarrhea to critical conditions before reaching the hospital. Nevertheless, this was not a potion to be ingested. Rather, William easily recognized it as an incomplete version of a love potion. After all, the original self was adept at potion making, possessing a wealth of knowledge in this regard derived from memory. Although this particular potion was not meant for consumption, merely inhaling its aroma was an unparalleled delight within the confines of Azkaban. Despite its somewhat acrid scent, a result of not being fully brewed, it could undoubtedly be classified as a premier concoction within the prison, one that could evoke memories of one's most cherished fragrances. The freshly concocted illicit substance had an aroma more intoxicating than chocolate. The Goat eagerly began to pitch it to William, his animated demeanor rendering him almost unrecognizable as an inmate of Azkaban. A love potion. William raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the price. A connoisseur, I see. 50 galleons per vial. Do not deem it exorbitant. This is Azkaban, after all. This small vial, if used sparingly, should suffice for a month. A month? William chuckled. Given his rudimentary understanding, he would consider it a miracle if this half-baked potion could last even 2 weeks without exploding in his pocket. Noticing William's lack of intent to pay, the Goat instantly changed his expression. He waved his hand impatiently. Get lost, you miser. Don't hinder my business. Ah. Are you truly unafraid of the potion expiring and being discovered, leading to dire consequences? William turned and departed without a hint of further discourse. Initially, He had intended to offer a bit of leftover chocolate in exchange for the other party's insights on Hogwarts curriculum, deeming it a fair trade. However, with the prospect of such a lucrative deal at hand, the chocolate lost all significance. The other man was solely focused on profit. Who would covet your meager chocolate? Monton spent half a day convincing Moody that he was merely fatigued and in need of a rest, or perhaps feigning belief. Yet, Monton could not ask for more. In the presence of an old comrade, he felt too embarrassed to shed his dignity by surprising his fellow inmates in such a manner, thus departing Azkaban with an overwhelming sense of regret alongside the Mad-Eye. Nevertheless, he ultimately took with him the 9 sickles and 15 nuts. A final act of depriving those rascals of their wealth. As a part-time smuggler, he had never made a habit of leaving a settlement empty-handed. It was a matter of pride. Although Mad-Eye scoffed at this notion, even contemplating destroying the money along with the discarded prison garb aboard the departing ship, Monton resolutely retained his spoils. Monton Gudgeon, upon your release, you are forbidden from thievery. Should you find yourself in Azkaban again, do not expect me to rescue you out of friendship, he warned. Of course not. I still have plans to assist Dumbledore for a few more years. The long-awaited freedom and the refreshing sea breeze brought Monton immense comfort, prompting him to express jubilantly sentiments he had deemed impossible to voice prior to his incarceration. Compared to the horrors of Azkaban, Dumbledore's tasks seemed exceedingly trivial. He could even afford to slack off at work while aiding the Ministry of Magic in transporting a shipment of inexpensive goods. Mad-Eye scrutinized Monton, then smiled. It seems you may be of little assistance this time. Albus is troubled. Is there anything that even Dumbledore cannot handle? Monton's tone was imbued with confidence, his faith in Dumbledore surpassing even that in himself. Indeed, Hogwarts is once again in need of a defense against the dark arts professor. Why not give it a try? What difficulty could this possibly present? Can it be that I, Monton, am incapable? He began to utter but swiftly covered his mouth, forcing himself to swallow the remainder of his words. Chapter 8. The new inmate. Hogwarts is indeed a prestigious institution. While the remuneration for professors may not be particularly substantial, the myriad of other benefits render the role of a professor at Hogwarts a gratifying career choice for most. This, however, does not extend to the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Following the swift recruitment of numerous defense against the dark arts professors, seemingly as if they were mere ingredients for a dish, rumors began circulating among the populace that Hogwarts was cursed, particularly regarding its defense against the dark arts position. Alarmingly, not only was this speculation left unrefuted, but the recruitment of new professors for this role continued unabated. Thus, Monton instinctively suppressed the urge to entertain such an absurd notion. After all, he had recently escaped from the dreaded Azkaban, and the prospect of being appointed as a defense against the dark arts professor was akin to a death sentence. He would prefer to return to Azkaban, where at least the Dementors provided a modicum of safety from mortal threats. The mere thought of Azkaban sent a shiver down his spine. Those unscrupulous brats had mercilessly tormented him, a destitute middle-aged wizard, with their cruel antics. The methods employed by those ruffians were anything but frivolous. Their playful torment was meticulously orchestrated, often culminating in a grim cycle of penance and humiliation. Particularly the youngest among them, whose malevolence was boundless, had no business being confined to Azkaban. An idea surged into his mind. Refusing to dissipate, what if those miscreants were appointed as defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts? This would not only resolve a significant dilemma for Dumbledore, but would also serve as a personal vendetta against those who had wronged him. Although it was likely that this would result in their premature departure from Azkaban, it was a foregone conclusion that none of the professors in that role managed to remain for an entire year, and most would likely require hospitalization upon their exit. With this thought, Monton's smile became increasingly difficult to suppress, his lips curving into a conspicuous arc. If no suitable candidates could be found outside, perhaps a visit to Azkaban would yield promising prospects. After all, many within its walls had some connection to the dark arts and would undoubtedly be eager to teach in order to secure their release. Teaching them about Azkaban? Moody cast Monton a bewildered glance, as if questioning his sanity. I believe I have apprehended enough criminals from Azkaban. We need not further contribute to Hogwarts' talent pool. Not every inmate deserves a life sentence. There are those whose minor offenses could be reformed through proper education. Monton grew increasingly convinced that his idea could materialize. If professors were to be employed for a year or even less, those serving lighter sentences would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidates, as their transgressions could be somewhat excused, and they would be less inclined to sabotage their responsibilities. Moreover, the likelihood of his cellmate becoming a professor was exceedingly high, regardless of which rogue was appointed. It would be a considerable gain for him. One idea serving two purposes, an unparalleled windfall. When William and the others returned to their cell, they discovered it had once again been robbed. However, this time, The enthusiasm among everyone was notably high, entirely devoid of the disappointment that had marked the previous occasion. After all, the total amount this time was less than a gallon, which hardly surpassed the value of the chocolate they consumed daily within the confines of the prison. The joy did not stem from the loss of money, but rather from the anticipation of a new inmate soon joining their cell. This heralded a wealth of outside news and fresh amusement, an event worth celebrating in the monotonous daily life of Azkaban. Although the supply ships occasionally brought in a newspaper, such coveted items were not only expensive but also lacked much of interest, nothing compared to the vibrant tales that a living inmate could provide. Just imagine if another inmate with talents akin to William's were to arrive. What sheer delight that would bring. William himself was quite pleased. A newcomer meant potential treasures. What if they could draw a card of rare quality? Or perhaps there might be a dropout from Hogwarts. Embroiled in cheating or using magic outside of school, such occurrences would undoubtedly invigorate his sluggish magical research, allowing him to break through several barriers in quick succession. Regrettably, everyone had misjudged this time. The newcomer was not human at all. Although he had long been aware of the existence of a magical world and its myriad non-human denizens, the reality of sharing a cell with a non-human magical creature left William utterly disconcerted. This being was an absolute oddity, sporting large bat-like ears, bulging eyes not much smaller than tennis balls, and the most critical point, its appearance was the antithesis of endearing. Not tall in stature, its clothing was filthy, and it had been unceremoniously tossed into the cell by the guards, who bore no intention of exchanging pleasantries. They left with grim faces, as though this creature owed them a substantial debt, and they were merely venting their frustration by imprisoning it. "Ah, William, we are fortunate in our cell," a burly thief remarked, clapping William on the shoulder, which ignited a wave of sarcastic thoughts within him. Thankfully, he refrained from saying they were wealthy now. Suppressing the urge to express his irritation, William pointed at the magical creature he did not recognize. "What is that?" he queried. "You, a smuggler, don't even know this?" The sensation of his remark echoing the disdainful tone of a farmer who could not distinguish between grains was palpable. How curious. Having been in the field for such a short time, I've truly never seen anything like it. What is this? A house elf, the pinnacle of domestic assistance. Typically found only in pure-blood households. Quite the status symbol, I must say. Very expensive indeed. You smugglers are all about money, with no aspirations whatsoever. No wonder your tales revolve solely around humans. Clearly, merfolk and centaurs are equally fascinating. Isn't it odd? And you, a black market dealer, what gives you the confidence to proclaim superiority over smuggling? We are all languishing in Azkaban, my friend. Let us not pretend otherwise. Well, let me put it this way. These creatures not only demand no remuneration, consume little while accomplishing much, but also exhibit unwavering loyalty, never contemplating a shift to another household while serving a family. Their prowess is commendable, often surpassing that of average school graduates. As the tall figure spoke, he gazed out the skylight, seemingly envisioning himself with a domestic sprite. Most importantly, these beings perform their duties with a finesse that eclipses even the finest butlers. Whether you reside in a modest home or an expansive castle, they ensure everything is impeccably organized. Upon your return, a delectable meal awaits you. The fireplace is warmed. All garments are laundered, and every piece of furniture is polished to perfection, all without requiring a single canute. Remarkably, even smart furniture cannot rival such convenience. William couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Just as he daydreamed about acquiring his own domestic sprite, the new inmate stood up. "Greetings, everyone. I am Goldcoin." The newly arrived domestic sprite lifted his head, his expression earnest. "For a sufficient payment in galleons, I shall provide my employer with the most exquisite service." Chapter 9. The school needs to teach William. Having encountered a myriad of individuals from the magical realm, including Hogwarts dropouts who peddle illicit potions, lifeless convicts, and researchers confined to their cells, believed he had formed a comprehensive understanding of this world. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for his first encounter with a non-human species of the magical community, a rather peculiar house elf. This large fellow, through a series of introductions and fanciful descriptions, endeavored to convey the characteristics of his kind, only for the eccentric creature before him to obliterate all notions with just 2 sentences. "I must endure. The large one is a good person. It's only natural for unexpected events to occur occasionally." Kukuku, William could no longer suppress his laughter. The large one turned to him, his expression a blend of resignation and encouragement, as if to say, "If you wish to laugh, then do so. Do not hold it in." The new inmate was an exceptional house elf, and notably formidable. After declining the customary cleaning duties expected of newcomers, several individuals who intended to teach him a lesson were swiftly schooled by this small creature, who utilized rapid punches and nimble footwork. Once the more capable fighters were dispatched, Only William and a few others with scant fighting experience remained. Thus the newcomer naturally ascended to a secondary status among the light offenders, where violence was less prevalent. When tempers cooled, the house elf named Gold Coin articulated his dreams. He harbored no desire to engage in the typical chores expected of house elves, cleaning, cooking, or managing various household tasks. His aspiration was to become a great adventurer. If not that, then a mercenary would suffice. To this end, he had self-studied various useful disciplines for adventuring, such as methods for disarming common magical traps, identifying and responding to magical creatures in the wild, magical heraldry, and survival skills, all while actively seeking funds to establish his own adventuring party. However, all these preparations were rendered futile as he was unwilling to perform servant duties and could not afford the ransom for his release, leading to his incarceration in Azkaban. I tried to persuade them. If only I could be out for a year, I could return with 300 galleons for my ransom, but they refused to believe me. Leaning against the bed in the corner of the cell, Gold Coin wore a melancholic expression, grateful that the newcomer had not insisted on changing beds. So, I am now the mercenary Gold Coin. As long as you have galleons, you may hire me for various tasks, of course. I refuse to engage in cleaning or any similar work. What a character. William surmised that there must be others in the prison contemplating this, as he too felt a pull of interest. A creature so formidable could easily outmatch 5 or 6 prisoners. In a place where no one wielded wands, fists spoke volumes. Who wouldn't be tempted to hire such a lethal asset? However, William soon turned over to sleep, lacking funds, and bid farewell. At Hogwarts, in the castle's main tower, the headmaster's office was occupied by an elderly gentleman, distinguished by his flowing silver beard, who gazed at a letter before him, troubled. He was the most renowned white wizard in the magical world, a living legend, an epic in human form, and even more daunting was the fact that, despite his formidable prowess, he possessed a mane of silken white hair that cascaded down to his waist. The letter was sent by an old friend of his, who proposed a novel solution to a dilemma he was facing. However, this very method presented him with an array of additional challenges. After contemplating for half the day, the elder finally seized a piece of parchment and hastily inscribed a few lines upon it. With a deft fold and a flick of his wand, the parchment transformed into a paper airplane, soaring into the flames of the fireplace. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the office door swung open, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and an anxious female voice. Albus, I'm delighted to find you in your office during the busiest time at the school. To be honest, even though there are no students present, we have an abundance of tasks to attend to. If you do not mind, I would appreciate it if you could review next month's budget proposal and draft a funding request to the Ministry of Magic, said the tall, black-haired witch clad in a vibrant green robe, her tone suggesting a request. Yet her steadfast gaze conveyed to the elder that failure to comply would prompt her to withdraw her efforts. Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, had at last cornered the ever-busy headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Albus offered a resigned expression, accompanied by a gentle smile, before handing over the letter that had previously troubled him. How about some buzzing bee honey? Habitually glancing at the name at the end of the letter caused Professor McGonagall to furrow her brow. But soon her features twisted into a frown as she cast the letter onto the desk. What nonsense is this? Albus, I fail to comprehend why you have summoned me. If you are seeking my counsel, my answer is a resounding no. Calm yourself, Minerva. This is merely an idea, he replied. To have a prisoner from Azkaban teach at Hogwarts. What absurdity is this? Are we to instruct those children on how to reach Azkaban? In truth, I find the prospect of an Azkaban inmate to be a safer alternative than last year's defense against the dark arts professor, he remarked, which momentarily pacified Professor McGonagall. As one of the few privy to the knowledge, she was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding last year's instructor. The defense against the dark arts professor had been the least suitable choice, as the lurking presence of the Dark Lord had attached itself to the back of that professor's head, remaining concealed within Hogwarts for nearly a year. What was more troubling was that the poor soul seemed unable to control the curse. Albus, cannot you resolve it? Professor McGonagall could not help but inquire, only to swiftly realize her folly. If that curse could be easily vanquished, Hogwarts would not find itself in such frequent need of hiring new professors. In truth, over the years, many candidates believed they possessed unique insights into the subject of defense against the dark arts, hoping to achieve fame by conquering a curse that even Dumbledore could not manage. Each individual had been forewarned of the potential challenges, yet each remained convinced that they alone would succeed. However, the number of those willing to embrace challenges has dwindled significantly. In fact, as the situation evolved, it became necessary to enlist the invaluable resources of the Phoenix Society. Initially, they could have engaged in more endeavors beyond the confines of the school. It would be prudent to convene a board of trustees, presenting the institution's current predicaments to them. They must either allocate additional funding for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, consent to recruit individuals from Azkaban, or propose suitable candidates. Ultimately, it is imperative that the school secures a professor for this critical subject. Professor McGonagall adeptly garnered support for this new policy, and the decision was unanimously ratified by the two parties involved. Chapter 10. Diary. Typically, the Board of Trustees exerts a dominating influence over the institution. While the principal may not be easily replaced, finding a pretext to do so is not particularly challenging. However, Hogwarts stands apart as the sole school of magic, granting the administration significantly greater authority. Additionally, the principal possesses a formidable presence, though not overtly threatening. The array of titles held could occupy half the screen in a video game, each shimmering with vibrant effects, representing rare accolades of considerable prestige. In such circumstances, the Board of Trustees is relegated to a mere organization of pureblood families who are unwilling to fade into obscurity and are willing to invest in status. The recent recruitment of new professors necessitated a meeting with the trustees, not to shift blame, but to assure them that Hogwarts had no intention of disregarding their involvement. To put it bluntly, even if blame were to be assigned, the board would eagerly accept it, reveling in the attention, lest anyone forget their existence. Azkaban. William, clutching paper and pen, gazed at these once valuable items, unable to contain his elation. Finding such items in Azkaban was exceedingly difficult. In the past, when they held little worth, he had merely used one side for drafting. Now, however, they were scarcely less valuable than silver. To be precise, mere paper and pen occupy just as much space as book pages, and the Dementors within the prison do not provide such luxuries. If not for the favor of the head of the prison, who had graciously brought some along, he would have been forced to resort to writing on the ground with a stick. Of course, the head's willingness to assist stemmed primarily from William's claim of a recent drought of inspiration, necessitating paper and pen for creating and revising new stories. Ultimately, this pretext successfully secured him the means to write and sketch, significantly enhancing his ability to delve into the magical research swirling in his mind. Without these tools, the lengthy principles of potions and similar subjects were nearly impossible to review. Using a simple stick for writing would scarcely suffice for half the cell. As for his research on the system, progress had been virtually non-existent during this period. Interaction with other inmates was so limited that meeting the unknown criteria for recognition was impossible. Moreover, the new inmate in William's cell only recognized gold galleons, while he, like the other wizards, felt a sense of trepidation toward the ever-present Dementors. Unfortunately, they displayed no interest in William's stories. Just as the Monkey King, after subduing the 7 fairies, sought peaches, the indifference of the gold galleons dashed William's hopes of obtaining treasures. After the routine story session today, a scruffy thief inquired at the corner of the wall, "I say, Galleon, why do you aspire to be an adventurer? To amass a fortune in galleons." "Oh, a noble ambition. But what then, once you've gathered a substantial amount of gold? To earn even more galleons. Money is never enough. When you have a sufficient amount, what will you truly desire to do? Employ more individuals, embark on grander adventures, journey to Egypt, the Arctic, Africa, and unearth the treasures buried deep beneath the earth. Oh, with such wealth, have we not contemplated pursuing other endeavors? What other endeavors could there possibly be?" The gold coin widened its eyes, larger than tennis balls, gesturing towards William. Much like in the tales of William himself, he shrugged dismissively, exclaiming, "Women only hinder my explorations." The inmates were momentarily taken aback, astonished to find themselves scorned by a mere house elf. It was not until the bathing rotation on Sunday evening that William and his companions emerged from the weight of being derided by a house elf. After hastily bathing and witnessing the gold coin deliver a sound thrashing to the inmate who had discriminated against it, William retrieved his precious paper and pen, once again questioning whether his mind had become muddied from the bath. After much deliberation, he finally set pen to paper. Diary, day unknown of incarceration. 3rd day since acquiring paper and pen. On the first day of my arrival, William silently mused about his time travel. I was still keeping track of the days, but that soon slipped from my mind. The prison life is simply dismal. Even casual conversations lack freshness. As each day drags on monotonously, William silently pondered that he could not speak of his studies in magic. The days are excruciatingly long, and the nightly routine of the dark-skinned meals, no matter how many times repeated, never becomes familiar. Living in a daze. I am at a loss as to when my release might be. I have even grown accustomed to bullying the new inmates. The gold coin may be foolish, yet it is enviable. While I merely drift through life, it has a clear objective and strives towards it. Even when learning that all the galleons in the cell had been pilfered by 2 recently released individuals, it only succumbed to despair for half an hour. From this day forth, I shall become a better version of myself. Silently, I resolved to allocate an additional hour each day to study magic. Represented by a drawn clock. On the fourth day of receiving paper and pen, I crafted a new tale, which received unanimous acclaim, except from the gold coin, which appeared impossible to please. I relinquished that goal. Long periods of inactivity have weakened my body. From today, I shall exercise for half an hour each day. Additionally, a large fellow approached me seeking to purchase manuscripts, offering 2 galleons for each. Where did he acquire such funds? On the 5th day, a new inmate arrived in the adjacent cell, reportedly sent by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I am uncertain if that is the correct name. But they said the lad was in search of the giants' gathering place, intending to study the ecology of half-blood giants. However, the Ministry of Magic suspected him of intending to hunt giants to produce dark magical artifacts, nearly placing him in the high-security section. Other than that, nothing noteworthy occurred. Various matters proceeded unsatisfactorily. William silently noted his research in his mind. Moreover, the large fellow raised his prices, now demanding 1 galleon per manuscript. How did he manage to amass so much wealth? On the 6th day, I acquired 30 galleons. The gold coin seemed willing to accept this price for employment. However, after considering the challenges of obtaining the chest, I relinquished the notion of spending extravagantly. 7. Today, my diligence waned, and I garnered merely 10 galleons. However, I unexpectedly made considerable strides in other endeavors. That big fellow has become quite eccentric, even suggesting he might purchase the diary along with it. Do I truly care for a few paltry galleons? 8. A rather mundane day unfolded, devoid of any notable occurrences or progress. 9. I received an income of 15 galleons. 18. Today, Azkaban buzzed with an unusual liveliness. The hit wizards arrived on the island ahead of schedule, and every cell was meticulously cleaned. In the words of that big fellow, it was so immaculate it hardly resembled a place of confinement. The inmates nearing release were diligently scrubbing every nook and cranny of the island, resembling an extensive spring cleaning. Is this a customary practice in the magical realm as well? Chapter 11. I am a waste. By the following morning, nearly everyone was aware that a significant figure was to arrive that day. The breakfast served that morning was a marked departure from the usual fare of baked potatoes accompanied by a meager vegetable soup lacking in both oil and salt. Instead, it featured a delightful selection of baked beans and tomato sauce, fried eggs, grilled sausages, and a bowl of porridge. The black bread had been replaced with lightly toasted slices. And most notably, each person received an entire chocolate frog, an indulgence that had been utterly unattainable in the past. The Dementors had not dined the previous night, and the enforcers had arrived early to inspect the cleanliness of the cells. This time, they did not bring any entertainment items such as cigarettes or alcohol. And even those who offered bribes found themselves unable to obtain a morsel of information. Why is this inspection so rigorous? Who is this important person coming? Could it be the head of the Auror office? The head of the Auror office wouldn't concern themselves with the enforcers. They're not directly in charge. So why the extra effort? It might be the Minister of Magic. If the Minister of Magic were coming, the Daily Prophet reporters would have already arrived to take photographs. And you wouldn't be having dinner waiting for it. True. Could it be that the monarchy is changing in Britain, preparing to grant clemency to a batch of prisoners? The affairs of Muggles have nothing to do with us. Do not overthink it. A myriad of conjectures circulated among the inmates, yet none knew the truth. Around 10 in the morning, events finally took a turn. From a distant cell far away from William and the others, prisoners were sequentially led out, questioned, and subsequently returned, each expressing ignorance about the purpose of their inquiries. However, upon their return, they vigorously shook their heads, indicating they had been warned against divulging any information. News spread swiftly. But as the pace of summoning increased, the group of inmates remained perplexed about the day's intentions, only aware that the questioners seemed intent on selecting a portion of them. Within William's cell, debates arose regarding the motives behind the inquiries. Those serving longer sentences leaned towards the belief that the selected prisoners would either be taken away or have their sentences significantly reduced for subsequent employment, thus allowing for a chance to boast about their capabilities to facilitate an easier escape from this wretched confinement. Conversely, those with shorter sentences speculated that the very reason for choosing prisoners was due to their willingness to sacrifice much for freedom. So it would be prudent to conceal their true potential, lest they be selected as expendable pawns, deprived even of the right to refuse. The arguments raged on. Yet they did not impede the enforcer's efficiency in summoning prisoners. When William's cell was finally called, he distinctly noticed a mixture of reverence and joy upon the faces of the enforcers, which immediately led him to surmise that this investigation would yield no favorable outcomes. The probability of being summoned for the mere purpose of finding expendable individuals was exceedingly high. With less than a year remaining on his sentence, William calculated that it would be far more advantageous to simply bide his time. Having resolutely declared himself a worthless individual during the investigation, William felt an unexpected lightness envelop him. While Azkaban was hardly the ideal setting for a master swordsman, the notion of remaining safely under the Ministry of Magic's stringent protection was far more palatable than becoming cannon fodder. Soon enough, guided by the enforcers, William found himself before his examiner, a lady whose frizzy hair inexplicably reminded him of a lion's mane. She sported thick glasses, and her attire was both outdated and peculiar. Were it not for her advanced age, William might easily have labeled her a stereotypical introvert. A flurry of pejorative terms, workaholic, heartless, cold-blooded, and desperate for marriage, flickered through William's mind. Yet he suppressed them with determination. He recognized that his preconceived negative emotions were skewing his judgment, and if he allowed this negativity to fester, he would likely fail to maintain his facade of worthlessness. The examiner glanced at William, raised her gaze to the ceiling, and after a minute of silence, inquired of the two enforcers, "Is he indeed William?" After receiving confirmation, she replied, "Very well. Thank you. Take him back and bring in the next person." "Thank you." Was that all there was to it? William was taken aback, but obediently suppressed any desire to protest. What if she disagreed? The stern voice from behind the desk might declare, "Excellent. Full of spirit, you are the one." In such a scenario, would he not be at a significant disadvantage? Perplexed, William was escorted back to the prison, where others also completed their evaluations and returned to their cells. Among the four who returned to their shared cell, each had encountered a different examiner, employing a myriad of methods. Some engaged in conversation, others presented questions, and some even handed over a wand for spellcasting, rendering it impossible to discern the intentions of the evaluators. When the fifth individual returned, he'd barely settled in before exclaiming, "Goodness, I nearly had a heart attack. Professor McGonagall is still as terrifying as ever." Subsequently, he transformed into a bouncy little rabbit, amusing everyone in the cell. The enforcer responsible for their supervision chuckled along but unfalteringly conjured a whip with his wand and began to strike mercilessly. The petite rabbit darted around in a frenzy to escape, but nonetheless endured a dozen sharp blows, writhing in pain on the ground until the enforcers ceased their assault, at which point he reverted to his human form. "Listen here, lad, you were quite vocal upon entering the cell. This time, I explicitly warned you not to disclose the investigation's details to any uninformed individuals, yet you dared to speak out again. If you were caught doing so once more, it won't be just a whipping your face," the enforcer muttered as he exited the cell, glancing at his prisoner list, beginning to escort individuals from the adjacent cells while simultaneously locking the door behind William and his companions. "What a shame. Why shout so loudly? No one is paying you. You're in Azkaban and still can't keep your mouth shut." A towering figure mockingly jeered, tossing a vial of potion into the cell, which clinked and clattered as it landed. This potion was a form of currency, as everyone kept a supply on hand. To my astonishment, I encountered the professor in this desolate place, only to be reprimanded for my reckless use of transfiguration. Upon returning, flustered, I inadvertently forgot the matter entirely. Oh, the pain. How exasperating it is to be berated for such folly. Surely, upon seeing him, anyone would recognize the professor. It is not as if your incessant chatter was necessary to highlight that fact. Why is it that no one else spoke up, yet you felt compelled to do so, despite having been warned previously? As I applied the ointment, I could not help but respond with irritation. Did you all notice? How could I not recognize him? Why was I not forewarned? Are we not confined to the same Azkaban? Who am I? Where is this place? Chapter 12. A Job at Hogwarts. Professor Kettleburn. Are you certain about recommending Mr. Layton? What are your reasons for this recommendation? Oh, Albus, I have inquired about 11 inmates, and only his crimes are not of the conventional sort, having minimal impact on the students. That is indeed a valid reason. Are there any other considerations? Dumbledore smiled gently, marking the documents before him with a quill. He possesses remarkable resilience. Ever since he offended the centaurs with several reports, he has been pursued by them, yet continues to thrive. I believe that with such fortitude, we may enjoy a prolonged collaboration. Excellent. We shall take these factors into careful consideration during the forthcoming review. Would you care for some honey sweets? I shall indulge. Thank you. Professor Kettleburn selected 2 pieces of candy from Dumbledore's snack box and proceeded toward the makeshift dining hall. Once the room was left with only Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, she spoke in a hushed, rapid tone. Mr. Layton's credentials are indeed impressive, yet his stubborn nature is concerning. Furthermore, the pressure from the centaur community on the Ministry of Magic has been substantial. Should he be summoned to the school, not only would the centaur tribes nationwide be in uproar, but even the clan residing within the Forbidden Forest would be incensed. If it becomes necessary, Hagrid will handle matters in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kettleburn has received 32 notices of probation by this year alone. Albus, think carefully. If it were not for their shared interests, how could Kettleburn, on the verge of retirement next year, utter such words as wanting to be a long-term colleague? McGonagall's voice grew more urgent. We already have a record-breaking professor. If Mr. Layton joins us, shall we merely watch him shatter records? There is no need for such concern. Minerva. If he passes the final selection, we shall address those matters accordingly. If he does not, those issues will not trouble us. Just as McGonagall prepared to rebut. A knock resounded at the door. It was Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor. Good afternoon, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. Although the trajectory of Mars suggests today is not ideal for venturing outside, the crystal ball has revealed to me that I shall dine in Azkaban today. I cannot deny the omens of fate. Certainly, certainly, Dumbledore replied, magically pulling a chair for her. I have reviewed 30 inmates, though their fate stars are dim. I have still selected one to recommend. 30? What an impressive efficiency, McGonagall remarked, her tone tinged with skepticism. It was hardly surprising that the practical deputy headmistress held little regard for the whims of the divination professor. The inner eye clears the fog for me, allowing me greater clarity regarding the unknown, Minerva, while I do not boast of my omniscience. It does not mean I refrain from utilizing my inner eye to discern these matters. Very well, Dumbledore said cheerfully, though his voice rose slightly. So, Sybil, do you have any recommendations for us? Certainly, Headmaster, Professor Trelawney replied, placing a form upon the table. Although his fate star remains dim, I believe he is the most suitable candidate. In other words, despite seeing nothing, you still possess insight? If you must know, Minerva, my answer is quite unequivocal, yes. And what distinguishes this prisoner named William? Professor McGonagall's tone was dry. The ignorant attribute everything to the fates of others, but I am different. Destiny guides me. Professor Trelawney declared, rising gracefully and proceeding towards the dining hall. Among the 30 prisoners I have evaluated, their fate stars are all quite dim, yet among them, he is the most promising. The door closed once more, leaving Professor McGonagall with an expression of indignation and Dumbledore with a serene demeanor. In the afternoon, as the guards escorted William away, he was utterly bewildered. Upon learning at noon that the Hogwarts faculty had come to investigate, his spirits plummeted. Though it was improbable for someone of his age to receive an acceptance letter, the mere prospect of engaging with a professor for a couple of hours could significantly enhance his understanding of magic, which he had been exploring entirely on his own. After all, these were the finest educators in all of Britain. Yet, when it came to him, there was not even an opportunity for dialogue. He was taken away without a word, which made him miss his lunch, a rare treat on such an occasion. Earlier that morning, when he had not seen anyone, the others had nearly quarreled over whether to conceal their talents. In the afternoon, however, everyone felt they could have performed better during the investigation. The reality was undeniable. Hogwarts' reputation was so elevated that even when the Ministry of Magic attempted to cast aspersions, it had little effect. Thus, as William was led away, envious glances permeated the prison. Many believed that Hogwarts intended to recruit a batch of temporary laborers for tasks such as site construction, maintenance of waterworks, or the establishment of herb greenhouses. After all, among the officially recognized wizards, only a handful would willingly undertake such work. The designers might be acceptable, but the laborers were few and far between, resulting in many wizards having to double as engineers and builders for their own homes. For minor projects, it was manageable. Yet larger undertakings without connections could lead to interminable waiting. Hogwarts functioned as a school, and larger projects had to be scheduled during the holidays. It was entirely normal for prisoners to serve labor in lieu of incarceration, but if time was pressing, it was imperative to meticulously select the laboring prisoners to ensure the safety of the students. William shared this sentiment and harbored no intention of refusal. Although the prospect of working at Hogwarts may seem exhausting, it is undoubtedly far more appealing than languishing in Azkaban, serving as a buffet for dementors. Those who have never encountered a dementor may hesitate, but for every inmate of Azkaban, the choice is clear. They would rather toil outside until their last breath than endure the suffocating darkness of a cell. During the journey to his destination, William gradually solidified his resolve to perform admirably, hoping to secure a position. While he may not have the privilege of being a student at Hogwarts, working there is nonetheless a splendid opportunity. He has firmly decided to embrace this role. Note, Sylvanus Kettleburn, the former Care of Magical Creatures professor, shares a temperament akin to Hagrid's and has committed similar transgressions, which is why Dumbledore's decision to recruit Hagrid was not merely nepotism. During his tenure, Kettleburn was placed on probation at least 62 times, with his most notorious incident being the destruction of the Hogwarts Great Hall prior to Dumbledore's ascension to headmaster, an event that forever banished the tradition of mime performances at Hogwarts. Chapter 13, The Inquiry. This was a makeshift room repurposed from the Hit Wizard's Lounge, where William sat among 6 other detained individuals. However, the Hit Wizard showed no intention of allowing the prisoners to converse, even as they busied themselves with examining the room's decor. This silence began to unnerve William. If this were indeed a recruitment endeavor, why such elaborate measures for merely a handful of workers? As he pondered these thoughts, the first prisoner was ushered into the room, the door sealing shut with nary a sound escaping. This felt less like a training session for convicts and more akin to a summons for Death Eaters. Yet what purpose would Hogwarts have for Death Eaters? To assemble an army to assault the Ministry of Magic? Before William could contemplate a second possibility, the door swung open. As the hit wizard led him inside, he realized he was second in line. This revelation eased his anxiety. According to the majority of narratives, those who go first often face defeat. As the second to undergo the evaluation, he could comfortably assume the role of either a mere backdrop or a statistical filler, leaving him unconcerned for his safety. Upon entering, he swiftly surveyed the two interviewers, recognizing the pair. One was a tall, slender figure with silver hair and a beard, adorned with half-moon spectacles. Resembling Gandalf to an uncanny degree, William recognized him from the chocolate frog cards he had collected. This was none other than the current headmaster of Hogwarts, the esteemed Albus Dumbledore. Renowned as the greatest wizard of his time, it is worth noting that Dumbledore's cards were astonishingly prevalent among the chocolate frogs. William had fortuitously unwrapped 4 cards featuring him from just a handful of packs. The other figure was also vaguely familiar. William surmised she must be Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. However, without Dumbledore's presence, he would not have been so certain. To William, both figures represented monumental authority. While the hit wizards could easily manage any inmate within Azkaban, in the presence of these two, even they refrained from casual conversation. "Lee William, is it?" Dumbledore inquired, glancing at the documents in his hand with a warm smile. "Yes, sir," William replied, adopting an exceedingly formal demeanor. "There's no need for such tension. Please have a seat." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a chair for him. Once seated, Professor McGonagall promptly commenced her questioning. "You were incarcerated for smuggling, correct? Did you understand that this was illegal?" "Yes, Professor," William responded, suppressing the urge to cover his face in embarrassment. "And what was your reasoning?" she probed. "My skills were inadequate. After accepting a potion order, the success rate was dismally low, resulting in a substantial loss of herbs, which compelled me to resort to smuggling," he admitted with a heavy heart. "However, according to the Ministry's report, you had a considerable sum of money at the time of your arrest. Was that not sufficient?" The damaged herbs contained many specialties from the Far East. During that period, England lacked such herbs, and what I need to compensate for are the potions. Simply paying money would render my future potion business unfeasible. Professor, have you never attended school? Indeed. I was taken away from home by my former teacher before the age of 11, and my parents, having received a substantial sum, happily sent me off. It was only later that I learned from historical records that after Hogwarts was established, independent practitioners of magic prioritized accepting students over Hogwarts admissions. Though more and more individuals now opt for Hogwarts. William, carrying his background information with utmost sincerity, felt a lack of connection and could only maintain a stoic expression. Subsequently, after his teacher's potion experiment failed, the laboratory was left in ruins from the explosion. I decided to take on some potion business to sustain myself, but after several failures, I had no choice but to venture to the Far East to procure herbs and recreate the potions. Well, we have a basic understanding of these matters. Professor McGonagall began to jot down notes on the paper before her, while Dumbledore smiled in silence. "Then I shall take my leave, Professor," William said, bowing slightly as he turned toward the door. Although those events were experienced by the original owner, for some reason, as he recounted them, he felt that the silent elder could see through all lies. This sensation instilled in William a fleeting apprehension that his narrative, which did not entirely belong to him, might be exposed at any moment. Just as he was about to push open the door, Dumbledore spoke up behind him. "Please wait a moment, Mr. William." Dumbledore stood and quickly walked to the wall cabinet, retrieving a tattered stone basin. "I hope it is not too presumptuous, but could you share the memories of that experiment? I only require those memories and will not intrude upon your other privacy." "Memories of the failed experiment?" William hesitated, then allowed those memories to surge within his mind. Could it be that the original owner tampered with the materials before the experiment, intending to claim his teacher's inheritance? The memories were too extensive. He merely glanced through them, more focused on how he entered and on matters of learning magic, indifferent to anything else. After all, what use is understanding the past once one has entered Azkaban? The internal dangers are non-existent, and the external threats are guarded by numerous demeanors. After quickly confirming that the original owner, frightened to death, lacked the courage to cause trouble, William secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I require a wand. It is right over there. Feel free to use it," Dumbledore replied, his expression as relaxed as ever, showing no concern that William might harbor strange thoughts regarding the wand. As the wand touched his temple, a slender thread was drawn forth by the magic and pulled into the basin. Soon, the basin began to reveal all of William's memories concerning that experiment, without omitting a single detail. The wrathful wizard, the timid apprentice, the irritable admonitions, the chaotic yet treasure-laden laboratory, and in the twilight of memory, The cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the entire lab. William found himself reliving a fragment of memory, fully aware that even should he refuse the two professors before him, they would utter not a word. Nevertheless, after confirming the clarity of his recollections, he was more than eager to explore the novel wonders of the magical realm, particularly this extraordinary phenomenon capable of resurrecting memories, assuming such marvels were scarce within the confines of the magical world. The spells that resided within his memories seemed almost incomparable to those manifesting vividly before his eyes. He turned, opened the door, and closed it in one fluid motion. It was only when he sat among the culprits that he exhaled deeply, realizing at last, this is the wand, this is the sensation of unleashing magic. Chapter 14. The new cards. Given that it is impractical to recruit just one individual for labor, the atmosphere among the present offenders was not particularly tense. With only a limited number of individuals available, it seemed unnecessary to make a grand effort to summon two offenders for menial tasks. Such an approach would be absurd. As though it were a recruitment drive by the Ministry of Magic, the enforcers present in the room were strictly prohibited from engaging in any form of intimidation. Otherwise, the gathered offenders might as well have thrown a celebratory party. While William was still savoring the sensation of wielding a wand, a sudden noise jolted him from his delightful reverie. A magical creature has acknowledged you. You have received a treasure chest X1. What a ridiculous system, William inwardly scoffed, realizing that the comforting feeling of holding the wand was now irrevocably lost. Lacking the motivation to pursue other distractions, he decided to open the system panel and unveil the new treasure chest. A pinewood chest, adorned with silver edges, burst open in midair, and 3 silver-edged cards gracefully floated out, presenting themselves before William. Transfiguration Master McGonagall, SR. Even when considering the entire world, Ms. Minerva McGonagall's transfiguration prowess ranks among the top 10. She is undeniably a master of transfiguration. When she wields her wand, it is wise to maintain a safe distance. Skill: Permanent Transfiguration. Destroy this card, and your next transfiguration will be exceptionally effortless, with an irreversible transformation effect. Be cautious, for even the most skilled wizards may lose their noses. Animagus McGonagall, SR. There are few registered animagi within the Ministry of Magic, yet Ms. Minerva McGonagall has successfully achieved this distinction. Therefore, be forewarned. Do not provoke a cat, nor should you attempt to feed any cat with a mere fish treat. Skill: Animagus. Destroy this card, and for the next 24 hours, you may transform into an animal at will, without the aid of a wand. In your Animagus form, you will be immune to most magical curses. Transfiguration Master McGonagall, SR. A true master excels at transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Moreover, transfiguration is inherently a magnificent discipline. While humans have their limits, transfiguration does not. Start with a small goal, such as crafting a 1-scale Gundam model. Skill: Transfiguration Puppet. Destroy this card to transform any specified material, not exceeding the weight limit, into a puppet, with the maximum weight and combat power determined by the material and the creator's magical prowess. 2 cards sharing the same name yet exhibiting distinct effects led one to ponder whether Transfiguration Master referred to a series of cards. However, William had no time to critique this. The 3 cards before him compelled him to utter a classic slogan. Regrettably, he could not do so. This 3-choice dilemma truly rendered him indecisive. Should he opt for the Gundam or the transformation? The first option, though formidable, lacked any compelling skill, leading William to discard it, while he wrestled with the choice between the second and third cards. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately decided to relinquish the third card, realizing he lacked the means to indulge in the creation of a Gundam. With his freedom stripped away and his wand confiscated upon his incarceration, the prospect of conjuring an unattainable Gundam paled in comparison to the practicality of transformation spells that did not require a wand. Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration 2, Learning 1, Quidditch 1. Followed by a series of skills that William had nearly given up on, all marked as 0. Subsequently, a cascade of locked cards appeared. Exiting the system interface, William felt a wave of confusion. How had things turned so amicable so abruptly? Meanwhile, in the room, the newly arrived inmate was on the verge of striking the table in frustration at the 2 professors. This is research, it is academia, it is my profession, he exclaimed, his tone tinged with a hint of fury, showing no signs of restraint despite his imprisonment. I acknowledge that the centaurs disapprove of my research, yet all of it was conducted with their consent. The centaurs pursuing me due to my thesis are not even from the same tribe. I cannot fathom their outrage. Yes, I am aware that there is a centaur tribe at Hogwarts, but I have managed to coexist harmoniously with them. I can forgive their violent actions born from misunderstanding, but I shall not abandon my research. Very well, Professor Dumbledore, I have read many of your papers. While they contain studies that may be deemed as persecution of magical creatures, I still believe you can comprehend a researcher's dedication to their work. Alas, I was mistaken. My colleagues are intent on infiltrating Azkaban. I will never forsake my research, even within these walls. Fuming, he strode toward the door, only to sit down in silence under the watchful gaze of William and the others. The beaters, momentarily taken aback, eventually remembered to escort the next prisoner inside. In the presence of the two individuals in the room, even the current Minister of Magic remained polite, rendering any notion of slamming the door utterly inconceivable. William, opting to cease his speculations, refocused on the newly drawn cards and closed his eyes to review the potion he had studied the previous day. Despite the abrupt onset of a system that neither enhanced his attributes nor provided him with spells, merely allowing for card draws, he recognized its potential strength, albeit only at crucial moments. Each card drawn was one less in his possession, and he understood that his daily survival depended on his own efforts. The system was not named Deep Blue. He could not rely on simply pressing a button for progress. If he did not solidify his knowledge of the magical world while in Azkaban, though he would not starve upon his release, thriving within the magical community would prove exceedingly difficult. Other wizards had at least a Hogwarts diploma, while he, having emerged from such unconventional means, would find it nearly impossible to sustain himself in the field of potions, his area of expertise. Would he resort to smuggling after his release, relying on the connections forged during his time in Azkaban? What an absurd thought. After much effort, he had traversed to an era imbued with extraordinary powers. Yet if he were to perpetually teeter on the precipice of imprisonment, it would be far more prudent to languish in Azkaban instead, for such wastefulness could be deemed a crime in itself. It was only after William thoroughly absorbed the potion's essence from his memories that he realized a considerable amount of time had elapsed. The room in Azkaban, once bathed in ample light, now appeared somewhat dim. As the door closed once more, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall emerged alongside the final inmate. Well, today's review has concluded, Dumbledore announced with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the hit wizards. Bart, I appreciate the efforts you and your colleagues have put forth today. Oh, not at all, Professor Dumbledore. We merely offered a modicum of assistance, Bart replied. Please, escort them to rest. Minerva and I have matters to discuss with Bodhi, Gil, and this gentleman, William. The three inmates mentioned were retained, while the remaining prisoners were led away by the hit wizards, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Chapter 15. A difficult choice. Once the assailants departed, the door magically sealed itself. Dumbledore approached with a warm smile. I believe you all have surmised the situation, and it is likely that your assumptions are quite accurate. He exaggeratedly shrugged at William and the others, adding, though it pains me to admit, there is indeed a significant vacancy in our faculty. Hogwarts is in dire need of a defense against the dark arts professor, and if all three of you are willing, it is certainly an option. 3. William could not help but murmur. Recalling from the single film he had seen that the title of professor seemed to refer to an individual. Indeed, 3, though we hope for even more candidates, Dumbledore replied, having evidently overheard William's query. Perhaps it is due to the professor's preference for a peaceful teaching environment that news of Hogwarts faculty rarely makes headlines. Each subject has its own department. Prior to my tenure as headmaster, I was the head of the Transfiguration department, alongside Minerva as a colleague. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding conflicts of interest. Even if you all wish to participate, Hogwarts has ample positions available. Professor, hiring at Azkaban? William was momentarily stunned. He had contemplated the significance of such a gathering, but had never dared to consider the recruitment of faculty. In his previous life, while universities faced various challenges, the mere suggestion of employing someone with a prison record was unthinkable. Even if all other criteria were met, once the information reached public scrutiny, the institution would face severe backlash. He had heard tales of Hogwarts echoing within the confines of his cell, should news surface that Hogwarts was seeking instructors from prison. Even the inmates would deem it a disgraceful fall from grace. Is it true, then, that the related curse exists? The tall inmate beside him appeared less astonished than William, and after merely 2 minutes of contemplation, he furrowed his brow to inquire. Indeed, and as of now, we have yet to discover a means of breaking it. We have only managed to mitigate its dangers, rendering it non-fatal, yet various accidents or injuries necessitate departures from the school, Professor McGonagall replied in a calm tone. What is the most severe injury reported? Approximately a year and a half in the hospital. The atmosphere within the room abruptly chilled, the earlier fervor surrounding the recruitment of a defense against the dark arts professor dissipating entirely. I refuse. I have only 3 months left in my sentence. I will not risk being cursed for such a position. That is certainly your prerogative, Professor McGonagall said, handing over a piece of parchment. But please sign this confidentiality agreement first, Mr. Bodhi. After hastily signing the document, the inmate named Bodhi departed without a backward glance, leaving William and Gil in a state of profound conflict. William could even hear Gil taking deep, measured breaths. Ultimately, he, like the previous inmate, chose to sign the confidentiality agreement, leaving the room with a sense of nostalgia. William was in a state of turmoil. The film he was watching was the fourth installment of the Harry Potter series, and the only scenes that lingered vividly in his memory were two, one depicting the resurrection of the Dark Lord Voldemort, a name he had never heard uttered within the prison walls, and the other showcasing the demise of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, disguised as Mad-Eye Moody. Assuming the two professors before him were not deceiving him, and that the curse lacked lethal properties, it was likely that the curse had intensified with Voldemort's return. Moreover, if he were to join now, he would hardly last a year before being confined to a hospital bed for a year and a half. And by the time Voldemort truly returned, he would have long departed from Hogwarts. But was it worth it? Joining Hogwarts would afford him a legitimate work history in the magical realm. As a professor at Hogwarts who had to resign due to unforeseen circumstances was highly regarded. The library, as described by the inmates, was an exquisite treasure he yearned for, a repository of knowledge unmatched in the magical world. More importantly, for the next several months, he would be spared from the daily torment of being selected as sustenance by the Dementors and would no longer have to queue for a sliver of sunlight that barely reached his cell. May I inquire, is the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor currently residing in a hospital? Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, deliberating for a considerable moment before responding. I regret to inform you, William, that he has passed away, but not due to the curse. Rather, he made a fateful decision destined for death long ago. Not due to the curse? Was his assumption erroneous? Even if that Dark Lord had not returned, could the curse still possess lethal effects? Or perhaps it was indeed not a curse. After a lengthy pause, William raised his head and uttered a rather nonsensical question. Now that I am in Azkaban, what has become of the potions I owe? They had investigated and discovered that upon your entrance to Azkaban, you relinquished your claims. Indeed. While he endeavored to avoid dwelling on problems that were currently insurmountable, the debts incurred would not simply vanish upon his confinement in Azkaban. Upon his release, he would likely be compelled to repay them immediately, which was precisely why William ultimately decided to sell his manuscript. Should he gamble on the curse for an easier start? Or forego the curse for a more challenging beginning? A perplexing choice indeed. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. You have gained the recognition of a magical creature, receiving a treasure chest X1. I beg your pardon, may I have a piece of paper and a pen? I need to deliberate thoroughly. In the presence of Dumbledore, William felt no inclination to open the chest in the air. Instead, as he requested paper and a pen, he sat at the table, concealing himself through doodling. He then clicked to open the unexpectedly arrived treasure chest. The chest, adorned with mahogany and edged in gold, radiated a kaleidoscope of colors as three opulent, golden-edged cards appeared with extravagant effects. Alchemist Dumbledore, SSR Dumbledore has achieved astonishing feats in the realm of alchemy, famously discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Skill, transmute gold. Tear this card to enhance your next spell, transforming a specified iron piece into gold based on your magical power and the size of the selected steel. Master of Transfiguration Dumbledore, SSR. It is well known that Dumbledore once served as a professor of transfiguration, yet few can fathom the true extent of his prowess in this discipline. Skill, Domain of Transfiguration. Tear this card to animate all objects within the room, transforming them into the most advantageous forms for combat, either to shield the user from attacks or to assault foes, with duration dependent on the user's magical energy. Dark Sorcerer Dumbledore Special Card. SSR. Few recall Dumbledore's past infatuation with dark magic, let alone the remarkable wonders he wrought within that field. Skill, Dark Arts Researcher Passive. While in possession of this card, you will maintain peak performance during your studies in dark magic. As the final weight descends. Note, during a period of discontent at the Ministry of Magic, Professor Minerva McGonagall sent a letter to Hogwarts inquiring about a teaching position. The then head of the Transfiguration Department, though it is a school, the title remains, Dumbledore responded, leading to their collaboration as colleagues. Thus, we remain unaware of the maximum number of professors permitted for a single course. Chapter 16. Release. It took Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall quite some time to select 3 suitable candidates from among the inmates. After all, even though the selection was made from Azkaban, it was imperative to eliminate those unfit for the role. Violent offenders were certainly disregarded, and among the lesser criminals, thieves, con artists, and robbers were all excluded. Those imprisoned for issues related to gender were also unsuitable. Otherwise, how could William possibly stand a chance in such a vast institution as Azkaban? While William was in a state of turmoil, the 2 professors were equally troubled. If the initial trio of candidates were to decline, they would have no choice but to sift through the rejected individuals once more, complicating matters further. Fortunately, they soon received a response. I have come to a conclusion, Professor Dumbledore, William said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. However, I have one stipulation. The name of this course must be changed. Whether it be called self-defense, counter-curse studies, or even preliminary aura training or quick-strike techniques. It must be renamed. All documents, including my appointment letter, course outline, student schedules, and even the internal designation within the Ministry of Magic must reflect this new title. Of course, I will communicate with the Ministry about this. Welcome to Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, a smile gracing his face as he spread his hands open on the table. The belongings taken upon his incarceration, clothing, wand, a few personal items, and a book, were all returned to William, sealed magically in a box. Precisely as they had been when taken away. The guard, who had been specifically instructed to assist William with the release process, became quite amiable, facilitating every necessary procedure for his departure. They arranged for a boat to leave this desolate island, and even graciously provided William with half an hour to bid farewell to his fellow inmates. To be precise, the guard even inquired if William would like the Dementors to visit his cell beforehand to allow him to say his goodbyes, but William politely declined the offer. Without any personal belongings, he felt lighthearted as he returned to his cell with the guard's assistance, greeted by the collective curiosity of his fellow inmates. "What is this? You're going to Hogwarts?" boomed the largest among them, his face beaming with joy. "Yes, I'm going to Hogwarts," William confirmed. At that moment, the cell erupted like an explosion, envy gleaming in the eyes of everyone present. For these inhabitants of Azkaban, nothing was more coveted than the notion of freedom. William, unable to contain his elation any longer, let the emotions he had valiantly suppressed in the presence of Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and the guard surge forth. As if ignited by fire beneath him, he abandoned pretense and broke into a radiant smile that he had never experienced before. "I'm getting out." He hastily approached his bunk, yanked off the pillowcase, and retrieved 7 or 8 leftover candies, stuffing them into his large hand before tossing the pillow far onto the 9-fingered bed. Among the pile of manuscripts beside the pillow, he extracted a few pages of his diary, handing the remaining stack of papers along with the manuscript to the jailer. With a grin, he kicked off his shoes and offered them to the newly arrived house elf, Gold Coin. As for the notorious complainer, he had little left to his name. So he simply removed his shirt and draped it over the creature, admonishing, "Mind your temper," with such a lengthy sentence. You might provoke the jailer to administer a few more beatings. When the enforcer arrived at the appointed time to remind him, William emerged barefoot and bare-chested, clutching a pouch containing all his savings and diary, along with 30 galleons gifted by the jailer, totaling just over 100. With those few diary pages, it constituted all his belongings. After a bath, discarding his prison garb and donning the attire removed upon his incarceration, William was adrift in the ocean, far from Azkaban. Within an hour, 2 other inmates were released alongside him, equally unhinged. The enforcer, accustomed to such scenes, paid no heed to the trio emerging from Azkaban, engrossed in his card game. As the 3 half-mad individuals grew weary in the sea breeze, the boat reached the shore. They were casually tossed onto the beach, the enforcer even retracting the gangplank before confirming they were steady on their feet, sailing away without a backward glance. The 3 ex-inmates exchanged glances, realizing they hadn't even had the chance to introduce themselves before being unceremoniously abandoned. In light of this, self-introductions seemed unnecessary, accompanied by 2 soft thuds. The 2 individuals who had simultaneously exited the prison, whom William wasn't sure he should consider as fellow inmates, vanished in a flash, leaving him alone on the beach. Should I use a spell? With this thought, William instinctively drew forth the wand that theoretically belonged to him. However, upon grasping it, he found the wand felt even more uncooperative than the one Dumbledore had lent him, as if resisting his command. Nonetheless, he steadied his grip on the wand and raised it aloft. In that moment, he froze, pondering whether the magic he had studied was suitable for his current predicament. It was not. While he understood the theory of apparition, he had never attempted it, and from his memories, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences that befell those who recklessly employed the spell. So why was he raising his wand? Just as William deemed himself foolish and resolved to cease this utterly absurd endeavor, a deafening roar suddenly erupted in his ears, accompanied by this tremendous sound. A brilliant beam of light materialized before him, revealing an enormous vehicle with 2 colossal wheels. A line of golden letters shone brilliantly in the illumination. Night Bus. It is a 3-tiered bus summoned by William's recent action. The conductor on board is quite the chatterbox. Countless times, William has wished to unleash a few curses upon him, yet to no avail. William distinctly recalls these events, as the original William frequently rode this bus, the fastest in all of Britain, during the 6 months leading up to his imprisonment. Welcome aboard the Night Bus. This vehicle is for those in need. Ah, William, long time no see, my friend. How have you been? Why are you still standing there? Come aboard, William. I have officially become a conductor, just about a week after our last encounter. Where have you struck gold lately, William? Just then, a hush fell over the bus. I've just been released from Azkaban. I need to go to Diagon Alley. Thank you. Chapter 17. The night bus. William had just emerged from Azkaban, brimming with a fervent desire for communication. Yet, the ticket collector before him was an exception, in William's recollection. This individual could effortlessly engage in conversation with strangers for hours on end. Should William attempt to initiate dialogue, the consequences would be catastrophic. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the ticket collector, named Sam Pake, gingerly broached the subject once more. Well, the fare is 13 sickles. William fished a galleon from his pocket and handed it over, still grappling with the abysmal currency exchange rates of the magical realm, which filled him with despair. For an additional 3 sickles, one could procure chocolate. For 4 more, a thermos and a toothbrush, with colors of your choosing. Once the authenticity of his currency was confirmed, the ticket collector's speech became fluid. For more? Isn't that a full galleon? Is this fellow not quite sharp? Adhering to the moral principle that it is wrong to take advantage of the less fortunate, William opted for the chocolate and reclined on his bunk with the change he received. Indeed, this bus lacked seats, featuring only beds akin to sleeping quarters. Its mode of transport was not akin to conventional vehicles. Instead, it leapt and bounded, each leap covering a distance of 100 miles. At this moment, the initial exhilaration of his release had waned, and after a lengthy boat journey, his joints protested vehemently. He found his designated bunk, laid down with a straightforwardness befitting his fatigue, shut his eyes, and drifted into a deep slumber, while he was lost in a haze of sleep. The sound of the door crashing open jolted him awake, compelling him to grasp the headboard firmly. Only then did he realize that it was not the Dementors come to feast upon him, but rather new passengers boarding the bus. This revelation allowed William to exhale with relief. He reached into his clothing, clutching the wand that seemed ill-suited to him, and a sense of security enveloped him, akin to discovering a flashlight in the dark. Where are we? Anglesey, your hot chocolate is ready. Would you like it now? It's a delicacy not found elsewhere. William refrained from responding, lifted the cup to test its temperature, and began to gulp it down eagerly. Whether it was a mere illusion or the chocolate was indeed expertly crafted, he found himself greedily consuming an entire cup, yearning for a second. Quite delightful, William remarked. And as his spirits lifted, he tolerated the incessant chatter around him, choosing instead to gaze out the window to observe the workings of this enchanted bus. However, his curiosity proved short-lived. Within a minute, he abandoned the endeavor, feeling dizzy enough from the roller coaster-like motion, realizing this vehicle surpassed even the most thrilling of rides. Even setting aside the terrifying speed boost that propels 100 miles with each heartbeat, the vehicle's normal operating speed surpasses that of any street racer. Particularly enchanting is the car's ability to seemingly perform magic, causing obstacles to clear the road ahead, transforming this high-speed chase into a nostalgic spectacle reminiscent of the days spent tormenting the keyboard in a racing game, especially when the vehicle leaps and lands anew. It feels as if William has traversed to an entirely different map, instilling in him a sense of having entered a game world. After several instances of packet loss, where the visuals abruptly shift to a vastly different scene due to network lag, passengers gradually disembark, leaving William as the sole traveler en route to Diagon Alley. However, the Ministry of Magic has established various modes of transport to that destination, with the bus being the slowest, most expensive, and least enjoyable option. Once the enchanted bedding had been cleaned, the ticket collector boldly seated herself beside William, cautiously inquiring, "How is the environment in Azkaban? Is the food palatable? Are there particularly numerous Dementors lurking about?" One could only wonder how this individual had managed to survive thus far. A surge of thoughts welled up within William, and he nearly mimicked a kick as he stood, only to remember that he was no longer in Azkaban. The ticket collector, undeterred by his silence, continued, "I doubt I will ever visit Azkaban. I am merely an ordinary ticket collector, having graduated from school not long ago. Speaking of which, it seems like our last meeting was less than 6 months ago, and you've already managed a trip to Azkaban." William began to mentally scour for effective curses while confirming whether any of the prisoners had been incarcerated due to wizard duels. At that moment, the sound of brakes echoed as the night bus glided to a halt in front of a dilapidated tavern. This marked the journey's end, the entrance to Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron. With a sigh of relief, William returned his wand to its place and dashed toward the bus door in a single bound. "Well then, William, we shall converse in detail upon our next encounter," called the ticket collector, waving goodbye behind him. "You have received temporary recognition from a magical creature, claiming treasure chest X1. What on earth is temporary recognition?" William muttered as he opened the chest. From the shabby box, a solitary card sprang forth. Inmate Sampak. The loquacious and thoughtless Sampak was reported by an exasperated passenger upon the return of the individual whose name cannot be spoken. With a tarnished reputation, he faced little scrutiny before being incarcerated in Azkaban. Skill out of control, Tear this card, and for the next hour, your voice will possess the ability to ignite the inner darkness of others, with success dependent on their strength. With no other choice, William solemnly accepted the card, internally warning himself to never casually assume the role of a shaman unless separated by a network line. However, upon glimpsing this card, the surge of anger that had just emerged within him dissipated entirely. Gazing in the direction of the departing bus, William quietly murmured, "You too," before striding purposefully towards the broken cauldron, the tavern most frequently mentioned by all the inmates. He pushed open the door and made his way to the bar. "Tom, a pint of beer, please, along with a quiet room." "William? It's been ages since you last came by." Tom's voice suddenly interrupted him, as a memory flickered in his mind, yet he quickly regained his composure. A frothy beer slid across the counter towards William. "The beer is on me. The room is 5 sickles a day. How long will you be staying?" "No fixed duration. It depends on when I receive word." William accepted the beer, rummaging through his pouch to extract 10 galleons, which he pushed forward before lifting the glass and savoring a generous sip. "Breakfast and lunch will be taken care of here. We can settle the bill later." "Very well. I'll cover your dinner for today. Your room is number 16. Old Tom tossed him the key, and William deftly caught it, turning to ascend the wooden staircase. Chapter 18. Arrangements for the future. The room at the Broken Cauldron was neither particularly spacious nor notably cramped. It bore little resemblance to contemporary architecture and could be said to adhere perfectly to the design aesthetics of a century prior. However, neither the oak furnishings nor the antiquated fireplace captured William's attention. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to slumber, and when he next opened his eyes, a soft pink glow heralded the dawn outside. With a reflexive motion, William reached out to shield his eyes from the sunlight, only to discover that his entire arm had gone numb. As he attempted to rouse his stiffened body, having slept in his clothes, he began to search the room for a clock. This time, fortune favored him, although the hourglass-like object on the table seemed unrelated to an alarm clock. It nonetheless glowed to reveal the current time. 9 o'clock? Had he truly slept for so long? Upon realizing this, his stomach promptly protested, having consumed nothing but a cup of hot chocolate since the previous afternoon. With determination, he shut the door behind him and hastened downstairs, eager to ascertain whether any remnants of breakfast remained to satiate his ravenous appetite. Upon reaching the bar, he found old Tom smiling as he presented a small basket of sandwiches before him. "The soup is in the kitchen. I shall fetch you a portion shortly. Remember to eat well. Those hungover fellows upstairs are bound to grumble a bit, so do avoid any quarrels with them." Before William could fully comprehend the situation, a cacophony of curses erupted from the upper floor, featuring a mix of rural accents, Spanish, and French, interspersed with incomprehensible slang and foreign epithets that truly opened William's eyes to the diverse tapestry of life. He paid it no mind, taking the food to a spot with slightly better lighting to sit down. After a few minutes, the uproar above began to subside, at which point Tom arrived with a large bowl of soup, sitting directly across from him. "How did you become so exhausted? When I knocked on your door for 3 minutes last night to deliver your meal, you didn't stir." "Don't even mention it. I was elated to be out of that dreadful place. Once the excitement faded, fatigue set in like a heavy blanket. Since yesterday, my stomach has been empty, and I haven't eaten a thing." William swallowed the last bite of his sandwich before mumbling that he wasn't particularly well acquainted with old Tom, though he had conducted a couple of potion transactions in this establishment, which lent them a semblance of rapport. As for his past experience in Azkaban, William believed it was hardly a secret before a pub owner. Rather, it conveniently masked the differences between him and his original persona. After all, it was only natural to emerge changed after a stint in Azkaban. "What are your plans now that you are out? Will you continue with the potion business?" "Of course. Why not? It's not illegal. However, I think I'll hold off for this month. It's been a while since I last handled a cauldron, and my success rate would be quite uncertain, though I've successfully secured a teaching position. I've already prepared myself for the possibility of leaving Hogwarts before the year is out due to unforeseen circumstances. At that point, I would still need to rely on potions to make a living, wouldn't I? The potion professor at Hogwarts has the ability to significantly inflate the prices of potions with a mere label. However, the defensive potions crafted by the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor for young wizards, despite their lengthy names, do not fetch a substantial price. Potion brewing is an intricate craft. It is not as simple as traditional herbal medicine, where one merely prepares the herbs and follows prescribed instructions for brewing. Commonly used potions tend to be more accessible, as shop employees regularly concoct them. In contrast, more complex or niche potions are typically commissioned from external experts. Renowned potion masters often sign their creations, instilling confidence in their efficacy, which justifies the higher cost. William, an unrefined wild potion brewer, must return to his original vocation after his tenure at Hogwarts. He cannot afford to squander a year there, He aims to enhance his potion-making skills while also establishing a reputation for future opportunities, ensuring he is not left in a precarious position without any means of livelihood. Should he discover a lack of aptitude for potion-making, he may contemplate a career change. His current understanding of the magical world is entirely derived from his former self's memories. Could he truly orchestrate his future without any prior knowledge? If he had such capabilities, he would have long since activated an auto-clicker on the system interface to amass wealth. William's response pleased old Tom. Their relationship was not particularly close, and Tom's inquiry stemmed from a typical elder's inclination to impart wisdom to the youth. Given that William emerged from a place like Azkaban unchanged and still impatient, Tom would naturally continue to assign potion tasks to him. While there were numerous potion orders, it was ill-advised to let a novice handle them, especially considering that Hogwarts graduates a new cohort annually, including those capable of concocting toxic brews. In such cases, if a potion were to cause harm, who would bear the responsibility? All right, I'll keep an eye out for you next month. Hogwarts will be reopening, and we can expect a surge in demand for auxiliary potions. William paused, as his extensive knowledge of potions did not extend to the specific jargon related to potion orders. However, he quickly masked his confusion with a nod while taking a bite of his sandwich. Old Tom, showing no objections, seemed quite pleased that his products were in demand, something every business owner appreciates. Go ahead and eat. I'll fetch some mead. It seems we're running low. I need to place another batch of orders before the morning slips away. Old Tom chuckled as he left the table for the bar, providing William an opportunity to reflect. Within minutes, he comprehended what auxiliary potions entailed. Essentially, these potions are designed to expedite certain circumstances. Many first-year students, upon returning home for the Christmas holiday after entering Hogwarts, receive news of impending siblinghood, either becoming an older brother or sister. Additionally, after the fifth-year O.W.L. exams, if students perform poorly, they may also hear similar tidings. The demand for auxiliary potions surges dramatically during the first month of the school year, as they facilitate these joyous announcements. However, William had yet to learn about such peculiar potions, and who could fathom the myriad of bizarre concoctions within the realm of wizardry? It seemed there existed potions for every conceivable purpose, even those intended for resurrection, as if there were no potion that could not be utilized in some manner. After swallowing the second sandwich, William's stomach was no longer in a state of urgent demand, allowing him finally to contemplate the quality of the sandwich he had consumed. The sandwich itself was rather unremarkable, yet the sausage within exuded a robust garlicky aroma, elevating it from merely edible to something more palatable. The accompanying soup, with its subtle hints of spice and acidity, proved exceptionally appetizing, compelling him to use half a slice of bread to savor the remnants of the broth. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, William contentedly stretched, marking the official commencement of his journey through Diagon Alley. Chapter 19. Gringotts. In the wand shop, Diagon Alley can almost be regarded as the financial epicenter of the British magical community. With the only magical bank in all of Britain, Gringotts, residing within its confines. However, Diagon Alley does not exude grandeur. The leaky cauldron, serving as its entrance, provides ample testament to this assertion. The financial model of the entire magical realm is rudimentary and crude, riddled with loopholes that even a university student versed in finance could exploit for significant gain within this network. Yet, simplicity does not equate to unsuitability. An imperfect system not only implies exploitable gaps, but also suggests that the means to navigate it are virtually limitless. William had encountered numerous economic offenders during his time in Azkaban, each believing themselves adept at uncovering systemic loopholes. The notion of cleverness? Non-existent. Due to the inadequacies of financial law, the duration of imprisonment during arrest is entirely a matter of whim. The Ministry of Magic dares to fleece its own, truly treating Azkaban as a mere monument of prestige? William vividly recalls a certain individual in the high-security prison who had successfully predicted monumental changes in the Far East through numerical divination, subsequently siphoning a substantial amount of Muggle money. However, when this individual attempted to convert his earnings into gold at Gringotts, the ministry confiscated his entire fortune under various charges, including violations of the secrecy law and disruption of the financial order, while sentencing him to 20 years in Azkaban as a cautionary tale for posterity. The inadequacy of laws is the ministry's greatest power, with everything meticulously delineated. How could the ministry contend with pure-blood families? Yet, William found no inclination to critique the situation. He merely gazed at the entrance of Gringotts, reminiscing about the inmates of Azkaban. The magnitude of the ministry's authority was beyond his influence, having spent so long in Azkaban. His once grand aspirations of unifying the ministry in a year or reforming the magical community in 2 were non-existent. While he still harbored ambitions for the future, they were no longer inflated. If memory serves, he had barely 30 galleons left in his bank account, but more crucial was the set of custom-made potion brewing equipment. Although acquiring a new set would not exceed 20 galleons, the time consumed in customization was substantial, and he lacked the requisite funds. Unfortunately, today appeared to be payday for many, as a lengthy queue formed outside Gringotts, with wizards carrying small bags of gold, engaging in animated conversation. To exacerbate matters, the goblins did not hasten their pace despite the busy workload. Only a handful were available to guide individuals to their personal underground vaults, while the small carts descending to the lower levels were filled with waiting patrons, with no sign of the bank reallocating staff to assist. After standing in line for what felt like an eternity without any sign of progress, William decided to abandon his plan to retrieve his belongings from Gringotts and directly proceeded to his second destination, Ollivander's wand shop. The Vault of Gringotts is more aptly referred to as a safe deposit box. Before William's incarceration, he had hastily stashed away all his significant possessions within its confines. However, with Gringotts bustling with activity, he found it necessary to visit the wand shop to discern the peculiar behavior of his disobedient wand. After searching the thoroughfare a couple of times, he finally stumbled upon the diminutive, dilapidated shop, its sign faded and worn. Initially, William had presumed it to be a defunct establishment, but upon closer inspection of the sign, he confirmed it was indeed the destination he sought. Ollivander, renowned for crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC, was a venerable institution with a commendable reputation. With a silent chuckle, William pushed open the shop's door. The interior was far from spacious, hardly befitting its millennia-old legacy. Nevertheless, apart from a solitary chair, there was little furniture, which lent an air of openness rather than confinement. Before him loomed a towering stack of boxes, reaching the ceiling, amidst which an elderly gentleman was busily engaged in his tasks. Beside him lay an empty box, identical to the ones that surrounded it. "New customer?" he inquired softly, lifting his gaze to meet William's. His attention inadvertently fell upon William's pocket, prompting William to instinctively guard his wallet. During his time in Azkaban, he had encountered numerous petty thieves, among them 9 Fingers, who had earned his moniker from the daily sacrifice of a digit, a consequence of his trade. Yet, the old man's eyes were not fixated on William's purse. Instead, they were drawn to the wand protruding partially from William's possession. "Ah, it's you. Sold 8 years ago, 12 inches, made of red willow. It possesses considerable power when wielded. It is rare for a young wizard to acquire their wand at the age of 9. This is not Japan, after all. Your name is William, is it not?" "Indeed, that is correct," William replied, astonished. The ability of the elderly gentleman to recall a wand sold 8 years prior demonstrated an extraordinary memory, one that even the most potent of magic would struggle to explain. It was akin to possessing the encyclopedic knowledge of 3,000 volumes. Yet this man managed not to forget even once a year. A remarkable feat. Has it encountered any issues? The old man inquired. "I believe so. For some reason, after my departure from Azkaban, it has become increasingly resistant." William confessed candidly, his apprehension about this walking repository discovering something from his wand evident. Although the connection to Azkaban seemed somewhat tenuous, it served as a plausible excuse. "Azkaban, you say?" Ollivander carefully extracted William's wand, caressing it as he meticulously wiped away the fingerprints and sweat. With a note of regret, he returned the wand to William. "Typically, a wizard's wand will accompany its master throughout their life, unless there is a significant shift in the master's will. Safeguard it well, Mr. William. You no longer require it to summon courage. A new wand will accompany you as a steadfast companion on your continued journey." William, without any hesitation, followed Ollivander's instructions diligently. For a wand maker capable of recognizing the owner of a wand sold 8 years prior, even the most eccentric utterances were worthy of adherence. He could likely recall the entire history of each wand in the room, from its inception to its preservation, with just a glance. This level of expertise truly approached the realm of the profound. No charlatan could possess such skill. Contemplating this, William inquired about the price of an empty box and, having spent 3 sickles, procured one. He meticulously polished the recalcitrant wand, carefully placed it within the box, secured it, and then tucked it away. Such craftsmanship deserved his utmost care. Even though the wand he intended to use was yet to materialize, he was already confident that, regardless of its strength or weakness, it would undoubtedly be the most suitable for him. Chapter 20. Wands and Magical Experiments. Each one crafted by Ollivander awaits the arrival of its destined owner, regrettably. Some owls fail to deliver letters in a timely manner. This phrase lingered in William's mind, though he could not recall its origin. Being someone who seldom watched films, it held little significance for him at the time, but as he experimented with the 18th wand, it unexpectedly surfaced in his thoughts. After a meticulous measuring process, more precise than that of a tailor, Ollivander descended from the wall with a collection of wands for William to try in succession. Although he found these procedures devoid of any magical essence, William dutifully complied, following Ollivander's instructions to wave the wands. The new wands were less resistant to his movements than the previous one. However, before William could attempt to cast a spell, Ollivander would swiftly reclaim the wand, sealing it away before presenting another from the next box. Upon receiving the 19th wand, William instinctively grasped it, only to find that the wood, which should have been cool to the touch, radiated warmth, almost a gentle heat, yet not painful. It felt akin to having a warm water bottle offered to his frostbitten hands in winter, making it difficult to relinquish. He gently loosened his grip, allowing the wand to slide a few inches, and it became astonishingly responsive, as though his arm had been extended. Silver stars cascaded from the tip of the wand, transforming into brilliant fireworks that painted the air with a mesmerizing display. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Ollivander applauded. 13 inches, cedarwood, unicorn hair. It has chosen you. I concur. William replied, his face lighting up with the happiest smile he had worn since entering the magical realm. The sensation he experienced felt akin to having the best of friends clasping his hand, dispelling the loneliness he had felt in his struggles. At that moment, he had no desire to decipher the significance of the materials. Even if offered a grand sum, he would not part with this wand. Were it not for his financial constraints hindering his last vestige of reason, he would gladly toss every coin he possessed in exchange for this singular wand. 11 galleons. There is a special price for your first wand as a new student, Mr. Ollivander informed him with a smile. This was far more affordable than he had anticipated. William restrained his urge to grasp a handful of gold and meticulously counted out 11 galleons to hand over, fully convinced that he stood before a true master. The precision and dedication with which Ollivander conducted his exclusive business stood in stark contrast to the losses faced by those in the wand-making trade, who ought to reflect on their practices. After bidding farewell to Mr. Ollivander once more, William departed the shop, clutching 2 wands. Though he had a multitude of tasks awaiting him, at that moment, all other concerns faded into the background. What he now requires is neither a haphazard collection of potion ingredients nor unfamiliar spells, and certainly not galleons or any other currency, but rather a tranquil room devoid of disturbances where he can familiarize himself with his very first wand, and subsequently employ this wand to practice the magic he has clandestinely studied for a considerable duration at Azkaban. The leaky cauldron. Though old Tom expressed mild bewilderment at William's failure to relish the fresh air of freedom post-release, merely informed him of the mealtime, uttering no further words. Should he miss the time, the complimentary meal would be replaced by the evening's paid offerings. After acknowledging Tom, William eagerly retreated to his room, securing the door behind him. While it was improbable for Tom's tavern to witness any sordid incidents, William instinctively took such precautions. Next, he swiftly cleared away the furniture and clutter from the floor, creating a modest yet adequate practice space. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, raised his wand, and unleashed the first spell of his life. Lumos. The newly acquired wand illuminated, casting a gentle glow that even the sunlight could not diminish. William sighed, collapsing onto the bed. If even the simplest of spells required careful practice, he feared he might become the most comical professor in the annals of Hogwarts. Should he be branded as incompetent and expelled from Hogwarts, he would likely find himself adrift elsewhere, and more than likely, perish from hunger due to insufficient skill. Next, the levitation charm. He focused intently, knowing that mispronunciation could summon a cowl. While such a notion might be a jest among students, he possessed the genuine magical capacity to conjure one. Moments later, the feather quill intended for his experiment floated gracefully into the air, a resounding success. Aguamini, successfully cast. Alohomora, successfully executed. As mealtime approached, William had successfully experimented with a dozen simple spells, each requiring no more than 3 attempts for success. These elementary incantations posed little challenge. Given his ample magical power, filled with joy from his achievements, he bounded down the stairs, prompting old Tom to call out several warnings about safety. When the dishes were served, Tom could not restrain himself from inquiring, "What is this, young William? Have you robbed Gringotts?" "Ah, having just emerged from that wretched place. I certainly did not intend to bestow accolades upon the hitters. Is it that a pureblood has set their sights on your visage, hoping to ease your toil? I wish. But purebloods only seek out their own kind, do they not?" William responded playfully, as he now shared his joy in jest. "Not necessarily. Purebloods come in more than just female forms. Be careful, or I might report you for adding spirits to your water." William feigned indignation. "Well, if that is the case, then this drink must be pure liquor, and that will cost you extra." Old Tom, unperturbed, smiled broadly and spread his hands. William, feigning generosity, produced a copper nut and said, take it, no need for change." The onlookers erupted into chuckles, and the tavern was filled with merriment. Old Tom, showing no reluctance, grasped the copper nut with evident satisfaction and waved it towards a group of drunken patrons before proudly departing. He was now certain that life in Azkaban had not cast a shadow over the young lad before him. William, too, displayed a triumphant grin to those around him. Striding to the bar and treating everyone present to a round of drinks, thereby expressing his elation, the atmosphere in the tavern grew increasingly lively. Chapter 21. The Letter and the Curse. The rhythmic tapping sound roused William from a deep slumber. Rubbing his face, he was on the verge of uttering a curse when he suddenly remembered that he was no longer in Azkaban, and such expressions of frustration were no longer necessary to assimilate into a group. Still drowsy, William ambled towards the source of the noise. A large brown owl stood outside the window, rhythmically pecking at the glass with its sturdy beak. Upon noticing William's awakening, the visitor ceased its actions, spread its wings, and emitted a sound akin to a coo. When the window was opened, this massive creature, almost unrecognizable as an owl, flew in and landed on the table, then began to rummage through the assorted clutter. Before long, a small iron box was unearthed and opened, revealing a portion of owl feed. With the number of owls nearly rivaling that of wizards, every inn provided a small box for convenience, but this particular visitor seemed quite at home. Without waiting for William's invitation, it began to eat, extending its leg toward him. Tied to its leg was a pale yellow letter, which William detached. He intended to say something, but the creature's presence interrupted his thoughts, compelling him to unfold the letter instead. In emerald ink, his address was inscribed, and the back bore an unbroken wax seal adorned with a crest. The large letter H, surrounded by 4 animal symbols, signified Hogwarts. It appeared to be an employment offer, though one devoid of any collectible value, he mused. At this moment, apart from the insane, few would desire to receive such a letter. Otherwise, why would Hogwarts have gone to Azkaban to seek him out? With a few deft movements, he broke the wax seal and extracted several sheets of parchment from within. The first page contained a letter. Dear Mr. Lee William, we are pleased to inform you that your application for employment has been approved by both the Hogwarts administration and the Ministry of Magic. Did I really write that thing? Your employment offer, along with allowances for work attire, relocation, living expenses, and transportation, are detailed in the following pages. The new term is scheduled to commence on September 1st, and you are required to submit your textbook needs and course schedule a month in advance, along with a report on classroom and course funding to the administration. We will notify students regarding the procurement of textbooks for the new academic year through a supplemental letter. Should there be any other inquiries, you may visit the Deputy Headmistress's office for consultation on Mondays or Wednesdays before August 1st. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The second page contained William's employment contract. Compared to those in the Muggle world, it was unremarkable. Save for the title inscribed on the document, Instructor of Defensive Magical Arts. The word seemed oddly misplaced to him, although the contract stated it was a lifetime position. William felt he was unlikely to receive a second-year salary. Following that are a myriad of trivial matters, including the list of textbooks selected by Professor Wren, the curriculum outlined from the Ministry of Magic, the scope of the OWL and nude examinations, employment considerations, a suggested clothing list, and a series of other items that are currently of no concern. At the conclusion of the letter is a substantial sum of money, the purpose of which remains unclear. Perhaps it serves as a life insurance of sorts. 300 galleons, and this is merely an advance. The salary is not mentioned in the correspondence, likely to be discussed in person upon arrival at the school. In any case, this professor has only 2 options: to go to Hogwarts or flee overseas. Should he dare to strike, the Ministry of Magic would promptly issue a warrant for his arrest. Is it truly this simple to become a professor? One would expect some semblance of ceremony, William mused internally as he perused the letter. Just then, the owl, having finished a box of owl treats, waddled over and began to nibble at his fingers. What is the matter? Not enough to eat? William asked with a smile. But the owl quickly returned to pecking at the appointment letter. Instinctively, he glanced again and noticed that the letter was composed of 2 tightly stacked sheets of parchment, with a signature line nestled between the seals of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts at the bottom. Reply? Very well. William picked up the quill from the table and signed his name with a flourish, not particularly elegant, but legible. He wrapped one copy of the appointment letter in an envelope and secured it to the owl's leg, watching as the visitor unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. You have been cursed, and a new treasure chest has been obtained. William was taken aback. How had he been cursed so suddenly? Could this wretched system not provide a manual? It seemed to intermittently introduce new features without warning. He hoped this time the card would be beneficial, ideally one that would directly dispel the curse. With such anticipation, William opened the treasure chest. On the purple wooden box, a gigantic eye suddenly opened, and a stream of purple mist flowed forth, coalescing in midair into 3 purple cards. Cursed, Maledictus Paralysis. You have been cursed by a malevolent and powerful foe. As this curse-bearer's magical strength recovers, You will encounter a series of misfortunes. These incidents will not immediately claim your life, but ultimately you will lose the ability to control your body. Duration, permanent, until the caster's demise. Cursed, maledictus memory loss. You have been cursed by a malevolent and powerful foe. As this curse-bearer's magical strength recovers, you will encounter a series of misfortunes. These incidents will not immediately claim your life, but ultimately you will lose all memories. Duration, permanent, until the caster's demise. Cursed, maledictus death. You have been cursed by a malevolent and powerful foe. As this curse-bearer's magical strength recovers, you will encounter a series of misfortunes. These incidents will not immediately claim your life, but ultimately you will succumb to the curse. Duration, permanent, until the caster's demise. Now, before William lay a dilemma akin to choosing between two unappetizing dishes, noodle soup or wonton soup, or perhaps, the choice was between curry-flavored excrement or excrement-flavored curry. After much deliberation, William, filled with indignation, ultimately chose the first option regarding the final card, which he could easily have disregarded. He swiftly accessed the warehouse to glean any further information about this card, hoping the system might provide additional insights. Had he known of these developments in advance, he would have preferred to serve his year-long sentence in Azkaban with decorum. However, since the gamble had already been lost, he now had to devise a means of remedying the situation. Complaining about fate would be futile. What was paramount at this juncture was to mitigate his losses. The affliction, known as the festering rot, was exceedingly difficult to eliminate, activating annually and nearly inescapable. Such a succinct phrase held no elaboration. The terms exceedingly difficult and nearly inescapable were ominous, yet it was the former that was most terrifying, as it had taken Dumbledore, the foremost white wizard, a decade to attempt its removal. Only one option remained. He must devise a way to escape the impending doom of the first year, even if evasion proved impossible. He needed to minimize the damage, perhaps to the extent of losing a leg, before succumbing to paralysis. He had to find a way to eliminate that Voldemort in the shortest time possible. Chapter 22. Determination and seclusion. Calm down. You can do this. Although the situation before you is complex, it is far more manageable than awakening in an unfamiliar prison. William controlled his breathing, desperately striving to regain his composure. He had initially devised a plan to leave Hogwarts, but it seemed that everything would need to be reconsidered. His understanding of the magical world was limited, and the scant knowledge he possessed pertained only to the general trajectory of Hogwarts in a future year. He could not yet pinpoint the exact time, but he vividly recalled that everything he knew would unfold when a boy named Harry Potter participated in the Triwizard Tournament. At that moment, the nameless individual who had cast the curse upon him would resurrect from the magical ritual. Undoubtedly, the curse he endured would become increasingly aggressive at that time. If he wished to avoid greater peril, it would be prudent to discover a means to restrain the curse or, ideally, eliminate the nameless individual beforehand. This meant he must remain at Hogwarts until the Triwizard Tournament commenced, rather than executing his original plan to orchestrate an accident at the end of the year, resulting in a few months in the hospital before successfully departing from Hogwarts. He hastily made his way to the lavatory, splashing cold water on his face to awaken his senses. Gazing into the mirror at his damp visage, he spoke to himself. You have already exerted considerable effort in this journey. The Dementors of Azkaban did not break you. The peculiar rules of the prison did not confound you. You endured in that sunless place for over half a year, not to emerge merely as fodder for curses. While he was not well versed in the Harry Potter films, that was no reason to surrender. He possessed the body of an adult in the magical realm, ample magical reserves to sustain himself, and foresight of a future year. He knew who would ultimately defeat that wretched being. He even had an inexplicably acquired system that should not incite fear. Instead, it was the one who cursed him that deserved his apprehension. He swiftly dried his face, suppressing his fear of the Dark Lord. William had never encountered that enigmatic figure, but in Azkaban, he had heard countless tales about those imprisoned in the depths of this penitentiary. Each inmate in the lighter cells trembled at the mention of those dark individuals, most of whom called themselves Death Eaters. After nearly a decade in the prison's depths, they still managed to maintain their mental stability under the pressure of the Dementors. Having dealt with the Dementors, William was acutely aware of the horror they represented, and those Death Eaters were merely followers of the Dark Lord. It was a challenging beginning, and though he had inadvertently escalated the difficulty to hellish levels, he could only press on, hoping for success. He offered a grim smile to the reflection staring back at him in the mirror. In the ensuing days, I regrettably found myself with little time to delve into potion making. Given my current proficiency, it seemed feasible to scrape by for half a year, but as time wore on, I feared I might become incapable of teaching even the students. Stepping out of the bathroom, my mood had shifted dramatically. I promptly began to sift through the attachments of the letter, searching for the textbooks selected by previous professors of defense against the dark arts. Matters of potions and earning income could be set aside for the moment. At present, my paramount objective was to procure all these textbooks and identify the most suitable materials for my studies from the selections made by those professors, ensuring I thoroughly absorbed the most appropriate texts before my forthcoming journey to Hogwarts. Having studied potions extensively, my fascination with magical creatures, and the vast history of magic, all these interests lay dormant at the bottom of the box. With Hogwarts in need of a professor for the defense against the dark arts, I resolved to prepare myself comprehensively for the role, aiming to perform it competently while averting any unforeseen incidents during my tenure. The following days were monotonous and dreary. I graciously declined 2 orders from Old Tom and arranged for my meals to be delivered from the leaky cauldron. Aside from the obligatory hour of exercise each day, I devoted all my time to familiarizing myself with the textbooks. For a full fortnight, I severed all ties with the outside world, wholly immersing myself in the solitude of my room. After skimming through the 20 books I had relocated, I meticulously read through the first and second year materials of the entire set. Fortunately, the magic from the lower years posed no significant challenge for an adult wizard, and the curriculum I had compelled the school to adopt for defense against the dark arts involved minimal magical learning, which alleviated some of my concerns. During this period, I received no correspondence from Hogwarts. Old Tom, upon my presentation of the appointment letter, expressed his understanding, and all remained tranquil. If one could consider any external communication, it was the proprietor of the bookstore who, during my studies, had sent the funds for all the books via owl, accompanied by a plethora of the latest publications on defense against the dark arts. Without exception, these were the most current editions, unavailable in second-hand form. Cursing the merchant silently, I relegated those new books to the depths of the box. I harbored no confidence in my ability to become a competent professor and contemplated merely replicating the lesson plans of my predecessor upon arrival at the school. Hogwarts would hardly object to such behavior, but I desired to linger a while longer. On the 17th day of my seclusion, a knock echoed through my room. "Little William, someone is looking for you." Old Tom's voice rang out from the doorway, brimming with suppressed joy. Had the bookstore owner come personally due to the lack of a reply? I was taken aback, immediately recalling the letter from a few days prior, when I had been so preoccupied that I hadn't even had the time to respond, allowing the owl to return empty. In the forthcoming lessons, it seems that selections must be made solely from the books he has purchased. He remains indifferent to the potential issues arising from the silence of those few books. Could it be that this individual is truly consumed by greed, insisting on handpicking his new textbooks for the curriculum? William initially contemplated informing Old Tom to refuse the man, yet after some reflection, he resolved to grant Old Tom the courtesy of clarity, thereby dissuading that proprietor altogether. Should he provoke William further, he would resort to using the most frequently published classic texts as course materials, curious to see how many copies he could sell this time. Chapter 23. The visit of Dumbledore books are not trifles, particularly textbooks. Even moderately specialized ones can leave you questioning if their pages are crafted from silver when you reach the checkout. William fully comprehended the merchant's arrival. Yet, given his current disposition, adhering to the established norms was sufficient. Selecting suitable textbooks for himself would only invite complications. He intended to convey this clearly to the proprietor, firmly stating that he had no intention of using newly released titles as course materials, regardless of the ongoing crisis. However, when he opened the door with a serious demeanor, he was taken aback by the presence behind it. A deep voice emerged from behind Old Tom. "Good afternoon, Mr. William. I apologize for my impromptu visit without prior notice, but the matter is rather urgent, and I believe a face-to-face discussion is necessary." Despite the urgency implied, the visitor's tone was not particularly anxious. His tall, slender figure allowed his face to become fully visible behind Old Tom, and the gentle smile upon his countenance made it difficult to imagine that this amiable elder was recognized as the most formidable figure in the magical realm. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. To be honest, I did not anticipate your visit just before opening the door." William struggled to restrain his eagerness. The generosity of the man before him was overwhelming. Thus far, William had drawn over 20 boxes from the system, but compared to the others, a single box endorsed by Albus Dumbledore could easily overshadow all the rest, while the other boxes were akin to a lottery draw. Dumbledore's box felt like selecting a prize after an extravagant gaming spree. Moreover, considering his experience of obtaining a second box from Monton, William was confident that he could secure at least one more box from Dumbledore, essentially equating to acquiring another card. This very consideration had driven him to decisively choose to spend 6 months at Hogwarts, although it now seemed that his decision had backfired, having already ventured down this path. He could not forsake the benefits of his initial choice. Perhaps this reflected a touch of stubbornness on the old fellow's part, as they often preferred to indulge their own whims. "By the way, won't you join me for a cup of hot chocolate?" William was about to say. But as he prepared to speak, old Tom, standing at the doorway, beamed at Dumbledore with enthusiasm. Of course, I have the finest hot chocolate, blended with a touch of white wine, my specialty. Old Tom eagerly gestured toward the room, inviting Dumbledore to sit. Please, make yourself comfortable. The hot chocolate will be ready shortly. Isn't it stated that your bar does not serve chocolate? William sighed softly, then called out to old Tom, who was hurrying downstairs, I would like a cup as well. Having settled this matter, he walked into the room, seated himself upon the bed, and left the sole chair for Dumbledore. The lighting was quite pleasant. And after glancing around the room, Dumbledore's gaze landed upon the pile of books strewn across the table. Beside the book lay a thick stack of notes pertaining to matters of life and death. William approached these tomes with the fervor of a university student preparing for finals. The meticulous preparation suggested that we had indeed made the wisest choice. I wager that even Minerva would be compelled to exclaim in admiration upon seeing these notes. Dumbledore's demeanor grew increasingly amiable, clearly appreciating a professor who took their duties with utmost seriousness. I, after all, had not undergone systematic training in these subjects. Although it might be somewhat late to supplement my knowledge, it is certainly better to make some preparations than none at all. William spoke half the truth. Setting aside his self-education during his time in Azkaban, he could almost be deemed to have received no formal magical education. His current diligence was not so much revision as it was self-directed study. Nonetheless, such a response greatly pleased Dumbledore. The class now known as Defensive Magic for Wizards, previously referred to as Dark Arts Defense, had a professor whose qualifications were not too distant from Azkaban. After all, one cannot adequately fulfill this role without a profound understanding of dark magic. A wizard of age capable of sustaining themselves in the magical realm, even if their prowess was somewhat lacking, could still manage to grasp the fundamentals of this course, especially given the curse that had thwarted professors from remaining at the school. Under such circumstances, a professor who was willing to earnestly dedicate themselves to teaching, coupled with a humble demeanor, could hardly elicit more satisfaction from Dumbledore, particularly in contrast to the newly employed professor. Thus, regarding the subject of dark arts, or rather, defensive magic for wizards, we received a new application from a wizard. Considering the absurdity of one individual managing 7 grades, footnote 1, we resolved to accept his application. A newcomer? William paused momentarily. Perhaps the earlier injuries the professors had endured led the school to underestimate the curse. Perhaps the Dark Lord's failure to resurrect had diminished its potency. However, William was acutely aware that this course was indeed a perilous pit. Whoever ventured into it would find themselves in trouble. I believe I am capable of fulfilling this role. Professor Dumbledore, William earnestly declared. Had the curse's potency diminished upon the entrance of a new professor, he might have hesitated before declining. Yet, given the current circumstances, there was no need to drag anyone into peril. I have every confidence in you, especially after reviewing the materials on the table, Dumbledore replied kindly. However, I have conferred with Professor McGonagall, and if other wizards are willing to attempt it, we shall not reject their applications for the sake of our students. The workload of 7 grades could overwhelm the young professor. And the curse? William inquired. This is no ordinary position. Professors have faced dire consequences due to it each year. In the past, we have explored every avenue to combat the curse. While we cannot erase it entirely, we have made every effort to mitigate the dangers. The new professor is equally aware of this situation. The curse is not an issue. You have encountered a curse, and with a bearer to share its burden. You have received a blessing box. There are no more excuses, nor is there a need for them, if he is not mistaken. At the very moment Dumbledore came to inform him, Professor McGonagall should be finalizing a contract with another candidate. Note, according to the widely accepted course schedule inferred from online discussions, the defense against the dark arts class is typically held at least once a week, lasting a considerable half-day. During these sessions, each grade attends in conjunction with 2 houses, necessitating half a day for each grade's instruction. Even though the 7th-year practical classes may be fewer, the 6th-year elective courses are not divided by house. Altogether, these classes require a full 3 days. This does not account for preparation time and the grading of assignments, which are equally time-consuming. Thus, considering all these factors, it appears that a professor of defense against the dark arts, spanning 7 grades, would practically require a time-turner to conduct lessons effectively, rendering it more demanding than a grueling 996 work schedule. Chapter 24. The bar does not serve hot chocolate. A verdant, vibrant box gradually opened in the void, revealing a shimmering card that leapt forth. The enchanter of blessings and curses, after the last curse utterly annihilated the victim and rebounded upon the caster. This curse fell into a peculiar state. The newly cursed individual confounds the name of the target, and once the next victim becomes the focus of this curse, it descends into complete chaos. Confusion, passive when the number of cursed individuals exceeds 2, the lethal effects are rendered ineffective, while the remaining effects are significantly diminished. Upon the demise of the first victim in this round of cursing, this card is destroyed. William feigned silence as he opened the box at once, and he was somewhat astonished to find that the information regarding the last curse was entirely different from what Dumbledore had informed him. The message he had received prior to his enrollment indicated that the most severely injured individual had been hospitalized for a year and a half. The fact that the newly appointed professor would not be cursed and that the curse's potency was considerably weakened were both favorable developments. However, he could not dismiss the information regarding the victim of the curse. Feigning silence, he lifted his gaze and casually inquired of Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, I would like to know who my predecessor was. There is much I am still unfamiliar with, and I wish to send an owl to him with some questions." Hoping he would not mind. Additionally, if possible, could you inform me how last year's professor met his demise? As a successor, it was entirely reasonable to consult a former professor, especially considering the life and death nature of the curse. He sought clarity on the matter, though not overly apparent. Dumbledore's expression shifted repeatedly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responded to William, "The professor from 2 years ago. I shall contact him once you arrive at Hogwarts to see if he is willing to connect with you. As for last year, I had intended to keep this matter confidential, as it would incite panic throughout the magical community. However, I believe we shall encounter that individual more frequently in the near future. I sense that you, William, will become our ally, and I can share this with you. But you must vow to keep it a secret." "Very well, I swear." William extended his hand, directing his wand towards it. Invoking an oath often required for the clandestine concoction of various illicit potions in the black market, a pale yellow beam flowed forth. And after a promise amounting to 3,000 galleons, William received the answers he sought. "Your predecessor was Professor Quirrell. Regrettably, he perished during his tenure. But it was not due to a curse. Rather, he placed his trust in the wrong individual and was killed by the very hand of the curse's liberator." "The liberator?" "Indeed, my former student, Voldemort. He was incensed that I did not hire him as the defense against the dark arts professor, and he cursed the position. Though I have dabbled in dark magic, I am not adept enough to dispel this curse." William glanced at the card labeled Dark Wizard Dumbledore in his bag, relinquishing any intention to interject. "Wait a moment, Professor Dumbledore. If I recall correctly, that Dark Lord was vanquished a decade ago. How could he possibly appear at Hogwarts and slay the former professor? I had predicted 10 years ago that he would inevitably return. He ensnared Professor Quirrell and infiltrated Hogwarts through him, ultimately defeating Quirrell and taking his life." As William reminisced about the scene of Voldemort's rebirth that he had witnessed, he came to the stark realization that Hogwarts was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. The Dark Lord, referred to as the Dark Mark by even the inmates of Azkaban, was not merely scheming to resurrect himself in secrecy. Rather, he had begun his assault on Hogwarts prior to his resurrection, ultimately succeeding in reclaiming his existence. Were it not for the curse that plagued him, William would likely have fled the country. At present, this is all I can divulge. Much of what I know is mere conjecture, and I am still in pursuit of evidence to substantiate it. I hope this information alleviates your doubts. The matter concerning Professor Quirrell cannot be disclosed to the outside world. I do not wish for you to feel deceived when you later learn the truth about him." Dumbledore spoke earnestly. "I shall," replied William. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, William found himself lost in thought for an unusually long time. The magnitude of the information he had just received was overwhelming. Upon reflection, he had merely inquired about the previous defense against the dark arts professor. Was it truly necessary for Dumbledore to invest such effort in a matter concerning a temporary professor? Despite the constraints of the oath, such unnecessary endeavors seemed unworthy of Dumbledore's considerable exertions. In dealings with others, there must be an underlying motive. From what he had gleaned from the inmates in Old Tom, Dumbledore did not possess a granddaughter or grandson of marriageable age. So the only conceivable reason for his interest could be the prophecy regarding the Dark Lord's return that Dumbledore had purportedly foreseen a decade ago. This lackluster speculation caused him to harbor a growing disdain for the notes he had prepared, yet he quickly adjusted his mindset. Given that he was already ensnared by that troublesome curse, he was determined to eliminate Voldemort. Even though the new card suggested a weakening of the curse's effects, he remained exceedingly cautious. What did it mean for the effects to be diminished? A lifetime confined to a wheelchair? Permanently losing an arm or leg to dark magic? Losing an ear or an eye? He had no intention of sacrificing these organs that he found quite functional merely because a certain individual known as the Dark Lord desired them. With these thoughts in mind, he abandoned any notion of rest, flipping to the bookmarked page in his book, and prepared paper and pen to continue his studies. Killing Voldemort was not merely idle talk. Although attempting to achieve this through reading seemed nearly impossible, knowledge would bring him closer to that enigmatic figure. With the aid of the system, the uncertain timing of the prophecy, and the strength of the first white wizard, he would vanquish the one known as Voldemort. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his room was rapped upon. Come in, the door is unlocked, William called out irritably towards the entrance. Without needing to inquire further, he was certain it was old Tom. Indeed, upon the opening of the door, the figure at whom William had pointed his wand was none other than old Tom, making his fourth visit since the curse had been discovered. Ever since that revelation, William's wand had been drawn at the first sign of intrusion. The assortment of refreshments on the table, hot chocolate, nuts, and an array of delicacies that seemed out of place in a bar had all been brought by old Tom, solely for the purpose of visiting Dumbledore. Ah, has Professor Dumbledore left? Yes, he has. If he hadn't, he might have burst. I mean, look at all these snacks in the bar. You really outdid yourself. Snacks? I nearly forgot about those. The rest is on me. But that cup of hot chocolate comes at a cost of 10 sickles. This establishment does not serve such fare. That belongs to another. William shot him a disbelieving glare. Chapter 25. Apparition requires a considerable amount of healing potions. Although William remained unaware of the identity of the wizard who had been cursed alongside him, it was evident that this individual had rendered him a significant favor, thanks to their assistance. William could momentarily extract himself from the rigors of his demanding studies to catch his breath, while the impending threat still loomed overhead. An additional layer of protection was undoubtedly reassuring. After estimating that he could manage to scrape through his first year, William decided to devote his energy to the spells that intrigued him the most. Apparition. Both its name and effects were undeniably impressive. As a form of magic permitted only to adult wizards, this spell allowed for seemingly unrestricted movement to a location within one's awareness. And the difficulty of mastering it was daunting. However, the rewards of this magic far surpassed those of other spells, making it exceptional for both travel and escape, with the only drawback being its formidable complexity. How long have you been an adult, yet you still cannot perform apparition? Old Tom, reluctantly pulled from his reverie by William, wore a face of disdain but had no intention of returning indoors. The pub at 2 in the afternoon was nearly deserted, a time when he often emerged to bask in the sun. Well, from here to there, that distance should suffice, he muttered, drawing a line in the empty space behind the bar with his foot. Keep a bit of distance from the trash can and the wall. I do not wish for my patrons to enter my establishment smelling of refuse. Then you might need to evict the purebloods, for I shall lodge a complaint based on your statement, William retorted, referencing a popular joke about Azkaban, where many purebloods were imprisoned. You harbor an excessive bias against purebloods. Lad, lineage does not determine a person's worth, old Tom replied lazily, conjuring a rocking chair to recline in. Yet, he soon added playfully, though Slytherins are an exception. Not many good folks graduate from there. The two shared a laugh, for there were 3 houses at Hogwarts, and Slytherin jokes perpetually thrived, especially within the bar. All right. Let us commence training, lad. There aren't many fresh faces in the pub today, though I doubt you'll manage even a split today. Focus, determination, and composure, the 3 essentials of apparition. Now spin around, lad. Old Tom leaned back, causing the rocking chair to sway. William stood behind the designated line, striving to clear his mind and fix his target on the opposite side. He spun, moving, and with a flourish, completed a full 360 degrees. Stealing a glance at old Tom, he noted that the man was not watching, so he took a step back, pretending nothing had occurred. Set your target, clear your mind. Concentrate, and try again. With increased vigor, William spun once more, but after 2 rotations, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Ha ha, William. Do you intend to turn your clothes into a split form? Old Tom laughed heartily, causing the rocking chair to rock violently, even shifting from its original position. Cut it out. William stood up and returned to the marked spot, then proceeded to execute the action once more according to the guidelines. To his astonishment, he felt as though he had been squeezed into an exceedingly confined space, only to be propelled through a tube, and suddenly, the wall appeared to materialize before him as if it had been shifted by an unseen force. It was as if he had experienced a sudden frame drop, teleporting from one location to another. Yet this was not merely a frame drop, but a genuine disapparition. Had he succeeded so swiftly? Old Tom exclaimed in wonder. Although mastering disapparition is not overly challenging for the adept, achieving it in such a brief span was indeed unexpected. During his time at Hogwarts, many students required at least 2 full lessons to grasp even the shortest distances of this magical art. However, considering that he was destined to become a professor at Hogwarts, a slightly quicker grasp of the concept was hardly remarkable. Now, the next step was not merely to practice until he became accustomed to the sensation of success. Once he had honed his skills in short-distance travel, he could attempt longer journeys, thereby saving a considerable amount on night bus fares. As old Tom rambled on about this, he made his way toward the pub. I'll go fetch the flux weed. You continue practicing. I thought it would take you at least until tomorrow to reach this level. William stood there, momentarily stunned, The joy of mastering disapparition ahead of schedule had evaporated. How reckless had he been? What audacity had compelled him to experiment with such perilous new magic, especially while still burdened by a disability curse? If he had accidentally severed a limb during his attempt, Old Tom would return only to find that the shop stock had expired. He could very well become the professor afflicted by the curse at the swiftest rate. Losing an arm or a leg might be bearable, but if he were to lose his neck, or worse, have all limbs below his eyebrows severed, then the situation would indeed be dire. Even the most resilient wizard cannot afford to be so reckless, particularly in light of the curse's presence, which could turn unlikely misfortunes into likely calamities. Thus, when Old Tom returned, he found William approaching him eagerly. "Old Tom, did you manage to procure the fluxweed?" "Of course. Although I don't often engage in brawls here, how could a pub not stock fluxweed? Besides, the apothecary is so close. Even if I hadn't purchased any, they would have brought some along. Indeed, once alcohol is involved, incidents of bleeding tend to increase, so fluxweed, a potion for staunching wounds, is certainly indispensable." "But it hasn't expired, has it?" William inquired cautiously. "How could it? It was just used last month and worked splendidly," Old Tom assured him. "Is there enough?" "Plenty for you to sever limbs 7 or 8 times. Is the management at Azkaban really that stringent?" No, I'm just starting. However, just to be cautious, I wanted to ask." "You needn't." Old Tom drew his wand, making a gesture as if to duel. William obediently fell silent, stepped to the marked line, and concentrated fully, fearful of the possibility of losing a limb, perhaps due to the heightened focus. The incident of separation did not occur during the hour-long practice session. His proficiency in apparition was steadily improving. In the end, Old Tom even believed that William could attempt a slightly more ambitious apparition, but this suggestion was met with William's resolute refusal. He intended to gather an assortment of healing products, such as white fresh and bone essence, to carry with him. As a former practitioner in the potion industry, he even contemplated concocting several particularly effective illicit potions, knowing that some of the ingredients were indeed prohibited. However, William was well aware of where to procure these rare commodities. Chapter 26. The Joke of Release. "Old Tom, are you back there?" A voice, heavy and almost oppressive, resonated from the front of the bar, followed by the sight of a figure nearly 4 meters tall striding through the back door. In the presence of this newcomer, the relatively short Old Tom appeared akin to a primary school student, and William found himself no better off in comparison to this towering individual. The term giant flitted through William's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Giants, unprotected by wizards, could not possibly exist within the normal wizarding society. Some in the magical community took pleasure in hunting dragons or giants, and only a few resided within Azkaban. In contrast to giants, it was more plausible that this stranger had encountered some perilous dark magic or curse. With this realization, William felt a sense of ease. If this person knew Old Tom, it was evident that there would be no conflict, and thus, this immense stature should not serve as a harbinger of danger. "Hagrid, why are you here so early today?" Old Tom greeted the towering figure with genuine warmth, and this name instantly triggered recognition for William. Initially, the height of the visitor had made it difficult for William to discern his face, but now, with Old Tom's mention, he struggled to identify familiar features within the stranger's shaggy visage. Well, all previous conjectures were nullified. Indeed, the newcomer was a giant, albeit a half-blood giant, a hybrid of human and giant lineage. Although William recalled having encountered similar topics before, it was evidently not the time for scholarly pursuits. Before he could formulate a greeting, he was startled by Hagrid's friendly gesture. The half-blood giant bent down, placing a hand, 4 times the size of an average person's, gently upon Old Tom's shoulder, causing William to swear he saw Old Tom's legs quivering. "I'm off to Diagon Alley to find some hair conditioner. The centaurs have commissioned me. They're soon hosting a feast, and a few lads feel their tails like a certain flair." Indeed, one could see why such an individual, capable of nurturing explosive tail snails, would maintain a good rapport with centaurs. The inmate would surely be envious upon hearing this. "Shall we have a drink then?" Old Tom straightened his posture. "Not yet. I'll purchase what I need first. I must find that conditioner. I was besieged with complaints from those lads for 3 days after I forgot last time." "That sounds prudent. By the way, allow me to introduce someone. This individual may be your future colleague, as he will also serve Hogwarts over the coming year." "Oh, a new professor?" Hagrid glanced at William and extended his hand. "I am Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." William looked at the enormous hand before summoning his resolve to shake it. "Lee William, not yet in office, but I will be the professor of defensive magic for wizards." As Hagrid gently shook William's hand, the latter couldn't help but feel like a primary school student once more, while Hagrid scratched his head with his other hand. "Ah, the art of self-defense for wizards brings to mind a remark made by Dumbledore. I remember you," he said. and I believe you may be the finest professor this course has seen in the past 5 years. Such lofty praise. William mused that if he managed to survive the first year, the likelihood of dismissal would be nearly non-existent. Of course, this was also due to the school's probable inability to find a new instructor. Before William could utter a word of modesty, Hagrid had already resumed his train of thought. Dumbledore declared you the best professor, so without a doubt, you are indeed the finest. I must procure some potions. When I return, we shall indulge in a few drinks. Before William had the chance to express his agreement or refusal, Hagrid had already taken several strides towards the entrance of Diagon Alley, turning back to wave at them before plunging into the bustling street. He always had that impetuous nature. But he was not ill-hearted. One would come to realize this with time. I concur with the first part of your statement, but allow me to ponder the latter. As the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is indeed a precarious one. William hesitated momentarily before correctly stating the current name of the course. Yet he would never voluntarily mention its original title. Well, I sincerely hope you can endure for a while. Being a professor at Hogwarts is a commendable occupation. There are few professions that would accept wizards emerging from Azkaban, and I do not wish to see you resorting to smuggling again. Fear not, even if all else fails. I can always trade potions to sustain myself. William waved a hand dismissively, preparing to retreat to his chamber. The time for relaxation was drawing to a close. He ought to return to his studies. However, old Tom seized him directly. You've had ample time for reading. Today you finally mastered apparition. You deserve a proper break. Why not roam Diagon Alley? If you truly seek to unwind, the alley adjacent to Nocturne is a splendid destination. Old Tom wore a mischievous expression. Yet his resolve to deter William was unwavering. This prompted William to abandon his plans to return to his room. A balance between work and leisure was not a bad idea, and if he continued in this vein, he might very well exhaust himself. Seizing this opportunity, it would also be wise to commission a formal attire. Although formal wear was merely suggested, William felt he ought to partake in some festivities at Hogwarts. It was essential to embrace local customs. Furthermore, acquiring a more serious robe was also of great necessity, as youthful visage was suitable for dealing with younger students. But among the older students, it would indeed be somewhat incongruous. Lacking any prior experience at Hogwarts, he could only draw references from typical high school students of a similar age. The span from 11 to 17 or 18 was indeed considerable, and navigating the whims of mischievous, rebellious, and pretentious adolescents could prove quite troublesome. Upon unlocking the entrance to Diagon Alley with his wand, William found himself overwhelmed. He had been so engrossed in his studies that he had not considered this earlier. Now, upon reflection, managing these students would not be any less daunting than contending with the curses. Both tasks were equally perilous. Why, in the name of all that is good, would I rush to escape? Perhaps it would be wiser to simply accompany the Dementors. In comparison to them, I would much prefer to handle these significant troubles. The mere thought of Dementors sent a shiver down William's spine. In comparison to those wretched beings, the challenges he faced at present seemed trivial, at least here. He could still glimpse a flicker of hope. In the company of Dementors, even if only for the brief moments they fed, a normal wizard would find himself bereft of all joy and aspiration. One could only hope that teaching would not prove overly arduous, otherwise. On the day of my scheduled release, I would surely regale all my students with that particular jest. William shook his head, dispelling the memories that haunted him. And as he contemplated that prison joke, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Chapter 27. Every encounter is a reunion. Even if you do not wish to see me, Diagon Alley is a splendid locale, despite its antiquated appearance. It stands as the pinnacle of the magical world, welcoming an endless stream of visitors each day, from country witches and reclusive wizards to expelled Hogwarts students and foreign sorcerers. The eclectic mix of individuals brings both immense wealth and countless troubles to this bustling street. At this moment, chaos ensues. A brawl has erupted. The crowd converges towards the source of the commotion, and William is no exception. While fights are commonplace in Azkaban, this is the first time he has witnessed such a spectacle on the streets since entering the magical realm. Following the footsteps of a tall, slender wizard clad in blue robes, William turns a corner to find a gathering crowd. It is just before 3 in the afternoon, the peak time for street activity. And with few customers, shopkeepers have abandoned their businesses to witness the fray. Perhaps due to the absence of wands, no one has intervened. Instead, onlookers simply gawk at the impending clash. Utilizing his slightly greater height, William surveys the scene. The two combatants, adorned in wizarding robes, are engaged in a heated exchange. With one, a white-haired wizard, gesticulating in an attempt to explain, while the shorter, more menacing figure, sporting a long beard, gestures animatedly, his curses painting the air in exasperated loops, rendering him quite comical. At their feet lies an open magazine, discarded on the ground, and the bearded man intermittently points at it, as if some content within has deeply offended him. Arriving a tad late, William can only glean the gist of the dispute. As the crowd's chatter muddles the details, after some time, he pieces together that the bearded man is aggrieved by something exposed in the magazine, leading him to confront the editor, whom he happens to spot in the crowd. It is hardly surprising that a sensationalist publication's editor would find themselves on the receiving end of such ire. Having discerned the cause of the altercation, William resolves to depart. He has pressing matters to attend to, and while a brief delay may be excusable, wasting too much time on a trivial fight would be utterly unjustifiable. With this in mind, he casts one last glance at the two adversaries before his eyes land on the bearded man's face. That beard, it seems, is Askew. William fixates on the individual, and upon confirming the disarray of the beard, his imagination conjures an image of the man sans facial hair. Such a disguise is likely that of a wanted criminal. The bounty on his head could amount to 100 galleons. A reward not to be overlooked. The face begins to ring a bell, and within half a minute, William recognizes the voice and connects it to a notorious con artist, a rogue who had swindled the entire cell upon his release, leaving William with significant losses. Upon this realization, William swiftly drew his wand, and before the bystanders could react, the incantation had already been cast. Petrificus totalis. The spell surged through the crowd, striking the pompous charlatan with precision. He became utterly rigid, desperately reaching for his wand, but before his fingers could grasp it, the formidable binding spell had rendered him entirely immobile. After a brief, futile struggle, the bearded swindler collapsed to the ground with a thud. The surrounding wizards, almost instinctively, drew their wands, pointing them toward the source of the incantation. "Everyone, relax. I've merely encountered an old acquaintance," William said with a smile, spreading his hands to indicate he had no intention of further aggression. He then stepped into the narrow path created by the crowd. After swiftly confiscating the charlatan's wand, William fixed his gaze upon the swindler's face. The man's eyes darted frantically, revealing a look of despair as he evidently recognized William. "Ah, you remember me, old friend?" William teased, adopting a playful tone as he reached out to tug at the swindler's beard. To prevent any exposure, the illusory beard, unenchanted, was easily pulled away, making it clear to the onlookers who he was. This feud would not be easily forgotten. Finite incantum. With a flick of his wand, William effortlessly lifted the enchantment from the upper part of the swindler's body, allowing him to speak while he commenced his search through the charlatan's garments. Before long, he discovered a substantial bag of galleons. Tossing it lightly in his hand, he estimated it contained around 70 or 80 coins. "You didn't spend it all at once?" "Ah, long time no see, old companion. Last time you vanished without a word, and now you've grown a beard? Hey, William, it's been a while." "I thought a beard would make me appear more trustworthy," the swindler replied, forcing a smile. Both men were keen to avoid disclosing the Azkaban incident in such a public setting. Money could be earned again, but revealing the truth about Azkaban would mean a long wait before they could profit again. "It seems you've been quite prosperous lately, brother." "Indeed. I'm a bit short on funds today. Consider this a drink on me. I have matters to attend to, so let us not make a scene. Next time, I'll treat you properly," the swindler replied, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Although he feared William the least, he had no choice but to acquiesce to an unexpected ambush today. While his dealings remained largely within the gray market, the exposure of stealing from a fellow inmate would lead to collective ostracism from his associates. "Much appreciated, brother." William cheerfully stowed the coin pouch away, then placed the wand in a location that would be difficult for the swindler to reach before lifting the enchantment entirely. With that, their debts were settled. What happened to the other inmates was no longer his concern. The swindler, not daring to retaliate, quickly gathered his belongings and slipped away into a nearby alley. The onlookers, having lost interest in the commotion, gradually dispersed. Seizing this opportunity, William deftly blended into the crowd, intent on making his way toward his objective. After only a few steps, he realized he was being scrutinized by a man he had just encountered. "My apologies for the spectacle. I am Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of the magazine that often takes a contrarian stance. I appreciate your assistance in extricating me from that situation." "Oh, it's nothing of great concern. That fellow owes me a sum of money and has been evading me. This chance encounter serves as an opportunity to settle the debt." William waved his hand dismissively, although he was reluctant to engage with the editor of an entertainment magazine. He understood the potential complications that could arise from such an interaction. Chapter 28. What a coincidence, though William could candidly share with old Tom about his trip to Azkaban. It did not imply that everyone was indifferent to the matter. He felt a tinge of regret for having frightened that bus driver with tales of Azkaban. His exuberance upon release had perhaps clouded his judgment. Thus, the magazine editor was someone William genuinely wished to avoid. However, the editor had other intentions. The system promptly sent him 2 notifications. "You have gained the recognition of a magical creature. Earning treasure chest X1. You have gained a deeper recognition from a magical creature. earning treasure chest X1. If William's conjecture was correct, it was likely that this individual had generously bestowed upon him 2 favor boxes in one go. Fortunately, despite the editor's sincere gratitude, he graciously took his leave upon learning of William's pressing matters. On his way to Madame Malkin's robe shop, William casually opened the chests. Decryptor Xenophilius, SR, ancient secrets lie buried within fairy tales, and only the most transcendent can discern the truth from the narratives. Skill, insight. Tear this card to have a high probability of uncovering truths obscured by history from the myths and stories you read over the next 24 hours. With the activation probability linked to your knowledge. True reporter Xenophilius, SR, when the world is enmeshed in deceit, there will always be those who rise to unveil the truth, a noble endeavor. Skill, revelation. Tear this card to obliterate all disguising magic and traps in your vicinity, with the area of effect dependent on your magical prowess. Traitor Xenophilius, R, a father, disoriented after his daughter's misfortune, acts out of understandable turmoil. Yet forgiveness remains elusive. Skill, persuasion. Tear this card, and for the next hour, your attempts at persuasion are likely to fail, inciting an immediate uproar. The triggering probability tied to your willingness to persuade. After much deliberation, William reluctantly relinquished the theoretically most beneficial first card in favor of the assured success offered by the true reporter. The allure of treasure hunting was tempting, with extensive reading. He could potentially reap multiplied rewards, but his current predicament left no room for such delayed gratification. The second treasure chest proved less fruitful, seemingly reversing the order of acquisition. It yielded a duplicate of the trader card and a familiar meal voucher. Meal voucher. This can be used to offset the cost of one card usage. As for the third card, it was another related to the editorial profession of Xenophilius. Editor Xenophilius, R, a renowned editor known for contrarian views, always striving to concoct a sensational story. Skill, news. Tear this card to garner sufficient inspiration to refine the details of a fabricated tale. The more authentic the story, the more intricate the details. Having decisively chosen the meal voucher, William began to grasp the character of Mr. Xenophilius. Though this reporter would eventually emerge to unveil a significant news story, it did not detract from his current role of crafting sensationalized narratives for his magazine. William was certain that the item was hardly superior to the sensationalized pamphlets sold at street stalls. Apart from the name and location, everything else was likely fabricated. However, the cards proved to be quite beneficial, whether it was the meal vouchers or the authentic reporter card, both of which offered William considerable assistance. Although he was perplexed by the sudden gratitude from the other party, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, gratitude could hardly lead to significant trouble, while resentment might have warranted caution for potential retaliation. Yet, upon arriving at Madame Malkin's shop, he realized he was completely mistaken. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a remarkably familiar face. Just 15 minutes prior, they had said their farewells. A rather forced smile crept onto William's face, and he felt an immediate urge to turn and leave. However, the shopkeeper, clad in a purple robe, was clearly intent on not letting him escape. As William entered, she greeted him with a warm and inviting smile. "Are you here to order some garments? We have an ample selection of ready-made robes, but if you prefer, we can certainly arrange for a custom outfit," she said, obliterating the excuse William had meticulously prepared. He had intended to say he was in a hurry because he had already ordered clothing. Had he spoken more swiftly, it was likely the proprietor would have assisted him in crafting a suitable cover. After all, there were no unkind proprietors on this street. But now it was too late. The two customers who had been in the shop turned at Madame Malkin's words. The tall, slender wizard with graying hair was none other than Mr. Xenophilius, who had just bid William farewell. This was undeniably awkward. They had exchanged goodnights only moments ago, yet fate had intertwined their paths once more. William silently observed Mr. Xenophilius, hoping that the adult would adeptly navigate this social predicament with his years of professional experience and life wisdom. William, feeling the situation was beyond redemption, resolved to abandon all pretense. To his surprise, Mr. Xenophilius also wore an expression of peculiar embarrassment. This simply would not do. William urged him with his gaze to adopt the storytelling flair he was known for. After a prolonged moment of silence, Mr. Xenophilius finally managed to utter, "Ah, the weather is quite warm today." "Indeed, indeed." William seized the opportunity. "What a coincidence to encounter you at Madame Malkin's shop this morning. I wondered if I might run into someone I knew while shopping, and lo and behold, in such a renowned place as Diagon Alley, how could one not encounter acquaintances?" "Quite so. What a stroke of luck indeed," Mr. Xenophilius replied, as they both awkwardly navigated the conversation. William then turned his attention to the other customer, suspecting that this peculiar individual might be the reason behind Mr. Xenophilius's odd demeanor. She was a little girl with wild, unkempt hair, filthy and cascading down to her waist. Her hair color was a shade deeper than Mr. Xenophilius's, yet their facial features bore a striking resemblance. If all was in order, she must be Mr. Xenophilius's daughter. Undoubtedly. The father wished to shield his daughter from the knowledge of his involvement in a brawl, thus he chose to tactfully omit any mention of William's situation. Mr. Xenophilius. Your daughter? Yes, indeed. She is 11 this year and will be attending Hogwarts. I brought her here today to have her school robes tailored, which is quite splendid. However, they are not as fitted as one would hope, and I must prepare a few larger sizes as well. You know how rapidly children grow at this age. Yes. I recall you mentioning that last time. What a memory I have. When the moment arises, I seem to forget everything. What was her name again? Luna Lovegood. Chapter 29. Second-hand books are hidden treasures. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, Xenophilius swiftly took the child away. In another time and place, he might have engaged in a lengthy conversation with William, but not now. No father wishes to present a disheveled image before his daughter, especially not when nearly embroiled in a street altercation. The incident had only recently transpired, and he was not particularly well acquainted with William. What if the truth were to surface? As a single parent, he could not allow his noble persona to shatter in the eyes of his daughter. William, on his end, was equally troubled by how to evade the persistent paparazzo, and thus they reached a mutual understanding. Their parting marked by a nonchalant demeanor akin to that of individuals who had engaged in a fleeting online romance. Mrs. Moken, perceptive as she was, likely sensed something amiss. Yet this astute lady refrained from posing any inquiries and began taking measurements for William's attire. Before long, all measurements had been completed, as William was not in a hurry. He opted to wait a few days for the custom piece, as the price difference was negligible. Although Mrs. Moken's garments were touted as handcrafted, they were, in reality, assembled by enchantments akin to those utilized by unpaid magical assistants. Considering that upon his return he would likely be subjected to an interminable lecture by old Tom, William abandoned his intention of returning to the tavern and instead made his way toward the renowned second-hand bookstore in the vicinity. At present, he was not particularly short on funds, having received an unexpected income that day. However, the reputable Lycan bookstore was far too conventional. It was unlikely they would stock any tomes on dark magic, and even the books spoken of by prisoners in their cells were discreetly withheld from new patrons. Thus, relying on that establishment for useful literature seemed exceedingly futile. Navigating through the most desirable streets and rounding a few corners, he arrived at a cluster of dilapidated shops. The second-hand stores. Here, one could find an eclectic assortment of second-hand books, clothing, cauldrons, and flying brooms. Indeed, there was nothing one could imagine that could not be found here, save for shared girlfriends, as the Ministry of Magic forbade such practices from being overtly available. The division among these shops was rather loose, with business operations intertwining. However, the proprietors maintained amicable relations. William made his way directly to the shop boasting the largest selection of old books. While he did not dismiss the possibility of stumbling upon some magical artifacts in the other stores, he knew well enough that such serendipity was unlikely. "Welcome," croaked a voice from a copper box. The proprietor, struggling to rise from a rocking chair, appeared bleary-eyed as he regarded William. "Good afternoon," he said, covering his mouth as he stifled a yawn. "Feel free to look around. Novels and stories are at 3 galleons, history books at 4. Used textbooks and magic tomes at 5, and particularly old ones can be acquired for 4. The owner gestured towards the books within, providing a rough estimate before reclining back into his chair, eyes fluttering shut once more. "May I see the unselected books?" William inquired. "Certainly. That pile in the back is available. However, should you wish to purchase, each one is priced at 4 galleons, regardless of any price tags." "Very well. Then you may rest for now," William replied. William cautiously maneuvered around the books strewn across the floor near the front bookshelves, making his way to the back. It was only in recent days, while taking notes from various books, that he became aware of the existence of second-hand bookstores. Otherwise, the proprietor of Lihung Bookstore would not have secured a single word from him. Although, in truth, he had not actually paid for anything. Second-hand books often contained undiscovered treasures. As with a meticulous selection, one could find nearly pristine volumes. If fortune favored him, he might even stumble upon volumes annotated by passionate readers, evoking the thrill of unearthing hidden gems. However, today, William did not intend to engage in such a treasure hunt. Rather, he sought to peruse some less-than-legal tomes. In comparison to the notes of academically gifted students, those books, which had made their way to the store due to unfortunate circumstances, held a far greater allure. Particularly during the chaotic upheaval of the magical world over a decade ago, individuals, in a frenzy of self-preservation, had released many items that ought to have remained concealed in the era of peace. For instance, William had previously encountered a militia manual, a publication that seemed unimaginable in times of tranquility. Nevertheless, seeking such books now proved rather impractical, as too much time had elapsed. William merely hoped to uncover something overlooked. Casting a protective charm upon himself, he nonchalantly used a pile of seemingly worthless books as a makeshift seat. One hand clearing the space with his wand while the other rummaged through the volumes, diligently searching. It was evident that the bookstore owner had not properly organized his inventory in quite some time. Although the books were safeguarded by magic against rodents and pests, they had accumulated a thick layer of dust. After selecting a few newly acquired textbooks, the remainder of the recently acquired volumes had likely been left untouched. After all, organizing such a collection without the aid of magic was indeed laborious. Observing the haphazard stacks of books, one would not doubt that some of these were indeed relics from a decade past. Considering this, William abandoned the immediate pile and began to search for the oldest volumes based on the thickness of the dust. Yet, it was apparent that he was not the only astute individual in the magical community, for amidst the dusty heaps, he unexpectedly discovered books published merely 2 years prior. After a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to gather a collection of older publications, settling down to examine them without a thought to brush off the dust clinging to him. The vintage illustrations had yellowed with age. The Great Dark Lord Grindelwald? This book was certainly antiquated. Times had changed, and the mantle of the Dark Lord had passed on. Ancient enchanting architecture? This volume piqued his interest. A cursory glance revealed it contained numerous insights into ancient magical mechanisms, which he surmised would prove beneficial in the future, so he set it aside. The use of magical creatures? Use? Not for consumption? Emboldened by his protective charm, William carelessly turned the pages, disregarding the dust, only to toss the book aside in disbelief. How did this shabby volume pass inspection? He flipped through it, noting the absence of pricing or cataloging, likely a relic from a once noble bloodline that had fallen into disrepair. Defensive Arts Against Dark Magic? This is an outdated version. William flipped through it but found no notes, however. He did discover that a significant portion of the mentioned coping strategies appears to have been classified as dark magic in modern times, which he considered an expansion of knowledge. Gritting his teeth, he set it aside with the pile he intended to take. My earlier life? An adventure journal, perhaps? William noted that the book was interspersed with a plethora of illustrations. The earlier sections seemed relatively normal, but the subsequent narratives grew increasingly absurd. Given the cost of 4 galleons, he decided to place the book aside. As he rummaged through the collection, time slipped away far more swiftly than William had anticipated. Especially for those books he had not taken with him, yet found it difficult to part with, compelling him to turn a few more pages. After much deliberation and weighing economic factors, he ultimately abandoned a few volumes. By the time he emerged from the rear, clutching several books, the daylight had begun to wane. Chapter 30. Hagrid and the Unicorn Hair worth 10 galleons, such a considerable amount? The proprietor's tone conveyed astonishment. A few of the volumes were indeed rather tangled in complexity. The owner proposed a bargain, 3 galleons each, and I shall take them all. Otherwise, I might have to reluctantly return 2. 3 galleons is out of the question. Yet I can extend a slight concession. The owner smiled at William, his expression radiating generosity. If you purchase all these, I shall gift you 2 additional books that I was loath to part with during your selection. Choose 2 more, and they are yours. William inhaled sharply. Merlin's socks. Heaven knows the effort he had just expended to forego those few books. Now, to select 2 more from among them would surely cost him dearly. Nonetheless, he dashed back inside, swiftly grasping 3 essential tomes from his remaining choices. If he had the chance, he would acquire them all. Upon William's return, the bookseller wore a knowing smile. That will amount to a total of 44 galleons, a substantial sum indeed. As William counted out the coins, he could almost hear the anguished cries of his wallet. Just as he prepared to turn away, the shopkeeper called out to him. Young man, do not be in such haste. I have a small token for you. The proprietor tapped the bricks beneath the rocking chair with his wand, reaching inside to extract a paper bag, which he handed to William. Take this. It is not for sale in the shop, merely a gift for our occasional patrons. The bag felt heavy. If it did not contain bricks, it must hold 3 books. The owner flashed William a conspiratorial glance before resuming his gentle rocking in the chair. Stowing the bag close, William utilized the rope he had requested from the proprietor to bind his newly acquired books. With a flick of his wand, the volumes levitated before him, and he grasped the rope as one would a balloon, waving goodbye to the shopkeeper before striding toward the tavern. The entire afternoon had slipped away under the pretense of a casual outing, yet here he was, having spent hours perusing various tomes. Although he had unearthed some useful volumes, both time and money had been squandered significantly. He hoped old Tom would be pacified for a few days, refraining from urging him to venture out daily. William understood that Tom's insistence stemmed from a fear of him being cooped up, akin to a prisoner. However, he found it difficult to share his current feelings with anyone. setting aside the confidentiality agreement signed with Hogwarts, even if William were to inform Tom of the dangers lurking at Hogwarts. The latter would likely wish for him to embrace the magical world even after suffering the loss of a limb. After all, losing an arm or a leg was hardly a grave matter in the realm of magic, even if he were to lose a limb, with William's current proficiency. As long as the wound remained uncontaminated by dark magic or other malign influences, he believed he could concoct an appropriate potion within a week to ensure complete regrowth of those lost appendages. This is also the reason why William is so determined to enter the realm of magic. The phrase "once the vast sea has been crossed, no other water can satisfy" resonates deeply with him. While Muggle technology in the 1990s was commendable, even 3 decades later, it still falls short in numerous aspects of imagination. Take the simplest desire for immortality, for example. Throughout history, countless Muggles have yearned for eternal life, but as a self-sustaining potion master. William is acutely aware of the ultimate achievements of alchemy and potion-making, the Philosopher's Stone. With the Philosopher's Stone and a unique potion, one can concoct a genuine elixir of immortality, and indeed, there are those who have created such stones and lived for centuries, truly astonishing. One of William's greatest admirations is for the ancient Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who perished in his pursuit of eternal life. Hence, after perusing numerous arguments regarding the merits of immortality, William ultimately judged them by the author's credentials. Did the authors possess the greatness of Qin Shi Huang? Certainly not. So, he concluded that immortality must hold considerable value. As for the loneliness it might bring, he decided to postpone that concern until he achieved eternal life. Lost in these thoughts, William returned to the Leaky Cauldron. At that moment, Old Tom's pub was already bustling with patrons, and the kitchen had long since run out of his food, leaving him to wait for the late-night snacks like the other drunken souls. "You went out for a stroll only to end up at the bookstore, didn't you?" Old Tom grumbled from behind the bar, eyeing the stack of books that resembled a balloon. William simply chuckled and hurried up the stairs. After placing his books down and hiding the paper bag in his arms, William locked the door and descended to find a spot at the bar. He had spent the afternoon engrossed in reading, and while he had initially concentrated well, time had passed, and now he was parched. He ordered 2 pints of beer, downing half of one before beginning to sip slowly. "William, it's been days since I last saw you. What brings you here to drink today?" asked a wizard whose name William could not recall. This familiar face often engaged him in trivial conversations when he lost track of time while reading and came in for late-night snacks. "I've been a bit tied up lately, but now that I finally have some free time, here I am," William replied, spinning a tale that flowed easily in the drunken atmosphere of the place, where everyone took it lightly and no one believed too seriously. Such tall tales paired well with drinks. No one cared how grandly one boasted. If the other party had been a tad more discerning, they might have realized he lived above the tavern, but clearly they were only interested in casual banter. "Cheers to prosperity," the wizard exclaimed, raising his glass and taking a swig. William smiled in return and did the same. "By the way, do you recall that unicorn you mentioned last time?" Of course, William responded nonchalantly, desperately trying to remember what boast he had made. "Didn't you say that such creatures only approach the Muggle world?" "I might have mentioned that, but isn't it just drunken boasting? Tales of wizards are often a mix of truth and fiction. Who would dare trust the Muggles? You know that unicorn tail hair is exceedingly expensive, right?" "Indeed, exorbitantly so. I must share with you that I have stumbled upon a locale that may very well be frequented by a unicorn. If the legends hold any truth, we might find ourselves in possession of considerable wealth." This individual, rather inebriated, is rambling nonsensically. William, somewhat exasperated, acquiesced, stating he has been preoccupied lately but would certainly delve deeper into the matter next time, without fail. The price of a unicorn's hair stands unwavering at 7 galleons. To think one could capture a unicorn based on mere Muggle folklore is quite ludicrous. "Please, truly, examine it further. I have genuinely discovered a unicorn," he exclaimed, interrupted by the sudden emergence of a colossal shadow beside William. It was Hagrid, who settled into a magically reinforced chair, the remarkable little creatures around him making nary a sound. Chapter 31. Is being a professor lucrative? Ah, the unicorn. That mythical creature adorned with a single horn. Surely you are familiar with it? An unknown wizard, his words slurred, raised his goblet towards Hagrid. Of course, I was aware that Hagrid was about to respond, but old Tom had already laboriously brought over a large, bucket-like cup, Hagrid's personal chalice. After a long day, he deserved a hearty drink. As Tom placed the cup on the table, he greeted Hagrid with a smile. "Good to know," he said, before the unknown wizard raised his cup, exclaiming, "To the unicorn. Cheers." The surrounding revelers, intoxicated and exuberant, lifted their cups, toasting to a reason they scarcely understood, and Hagrid, too, was swept up in the moment, taking a hearty swig. "So what of the unicorn?" Hagrid lowered his voice, though it still reverberated painfully in William's ears. "Hey, the last time young William was with us, he mentioned that in the Muggle world, there are tales of those Muggles attempting to lure unicorns, and then, while the unicorn sleeps, they slay it. That is preposterous," Hagrid declared, taking another generous gulp. "I work at Hogwarts. No one knows unicorns better than I." The strong odor of alcohol wafted from Hagrid, and William noted that what he had just consumed could not possibly account for such a potent scent. It was evident that this was at least the second round at the Leaky Cauldron. "Enough of that, Hagrid. Everyone knows your affiliation with Hogwarts." "But unicorns," the man beside him glanced at Hagrid's attire, which hardly suggested sophistication, and shook his head. "Unicorns are nearly worth their weight in gold." If Hagrid truly interacted with them, he would not be so shabby in appearance. "Believe what you will," Hagrid retorted proudly, dismissing the skepticism. Even inebriated, he could keep secrets tightly sealed within his lips. Of course, a dragon is another matter. As the evening wore on and the drunken revelers became increasingly inebriated, William, one of the few sober individuals, found himself disappointed that he had not overheard any juicy Hogwarts gossip from Hagrid. Upon returning to his room, he could not help but berate himself for not leaving earlier. He had foolishly assumed he might glean some insider information about Hogwarts and wasted precious time listening to their boastful tales. Especially Hagrid. He should have realized that if this keeper of keys were so forthcoming, the tabloids of Hogwarts would have long since circulated, preventing any obscure histories of Hogwarts from becoming bestsellers. It had been a fruitless evening, due to the considerable amount of alcohol consumed. William resolved to forego reading and experimenting with magic, opting instead to retire early. In those final moments before sleep, he began to meticulously plan the tasks that lay ahead. First and foremost, the accommodation issue. The Leaky Cauldron, situated in a prime location, undoubtedly charged a premium for lodging. He intended to resolve this matter while he was about to submit the selected textbooks for the new academic year at Hogwarts. If the school provides accommodation, everything will be manageable. However, if not, William must select a reasonably priced and secure residence to settle in. Furthermore, this abode must be connected to the Flu network. Otherwise, transportation would pose a significant challenge, though the institution likely has a solution for that. Next, there is the matter of textbooks. After careful deliberation, he resolved to utilize last year's textbooks, as this particular set, employed by previous professors, is the most straightforward and comprehensive. Even if students occasionally pose questions beyond the syllabus, William can effortlessly address them. After all, the self-defense magic curriculum at Hogwarts is rather lackluster, with insufficient class hours each year. William is diligently striving towards ensuring that students complete a full academic year, which cannot be deemed as leading them astray. Thirdly, regarding the responsibility of the year group. Dumbledore had informed him during his last visit that the school had hired a fearless new professor. Given the preparation required, William naturally would not challenge the courses for 7-year groups alone with this new professor. He hopes to teach younger students, considering that the new professor likely possesses a more formal education than his own self-taught background. In the magical world, 5th and 7th year students face significant examinations. And if the new professor is willing, William hopes they can take on the upper year classes entirely. As for his own development, the enhancement of his abilities is significantly influenced by his environment. He understands that Hogwarts boasts the largest library in the British magical community. Although the quality of its collection may not rival that of pure-blood archives, it would undoubtedly aid in his growth. However, the specifics of his study plan must align with the library's resources. The system, on the other hand, seems rather unreliable. Pursuing it with intent may hinder his plans for self-improvement, given his current situation, where he is likely to draw a one-time card. Relying on the system for substantial enhancement is akin to a lottery win. While contemplating these pressing matters, the effects of the wine began to take hold, and William decided to abandon further thought. He closed his eyes and drifted into a drowsy slumber. When one becomes engrossed in an activity, time passes more swiftly than anticipated. After reading through the textbooks chosen by previous professors and beginning to delve into his selected materials, William was astonished to discover that the ample time he had originally envisioned had nearly slipped away. Hogwarts even dispatched an owl to remind him of the deadline for submitting his chosen textbooks, so that students could procure their materials in advance. William cheerfully responded that he would visit the vice principal's office the following day and inquired whether another professor had time to discuss their academic responsibilities. The response was rather formal. Yet William clearly discerned from Professor McGonagall's reply that she had been prepared for some time and awaited his arrival for discussion. Even Professor McGonagall's letter came after the school had sent 3 owls that day, indicating their impatience in awaiting his response. As he perused Professor McGonagall's reply, William fell into deep contemplation. Previously, he suspected that the other party had been lured into this situation under some misunderstanding. However, given the enthusiasm displayed by the individual, It seemed they were eagerly anticipating the opportunity to attend classes at Hogwarts. Furthermore, considering the school's practices, William believed that Dumbledore would not conceal the injuries sustained by previous professors from the new instructor. This implied that the newcomer was almost fervently eager to teach at the institution. What could this signify? William felt an overwhelming urge to inquire whether the salary for this teaching position was 3 times that of other professors, or perhaps even more. For anything less would hardly do justice to the new colleague's enthusiasm. Chapter 32. Hagrid. For 2s and 2 kings on the following morning, William arose early. Meticulously grooming himself and donning formal attire, casting aside the lethargy that had accompanied his solitary studies as he prepared for his visit to Hogwarts. He had previously inquired via letter, learning that most wizards journey to Hogwarts by first traveling to the nearby village of Hogsmeade through means such as apparition or flue powder. Before transferring to Hogwarts itself, only students and select professors would board the 9 train directly to the school. Since William had never before visited Hogsmeade and was reluctant to use his newly acquired apparition skills for such a lengthy journey, he opted for flue powder instead. "Old Tom, do you have any flue powder here?" William asked, addressing Tom, who was diligently polishing glasses at the bar. "Of course." "Heading out?" Tom replied. "Yes. I'm off to Hogwarts to attend to some matters. Should I prepare lunch for you? I believe Hogwarts has a dining hall." "How was the food when you were at school?" "Quite decent, though it has been ages since I attended Hogwarts. Several headmasters have come and gone since then." As Tom spoke, William ignited a magical flame in the hearth. "Well, let us hope that the Hogwarts kitchen has not been reduced to ashes and that the fare remains as delightful as ever," William remarked with a shrug. Tom found this amusing and erupted into laughter, which took some time to subside. "Wishing you a pleasant journey," Tom finally managed to say. "I feel the same." "It will be my first visit to Hogwarts," William replied as he tossed a handful of flue powder into the flames, calling out Hogsmeade before stepping boldly into the fire. An unsettling pressure enveloped him, and as he felt himself spinning uncontrollably, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should have spent a bit more on the night bus. Just as that notion formed, the swirling intensified, and the green flames spiraled around him, revealing countless hearths at the outer edge of the fiery vortex. Before he could succumb to nausea, the spinning ceased abruptly, and he was propelled into the mouth of the fireplace, crashing swiftly toward the ground. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield his face, managing to protect himself in the nick of time. Quickly regaining his feet, he drew his wand, surveying his surroundings before beginning to brush the soot from his clothing. "I should have adjusted my position before being ejected. That way I wouldn't have toppled over upon arrival," he mused as he walked toward the hearth's exit. Yet he soon dismissed his earlier thought. The comfort of flue powder travel paled in comparison to apparition, had it not been for the need to visit unfamiliar places. He would gladly forego the torturous contraption of flue powder for life. Upon stepping out of the fireplace, he sensed that he had not erred in his location. Although he had never before set foot in the village known as Hogsmeade, the sheer number of shops within such a small community suggested it was a unique place indeed. Surrounding the public fireplace where William emerged, several establishments adorned with various signs catered to an unknown demand, possibly stemming from the shopping needs of students. Whether it was the students' robust purchasing power that inspired the villagers to open these shops, or the shops themselves that formed a village, remained unclear. Before William could truly admire the picturesque scenery of Hogsmeade, a figure, towering above the average height, waved enthusiastically in his direction. "Is that Professor William?" "Yes, it is. Thank you for coming to fetch me, Hagrid." William had already communicated his travel plans, and Hogwarts would never allow a professor unfamiliar with its grounds to navigate on their own. What if the new professor turned out to be directionally challenged, particularly with a course as precarious as defensive magic? The thought of a record-breaking professor being forced to abandon their post before even arriving was concerning. It might lead to a shortage of suitable candidates for the following year. "I'm quite all right. I was just on my way to collect the rent, and thus took on this task with Professor McGonagall," Hagrid replied with a grin, expressing something that astonished William. "Collecting rent?" "Indeed. All the land in Hogsmeade belongs to Hogwarts since the day the castle was established. Dumbledore trusts me. Hence this responsibility has been entrusted to me." William gasped at the thought of a village being treated as private property. However, considering that the school did not charge tuition, he felt a sense of calm. The meager rent from the village would hardly make a dent in the school's overall operations. The Ministry of Magic likely allocated substantial funds to the institution each year. Perhaps due to the absence of outsiders, Hagrid, perceiving William as one of his own, became exceedingly loquacious at that moment, his usual reticence dissipating. "Ever since I began serving Hogwarts, I've been responsible for collecting the rent here, and not once has there been a slip-up in all these years." "That is indeed an admirable virtue," William exclaimed sincerely. Observing Hagrid's attire, he noted the man's modest means. making his long-standing responsibility all the more remarkable, especially given that William had just come from a place like Azkaban, where the moral decay was rampant. Such a virtue there would elevate one to saintly status. Perhaps William's earnestness struck a chord with Hagrid, for a joyful smile broke across his face, leading him to drop a bombshell. What is money, really? Dumbledore trusts me. He assigns me significant tasks. For instance, last year, I assisted Dumbledore in bringing a Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts into Hogwarts. Note, there may be some debate regarding the ownership of the shops, as in the 6th book. There are mentions of the twins attempting to purchase a storefront. However, I believe it is more likely that they were subletting. Given that the Hogsmeade location is highly sought after, it is nearly impossible for the twins to buy a shop after operating theirs for less than a year. The village was established simultaneously with the school, and the subsequent construction of secret passages indirectly attests to its affiliation with the school. Note, Hogwarts does not charge any tuition fees, and William himself is unaware of the existence of the Board of Governors. However, the daily expenses of Hogwarts are substantial, encompassing costs for the maintenance of the castle, depreciation of teaching aids and furniture, repair expenses for various antiques within the castle, including suits of armor, the provisions for students, and the complete set of bedding provided to new students, as well as the salaries of professors and the expenses related to additional educational facilities, such as the herbology greenhouse, and the procurement and care of rare flora and fauna. It is likely that the Board of Governors exists to provide financial support for the school in exchange for a voice in its operations. And considering the Ministry of Magic's control over the institution, it is probable that the ministry also shoulders a significant portion of the funding. Chapter 33. What does it mean to open one's eyes to the world? What is a royal flush? This, indeed, is a royal flush. Upon hearing the term Philosopher's Stone, William felt a profound dizziness envelop him. As a wizard whose studies commenced with potions, William possessed a deeper understanding than most of what the Philosopher's Stone signifies for the field of potion-making. The Philosopher's Stone is not merely the ultimate aspiration of alchemists. It also embodies the pinnacle of potion-making itself. For alchemists, the Philosopher's Stone represents the transmutation of base metals into gold. For potion makers, it signifies the elixir of immortality, the ultimate potion devoid of side effects and free from any dark magic. It is akin to a scenario where you are casually enjoying skewers with a friend when he suddenly exclaims that he can no longer remain outside, for his father is about to ascend to immortality and has promised to take him along. Just as you prepare to laugh at the absurdity, he performs a sword technique and summons a flying sword, soaring away with it. Although William desperately wished to dismiss Hagrid's claims as mere exaggeration, he was acutely aware that Hagrid was, in fact, in the service of the esteemed white wizard, Dumbledore. Perhaps it was the weight of the tavern's atmosphere, or perhaps Dumbledore's own words, which had proclaimed William to be an exceptional professor, that led Hagrid to reveal so much. In actuality, the Philosopher's Stone is not as grand as one might imagine. Wrapped in a small oil paper, it is rather modest in size. Hagrid gestured with his fingers, illustrating its dimensions, and upon reflection, he reduced his estimation by half. It is but a small, red gem, and Dumbledore had even asked him to devise a mechanism to protect it. At this point, Hagrid's expression darkened, as if recalling something unsettling, and he fell silent. However, William, captivated by the unfolding narrative, pressed on with urgency. What happened next? Was the mechanism breached? It is inevitable that such defenses would be compromised. After all, there are countless thieves, but only a few guardians. Indeed, I was deceived by a scoundrel I trusted implicitly. Fortunately, Harry discovered it in time and thwarted him. Hagrid continued. You must know Harry, the very same Harry who is currently studying at Hogwarts. Perhaps you will have the honor of being his professor. He is truly a remarkable child. At the mention of Harry, Hagrid's demeanor brightened, the earlier melancholy dissipating. Harry? What does he have to do with the Philosopher's Stone? I am concerned about the stone. William's mind screamed incessantly, yet he refrained from interrupting Hagrid in his exuberance, instead feigning interest as Hagrid extolled the virtues of this boy named Harry. You see, Professor William, when I first held him, he was so tiny, just a little one. Dumbledore had asked me to bring him along, and I dutifully complied. The next time I saw him, he had grown into a striking resemblance of his father, save for his eyes, which mirrored his mother's, so strikingly similar, Professor William. William felt a surge of sympathy, yet suddenly froze. The name Harry resonated within him. If his memory served him correctly, the film he had once seen began with the name Harry Potter. Wait a moment. He suddenly sensed that something was amiss. If his memory served him correctly, the resurrection of the Dark Lord occurred during an event known as the Triwizard Tournament, at a time when Harry had not yet graduated. He distinctly recalled that Harry was still in his earlier years at Hogwarts. According to Hagrid's recent ramblings, Harry had already been attending school for a year. Hogwarts operated on a 7-year curriculum, implying that the Dark Lord must inevitably return within 5 years. William inhaled sharply. Why was he courting disaster? Was it preferable to have remained in Azkaban for a full year? Professor William? Hagrid inquired, his voice tinged with confusion. The tale was reaching its climax. Yet the supporting character suddenly fell silent. I'm merely reflecting on the circumstances. Why must it be this way? Indeed, why must it be so? Hagrid sighed in agreement. Harry is such a wonderful boy, and yet his relatives treat him in this manner. I wrote to him yesterday, hoping he would appreciate the rock cakes I had brought. Perhaps by the time I return to my quarters, his reply will be waiting for me. At this juncture, Hagrid's tone softened considerably. As William could not discern his expression, could we perhaps take a moment to delay? Professor William, let us meander past the hunting grounds and see if Harry has responded. Of course, that is no trouble at all. I too wish to familiarize myself with the architecture of the school. You see, I have never set foot in Hogwarts before. Splendid. No one knows this place better than I do, save perhaps for those two fellows, but I dare say I am the finest guide Hogwarts has to offer. Hagrid proclaimed proudly as he strode ahead. The grand entrance of Hogwarts loomed before them. Hagrid took a few steps ahead of William, positioned himself beside the door, and gently tapped it with his unusually sized umbrella, an object of great curiosity to William, though he refrained from inquiring. He then produced a key from his pocket and hung it on the door's railing. The door swung open. Very well, Professor William, Hagrid said, pocketing the key and turning to face him with outstretched arms. Welcome to Hogwarts. It is an honor. William offered a slight bow. Hagrid responded with a smile before leading William along a narrow path. This route leads to the Forbidden Forest. After we pass the greenhouses, we shall arrive at the castle. My home is situated adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? William echoed, intrigued. The school's woodland, inhabited by numerous magical creatures, poses considerable danger to students. Thus, a regulation was established to prohibit their entry, and over time, it became known as the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid gestured toward the distant greenery, sharing this information with William. In truth, when I took on my responsibilities there, that woodland was already referred to as the Forbidden Forest. The speculation came from the Weasley twins, who frequently troubled me with their escapades in the forest, and they mentioned it to distract me. Although William silently pondered this, he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Behold, yonder lies my abode, adjacent to the land I cultivate. My daily vocation consists of vigilantly overseeing the Forbidden Forest and engaging in discourse with the enchanting creatures therein, while simultaneously preventing students from clandestinely trespassing. William cast a glance at the expanse of land delineated by Hagrid, hesitating for a considerable time before refraining from inquiring whether the other was a farmer at Hogwarts. Surely, this land is rather vast, is it not? If you do not mind, do step inside for a cup of tea. My rock cakes are rather delightful. William graciously accepted the invitation. However, the instant Hagrid opened the door, he found himself rooted to the spot in astonishment. Chapter 34. The Gleaming White Tooth were a different wizard to arrive. Most would deem the house before them dilapidated and diminutive, devoid of any commendable features, constructed simply from ordinary timber. It was so cramped that no second room could be discerned. The interior decor lacked sophistication. A bed was nestled in one corner, with no separate kitchen. Merely a fire pit serving the dual purpose of heating and cooking. Hanging from the walls were cured foods, such as ham and game, epitomizing a hunter's lodge. Had it not been for William's former profession, which rendered him acutely sensitive to most magical raw materials, he would have surely considered the decor and Hagrid's attire to be of little value. Yet, the singular silver mane cascading from the ceiling left him momentarily speechless. A grand bundle, containing no fewer than several hundred cores for wands. This alone was worth a fortune. Despite recent fluctuations in price, even at its lowest in recent years, this entire bundle could procure a secluded home in the magical community. Nevertheless, this unicorn tail merely hung there, akin to a rope or some other object, seemingly overlooked by its owner. William could not help but swallow hard, adopting a serious demeanor as he began to search the room. Before long, he discovered more items, crude-looking bows and arrows adorning the walls, their arrowheads gleaming with the unmistakable luster of the metals commonly employed by fairies to craft magical artifacts. The feathers on the arrow shafts were prime materials for the finest magical quills. Although William's valuation might not have been entirely accurate, the materials alone for a single arrow surpassed the worth of a wand. What difference was there between using a wand to shoot someone and employing a slingshot made of gold? William grasped his wand tightly. Though he had only shared a few drinks with Hagrid at the Leaky Cauldron, an inebriated bravado had led him to boast. He had never anticipated that the Hogwarts keeper of keys and grounds was, in fact, a master of Versailles, an authentic magnate. As William scrutinized the furnishings, Hagrid hastened towards the owl by the window, rummaging through a bag for owl treats while anxiously searching beneath the bird's feet for any letters. Disappointment soon washed over him as he realized there was no reply. The owl, contentedly munching, hooted softly and extended its leg, indicating that no correspondence had been delivered. "It's been a month," Hagrid lamented to William. "A month since Harry last responded to me. I sent him a rock cake for his birthday, hoping for a reply. But still nothing." Hagrid's voice was laden with sorrow. William could sense this profound sadness. Hagrid's expression when mentioning Harry revealed a friendship untainted by pretense, a bond that, once trampled upon, could evoke unbearable pain. "Come now, Hagrid, do not despair. Perhaps something unforeseen has occurred on Harry's end." William swiftly engaged his mind, attempting to console the towering figure before him, who was crouched down yet still half a head taller. After hearing a lengthy tale, it was nearly impossible for any sensible person to withhold sympathy for this warm-hearted giant. Simultaneously, he found himself blaming the unfamiliar Harry. A month had passed, and while others had generously gifted him on his birthday, Harry dismissed a simple thank you as a waste of time. Perhaps it was true. Those muggles were tormenting him. I had warned those ruffians, yet I cannot wield magic indiscriminately. Hagrid, suppressing his emotions, dabbed at the corners of his eyes while pouring tea, then brought forth a tray laden with sweet treats. "Let us start with some rock cakes. We must head to the castle shortly. I need to inquire with Professor McGonagall. It is possible those muggles are indeed mistreating Harry, preventing him from responding to me." "At least you can entertain such thoughts," William remarked, casually picking up a rock cake and reminiscing about the boy named Harry. His recollections were scarce, but if memory served him correctly, Harry and Hagrid seemed to have developed a strong bond later on. Perhaps he truly was ensnared by those muggles? That would be preferable to coldly neglecting a friend, William mused, taking a confident bite of the confection. However, the rock cake resisted his efforts. Undeterred, he exerted more force, only to be met with a protest from his teeth. Resigned, he sipped his tea, managing to consume a morsel of the stubborn cake. If memory did not betray him, Hagrid had claimed to have gifted Harry rock cakes for his birthday. He gazed incredulously at the ceiling. If anyone had presented him with such a gift on his birthday, he might well consider ending their friendship. "Shall we not be on our way? I am scheduled to meet Professor McGonagall at 10 o'clock, and delays might jeopardize our timing," William tentatively inquired, hoping to rid himself of the remaining sweets. "Excellent idea," Hagrid replied in his deep voice. The two departed from Hagrid's abode, making their way directly toward the castle. Perhaps motivated by the desire to hasten their inquiry into Harry's potential confinement by the muggles, Hagrid quickened his pace considerably, leaving little room for conversation along the way. Although Hagrid was mindful not to rush William too excessively, his near jog left William little opportunity to absorb the surrounding scenery. "Never mind. I shall let Hagrid elaborate once we are outside. At present, his thoughts are consumed with Harry, and he likely lacks the inclination to address my questions." They traversed the greenhouse, the castle entrance, the moving staircases, and the animated portraits, reaching Professor McGonagall's office at double the normal walking speed. Just as William anticipated that Hagrid might burst through the door without affording him a moment's respite, the normally taciturn giant hesitated at the threshold. As William caught his breath, he realized Hagrid was not concerned for him, but rather grappling with his own trepidations. Amusement washed over him. It seemed this fellow was paralyzed by the fear of receiving an unfavorable answer, rendering him immobile at the door. Without uttering a word, he reached out to pat Hagrid's waist, bestowing upon him a resolute gaze, then briskly advanced to rap upon Professor McGonagall's office door. Although it was slightly earlier than their appointed time, Hagrid's presence rendered the act not entirely impolite. "Come in," came Professor McGonagall's voice from within. Hesitantly, Hagrid followed William into the office. Before William could elucidate the reason for their early arrival, another individual in the office greeted them with a hint of surprise in his tone. "Ah, Professor William, I did not anticipate that you, like myself, would choose to arrive ahead of schedule. It appears our discussion this morning will be quite delightful. Who is this fellow? Why are his teeth so remarkably white?" Chapter 35. Are you here to sell books? William had envisioned what his new colleague might be like. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the arrival of someone so obsessed with their own dental aesthetics. Given the myriad wondrous creatures and the diverse array of magical transformations within the wizarding world, he did not dismiss the possibility that this individual might be a puppet or a magical contraption fashioned from false teeth. This was Professor Gilderoy Lockhart and Professor McGonagall, displaying a rare expression of confusion, introduced him to William. "This is Professor Lee William. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome to, well, professors of defensive magic to Hogwarts this year, a rarity in previous years. Although I have stated this numerous times, I shall reiterate, welcome to Hogwarts." William exchanged pleasantries with the toothy Lockhart before they both seated themselves in the chairs facing Professor McGonagall. Lockhart's gleaming white teeth occasionally flashed, Serving as a reminder to William of his earlier musings regarding this new colleague, Professor McGonagall began to tidy her desk. A collection of reports and bills were stacked together, and several lively quills obediently hopped into a drawer under the professor's wand. William cast a glance at the piled documents and noted that the topmost letter was addressed to Dumbledore. Undoubtedly, Dumbledore had entrusted the majority of the school's affairs to this deputy headmistress. Speculating about just how hands-off the esteemed first wizard was, William presented his neatly organized selection of textbooks in the grade levels he hoped to teach. Professor McGonagall took the form, scrutinizing it for a moment before retrieving Lockhart's application to compare the two. Textbooks are no issue, but it appears there is quite a conflict regarding the grade levels you both wish to teach, McGonagall remarked, pushing the forms back towards them. You both have selected the lower grades, yet the upper years require instruction as well, especially with their impending examinations, which necessitate guidance. William glanced at Lockhart's form and discovered that he had chosen grades 1 through 5, leaving the 6th and 7th grades untouched. On the other hand, William, considering his lack of experience, opted solely for grades 1 through 4, leaving the upper years to the newly appointed professor, who possessed a more traditional educational background. Thus arose the dilemma: who would instruct the upper years? McGonagall's gaze shifted towards Lockhart. Although neither professor had prior teaching experience, she seemed to favor Lockhart slightly more. In fairness, Lockhart was significantly older than William and had immersed himself in magic for a longer duration. He bore an array of illustrious titles, with his adventurous exploits well documented in his books, showcasing a level of skill and experience far superior to William's. On a personal note, William was a self-taught wizard who had not received his education at Hogwarts. As the centuries passed since Hogwarts' inception, such self-taught wizards had become increasingly rare, with abilities that varied considerably. Conversely, Lockhart was a bona fide Ravenclaw graduate, excelling academically within the institution, which led McGonagall to place greater trust in this Hogwarts alumnus. Evidently, Lockhart appeared to be the more suitable candidate for the role of upper-grade professor. As Professor McGonagall prepared to speak, Lockhart swiftly interjected. Though I would have relished the opportunity to instruct those upper-year students, I share a cordial rapport with those responsible for crafting the examination questions. To avoid any insinuations that the students might benefit from undue influence, I believe it is prudent to refrain from involving myself with those preparing for imminent exams. William was momentarily taken aback by such an absurd excuse. To accuse the invigilators of favoritism, suggesting that the university professors and examiners held relations inferior to his personal connections, and to presume that the students would willingly engage in deceitful practices was quite audacious. Furthermore, if this were indeed the case, why would he deign to teach even the fifth-year students? William observed McGonagall's expression darken, yet the professor appeared to maintain her composure. Very well, Professor William. Do you encounter any difficulties in serving as the instructor for the upper-year students in the defense against the dark arts? He thought of responding, but Lockhart's rationale clearly outshone his own. Ultimately, he had no objection to taking on the role of upper-year professor and thus refrained from declining. All right. I shall undertake the responsibility for the 6th and 7th-year students. Although this was somewhat unforeseen, a month should suffice for preparation. To assume the role of professor for 5 grade levels simultaneously seemed rather taxing, especially since the 5th-year students were also facing OWS. He hoped Professor William would assist with them as well. McGonagall swiftly inscribed their details on the forms, and William noticed a hint of displeasure on Lockhart's face, although he voiced no objections to the arrangement. Now, I shall inform the students to procure their respective textbooks, and the schedules along with the arrangements for the common rooms will be conveyed via owl within the week. Upon concluding her remarks, the professor glanced at the time, signaling the end of the meeting. William and Lockhart rose to take their leave, but just as William uttered his farewell, Professor McGonagall interjected. Professor William, please hold on a moment. I just recalled that we have yet to discuss the elective choices for the 6th-year students, which must be determined according to OWL results. In truth, this was not a particularly convoluted matter. After the 5th-year students completed their OWL examinations, the courses for the 6th and 7th years would become electives, pursued solely by those students with an interest in continuing their studies or aspiring to professions that necessitated such knowledge. However, whether intentionally or not, McGonagall's comments led William to examine Lockhart's selected reading list. Titles such as Traveling with Ghouls and Vacationing with Banshees, along with A Year with the Yeti, comprised an extensive catalog authored by Lockhart himself. Was this professor genuinely there to teach, or was he merely peddling his literature? Given that 6th and 7th-year students were to undergo examinations as a prerequisite, William found it reasonable to suspect that Lockhart had neglected these 2 grades purely due to their smaller numbers. Students who achieve a grade of E, which signifies a commendable 2nd tier, may also enroll in elective courses. It is plausible that their examination performance was somewhat lacking. Should their future career aspirations necessitate a higher-level certification, this provides them with an opportunity for diligent effort. William scrutinized the transcript and generously extended a batch of enrollment qualifications. Whereas typically only those with the highest grade of O are permitted. Very well, I shall inform those students. The enrollment numbers will be communicated to you at the commencement of the term, along with the timetable and classroom allocations. After conveying this to William, Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze and noticed Hagrid lingering at the office door. Oh, Hagrid, my apologies for overlooking you just now. Do you have something to discuss? Note, Lockhart graduated from Ravenclaw, nearly being sorted into Slytherin during the sorting ceremony. He excelled academically and requested the headmaster to establish a school newspaper, to have his name inscribed prominently at the Quidditch pitch, and to project his likeness into the skies above Hogwarts. One of his most notable endeavors was sending out 800 Valentine's Day cards to himself during his time at Hogwarts. He entered Hogwarts in 1975 as a member of Ravenclaw, at a time when Dumbledore had already assumed the role of headmaster. And Professor McGonagall was serving as the Transfiguration instructor, although it remains uncertain whether she taught his class. Chapter 36, Intoxication Professor. May I inquire as to what has transpired with Harry? It is difficult to envision a giant, towering at a staggering 4 meters, speaking in such an almost bashful tone. Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Hagrid. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Very well, Hagrid. Albus has instructed me to refrain from discussing matters freely. Potter has violated the statute of secrecy and has been cautioned. He is currently under house arrest by his relatives. And we are devising a plan." Almost simultaneously with McGonagall's words, William sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. The giant before him appeared as if a tiger had been roused from slumber, now brimming with aggression, prompting William to instinctively place his hand upon his wand. "Allow me to handle this, Professor." The suppressed fury in his voice was palpable. "No, Hagrid, trust in Albus. He possesses a far superior approach to address this." The mere mention of Dumbledore's name served to restore the giant's composure. He nodded heavily, dejectedly making his way toward the door, only to remember William at the threshold. "Professor William, thank you. Shall we share a drink together?" William found himself rather fond of this simple-minded colossus. Despite his impulsive nature, he was endearingly straightforward. "I have a bottle in my room, if you wouldn't mind." The two bid farewell to Professor McGonagall. Before long, William reappeared at Hagrid's quaint hut. A bottle, resembling a barrel, was uncorked and poured into 2 cups. Hagrid mumbled as he emptied the barrel and pushed the smaller cup toward William. "To your successful appointment." They raised their glasses and took hearty swigs. "The dark arts at school, it baffles me. The study of self-defense for wizards, I suppose." Under the tutelage of a rather perilous professor, Dumbledore had forewarned him prior to his employment, yet he had little choice at the time. He was still in Azkaban. And no matter how dangerous it was preferable to that accursed place. William uttered a fib against his better judgment. "Azkaban? I found myself dabbling in potion sales on the black market, but I botched 2 orders. With the market in short supply, I had no choice but to join a smuggling crew to the Far East, attempting to recoup my losses while searching for my ruined ingredients." After taking a sip of his drink, William continued, "Ultimately, with Fudge's new administration cracking down on smuggling, I was apprehended. How unfortunate. Yet it is commendable that you have emerged unscathed." Hagrid remarked nonchalantly, evidently unfazed by the smuggling affair. Indeed, that wretched place, there was every manner of unsavory character. But the most harrowing were the Dementors, coldly gazing at you as though you were mere sustenance. William shivered. His hand that had momentarily lost its grip on the cup now clutched his wand tightly. One such encounter was more than sufficient. He had dedicated himself to relentless study, fervently learning magic to ensure that he would never again find himself in such a helpless predicament. He vowed never to succumb to that state of powerlessness again. Dementors are the most detestable of magical creatures. Those wretches lack any capacity for proper communication. Hagrid pounded the table with force, his eyes reflecting anger and perhaps a trace of fear, a figment of William's imagination. "I once attempted to raise a Dementor, but it was nearly a disaster." With a single phrase, Hagrid instilled a sense of profound respect in William towards those foul creatures that reeked of decay. Who would dare keep one as a pet? "I salute you for nurturing that beast." Hagrid took a deep swig, laden with frustration and trepidation, stating, "Had it not been for Albus's timely arrival, I shudder to think what might have transpired. That half-grown Dementor attacked me, rendering a portion of the Forbidden Forest lifeless. I genuinely felt I might perish there. It even attempted to bestow upon me a Dementor's kiss." William was filled with admiration. The term Forbidden Forest was indeed fitting, as he mused that Hagrid could very well raise a dragon there and without raising an eyebrow. Raising Dementors was more repugnant than tending to mosquitoes. If such a creature could be kept, then surely there was nothing that could not exist within the Forbidden Forest. That wretch forced me to recall every unhappy memory within a single day. I could scarcely fathom the hell that Azkaban must be. The two raised their glasses once more, wondering about Harry's current state and how Dumbledore would rescue him. Hagrid quietly pondered, but soon answered himself, Dumbledore will manage, no challenge can thwart him. Those muggles. They tormented Harry daily. You cannot imagine how emaciated he appeared when I saw him a year ago. Hagrid took another hearty gulp, then set his cup down, turning to search for something. William hesitated briefly before drawing his wand and gently tapping the cup. The refilling charm, simple yet effective, was a favorite among drinkers, despite its limitations. They posed no obstacle in the face of indulgence. Oh, thank you, Hagrid said, returning with an umbrella, then raised his cup for another deep drink. As one spoke and the other listened, tales of Hagrid and Harry, accompanied by their libations, swiftly consumed an hour. By this time, William was also feeling the effects of the drink. Fortunately, Hagrid was in a more inebriated state. Let me tell you, Hagrid, when I opened my eyes, I was in Azkaban. Do you comprehend that kind of despair? I do, Hagrid replied, his tongue thick with alcohol. The cell was filled with scum. And those demeanors outside were more bothersome than mosquitoes. Their gazes seemed ravenous, as if they were observing their next meal, forcing you to relive all your sorrows daily. MMM. Thus, one must rack their brain to concoct stories, lest they find themselves sleeping beside the toilet, deprived of sunlight, scrubbing floors, cleaning toilets, doing laundry, menial and grueling tasks piled upon them. I could have simply drifted through life, waiting for death. I was on the verge of a government position. William managed to keep his mouth shut just in time. Across from him, Hagrid could utter no more than MMM. Even a drunkard could not speak. William chuckled at himself, downed another cup, and magically refilled Hagrid's glass. Today, let me indulge in a delightful intoxication. Perhaps it could sustain me for 3 months. Afterward, I must diligently pursue the art of magic to enhance my abilities. Otherwise, I shall not dare to indulge so freely again. With this thought in mind, William laid his head upon the table. Upon awakening once more, the sky was tinged with the hues of dusk. Hagrid had also roused. Yet he fared no better than William. His cup was significantly larger, having consumed at least 7 or 8 times the amount of alcohol. Rubbing his face, William bid farewell to Hagrid, who then escorted him back to Hogsmeade, before waving his hand and returning to Hogwarts in a state of inebriation. William stretched languidly, preparing to dispel the final remnants of his intoxication before heading back. The system, albeit belatedly, finally delivered its notification. Chapter 37. When the new professor could not sleep. You have received the recognition of a magical creature, earning 1 treasure chest. You have garnered a deeper acknowledgement from a magical creature, earning another treasure chest. William casually opened the first chest. Hagrid the Giant, or Hagrid, possessing half-giant blood, has faced ridicule in the wizarding world. Yet, it is precisely this half-giant lineage that grants him an advantage in battles against wizards. Skill, Giant Skin. Tear this card and expend half of your magical energy to become immune to most spells for a duration determined by the amount of magic used. Some claim this is a wondrous magic, yet no one has succeeded in researching it. Dragon Keeper Hagrid. Although the Ministry of Magic has imposed various restrictions on the circulation of dragon eggs, this giant, fond of magical creatures, managed to acquire a dragon through sheer determination. Despite the hefty price, he was elated the moment he obtained the dragon egg. Skill, Dragon Affinity. Tear this card, and for the next hour, dragons will not initiate attacks against you. Magical Creature Breeder Hagrid. SR a bit of this, a bit of that. What differences might arise from using one magical creature to hatch another? Skill, Look, Exploding Snail. Tear this card, and for the next year, unexpected mutations may occur while breeding magical creatures. Perhaps it is better in the dark? After all, it is hard to see. Let them grow freely. After a moment of silence, William opted for the first card, which appeared to have greater utility. Although a card that lasts for a year sounded enticing. Reflecting on his experience of feeding for 3 days, changing water for 5, and swapping fish weekly, he decisively abandoned the card he had seen with the longest duration. He opened another chest. Midnight Ride Hagrid, or after Hagrid acquired Sirius's motorcycle, this modified item, which became legal after various permissions, has remained with him. Skill, Legal Speeding. Tear this card, and for the next hour, the maximum speed of your flying apparatus is increased by half. Although it may appear to be a muggle contraption, it is indeed lawful. Battle Giant Hagrid. SR When Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic decided to expel this giant from Hogwarts, everyone realized just how formidable his combat prowess truly was. Skill, Unparalleled. Tear this card, and for the next half hour, your wand becomes exceptionally responsive, your movements agile, you are immune to most control spells, and your protective charms can deflect the majority of spells. While you may not be able to take on 10, defeating 6 poses no significant challenge. Communicator Hagrid. This powerful giant possesses an attention to detail that belies his size, particularly when it comes to magical creatures. He can gauge the speed of a magical creature as if enchanted. Skill, communication. Tear this card, and for the next month. It becomes increasingly easier to communicate with a specified magical creature, significantly increasing the likelihood of mastering its language, with success contingent upon the duration of interaction. A difficult choice lay ahead. Whether it be cards directly affecting combat or those capable of communication, none should be overly enticing. The remaining acceleration card, too, holds its merit. After much deliberation, William reluctantly settled on the third card. In battle, one could rely on others. After all, Dumbledore was at Hogwarts, and there existed a card for escape in Kakuri. If overwhelmed, one could simply flee. However, the cards intended for communication offered no such support. If he could learn a new language through communication, it was likely he could unlock several additional chests. Thus, comforting himself with this thought, William painfully chose the third card. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, William, having slept for an entire half-day, felt not a trace of drowsiness. Instead, he ignited a lamp and began to read. Considering the task of teaching fifth-year students, he meticulously compiled a list of preparatory books. Yet, after careful organization, he fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Why had he chosen to undertake the thankless task of teaching fifth-year students? Had he been wiser, he might have seized the opportunity to instruct first-year students. And surely that professor named Lockhart would have consented. Now, burdened with only 5th years, he was compelled to review 5 years' worth of material. And even though his original plan included 6th and 7th year content, the preparation remained unchanged. Reflecting on this, William could not help but mark several lines in red ink across the table of contents of his prepared textbooks. Since he was toiling so diligently, the students would have to endure the rigors of extensive exercises. After all, it was for the sake of their advancement. As he contemplated this mutual suffering, he began drafting a syllabus. This would be his inaugural formal position in the magical realm, and the thought of being dismissed due to poor teaching quality was indeed laughable. William selected textbooks used by 5th-year students over the past 4 years from the book list he had received, extracting his notes related to those texts. However, it was still insufficient. He needed to seek out past examination questions, if his deduction was correct, given the number of practitioners in the magical community. No more than 3 professors were responsible for crafting the assessments. Thus, there was a significant chance of encountering similar questions in the historical exams. Each examiner likely had their own preferences, and the examination topics would probably align with their areas of expertise, which could provide insight when devising practice papers. By generating mock exams based on the likely questions, he felt confident that the sheer volume would ensure a high probability of success. Awake and restless, William earnestly began to prepare for the teaching responsibilities of 5th-year students. Despite his lack of experience and formal education, he was diligently self-studying. Yet he knew he could not complete it all in a short span. Therefore, he opted to apply a familiar framework. While the unknown dangers demanded adaptability, he fervently hoped to avoid any missteps in the examination preparations. To speak bluntly, if he could guarantee that over 90% of his students received their O.W.L. certificates for 5th-year examinations, even if he were to miss classes for half a year, the following year would surely see a flurry of owls arriving at the school, requesting his return to teaching. Regardless, the previous professor had not taught for a full year, and it is certain that the students possess a weak foundation and limited knowledge. It is likely that the Ministry of Magic will refrain from setting overly challenging questions for the sake of appearances, engaging in a relentless barrage of practice questions. The notion of universal success seems implausible. However, it is probable that a significant number of students will pass the examination without undue pressure. As night deepens, in the only room of the inn that still glows with light, William meticulously lists the deficiencies between various textbooks of different systems and devises an exhaustive study plan for all 5th-year students for the new academic year. Even the stars gradually fade, as if unwilling to witness the impending tragedy that will unfold from this room. Chapter 38, Writing Hogwarts. Reading trouble when a person becomes busily engaged, time invariably flies. Drafting plans, procuring past examination papers through various channels, organizing them, purchasing new books, and practicing magic created a veritable avalanche of tasks that effectively consumed William's time. Amidst this whirlwind, Hagrid visited the pub twice for a drink, and the month of preparation slipped away in a haze. During this period, William sought several housing options, yet suitable accommodations with access to Hogwarts' fireplace, which would be closely monitored, remained elusive, as most households were reluctant to oblige. Fortunately, the school corresponded to inform him that a small lounge would be prepared within the professor's office. Although modest, it would suffice as a temporary refuge. As the days dwindled, William resolved to abandon his housing search, opting instead to settle at the school before contemplating off-campus rentals. By the last day of August, he had entirely relinquished his arrangements, enjoying a convivial farewell with the patrons of the pub. The following morning, he awoke promptly at 8. Smiling as he bid adieu to his companions and settled his account with old Tom. Finally decided to vacate your little room? If you wish to sell, I wouldn't mind purchasing it, he jested. Go on, go on. I'd only consider selling when I can no longer lift a glass. Until I can still hold my drink. No one shall have designs on the pub. Perhaps I shall wait another 70 or 80 years. I will certainly contemplate it when I retire from Hogwarts. Do take care at Hogwarts, and remember to come by for a drink during the holidays. Very well then, until we meet again. William disregarded the half-uttered farewell and waved to old Tom as he stepped out of the leaky cauldron. Using Muggle currency was a novel experience, and the pound sterling offered William little in the way of familiarity. Without Wi-Fi or mobile phones, the subway passengers engrossed in their books made the mundane journey seem excruciatingly dull. Having only recently departed the magical realm, William found himself yearning for it. Upon finally arriving at King's Cross Station, he hastily exited the subway and entered the station. Admittedly somewhat embarrassed, he nevertheless mustered the audacity to request a ticket from the school, despite his proficiency in apparition. The lingering curse on him dissuaded William from attempting long-distance travel with an unrefined skill. Though flu powder was expedient, after his last visit to Hogsmeade, he resolved to avoid such a subpar means of travel when alternatives were available. The Hogwarts Express, free of charge, was also comfortable and secure, aside from its slower pace. William could conceive of no justification for not taking the train. With his suitcase in tow and a tune on his lips, William commenced his search for the platform. 9. 10 this way. Noticing the absence of onlookers, William hastily collided with the wall. Instinctively closing his eyes, he reopened them to reveal a splendid new sky before him. A deep crimson steam locomotive rested beside the deserted platform, its sign reading, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Is this the Hogwarts Express? It bears little distinction from an ordinary train. After a cursory glance and reaching a conclusion, William made his way towards the rear of the train. He had arrived somewhat early. Having not slept well after a night of drinking, theoretically, the back of the train would maintain a quieter atmosphere for a longer duration, providing him an opportunity to rest. Removing his hat to shield his eyes, William leaned back against his seat and promptly fell asleep. He was aware of some muffled noises from the crowd, yet he chose to disregard them until a frantic voice broke through his reverie. Wake up, Professor, wake up. Who is the professor? Please don't disturb me. I had too much to drink last night, and I still have a headache, William waved dismissively. The voice hesitated, and then he felt a small hand tentatively nudging his arm. Professor? Professor? Who is the professor? Oh, right, that would be me. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the darkness clouding his vision, only to remember that he had placed his hat over his face. Extending a hand, he removed the hat, and the blinding light compelled him to shut his eyes once more, shielding his eyes with the hat. He finally noticed that it was two younger students attempting to rouse him, a brown-haired girl and a red-haired boy, both wearing expressions of concern. What is the matter? Have you encountered some trouble? William inquired, recalling his responsibilities as a professor and suppressing any lingering irritation. His mind raced with possibilities, perhaps something had gone missing, or a scuffle had broken out among the students. My friend, my brother, didn't he make it onto the train? Didn't he make it onto the train? Missed it? Don't panic. Take your time to explain. Weren't you supposed to travel together? How do you know they haven't boarded? William's barrage of questions left the red-haired girl flustered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Conversely, the brown-haired girl maintained a semblance of logic. I got on the train early. She gestured toward her companion, but they arrived late, almost missing the train entirely. My two friends didn't make it through the aisle before the train departed. Have you informed the school via owl? Not yet. I didn't have the chance. I tried to find the conductor, and he mentioned a professor was at the back of the train, so I came to find you. First, send an owl to the school, informing Professor McGonagall that 2 new students were delayed in boarding. I will head to the station to ascertain what transpired. William adjusted his hat and rose from his seat. Given that apparition was prohibited on the Hogwarts Express, he needed to communicate with the conductor to request a temporary halt, allowing him to return to the platform and investigate the situation of the 2 who had missed the train. Wait, Professor, may I accompany you? You go and send the owl. I will handle the matter concerning those students, William declined. Were it not for his lack of an owl and the absence of rental options on the train, he would have preferred to manage the delivery himself. Rejecting the encumbrance, William strode purposefully towards the front of the train. However, as he alighted and watched the Hogwarts Express depart, preparing to disapparate, the earlier girl appeared, running towards him. I apologize, Professor. I informed the conductor that you had agreed to help me find my friends. I'm truly worried about them, the brown-haired girl said with an apologetic smile. She was quite charming, her smile radiating innocence. Yet, something about her struck William as amiss. Those slightly prominent front teeth gradually morphed beneath her smile into a single word: trouble. A sudden wave of concern washed over William regarding his impending teaching experience. Volume 2, The First Encounter at Hogwarts. Chapter 39 with a swift maneuver, Gryffindor? Gryffindor, I knew it. William sighed. There exists a well-known jest within Azkaban. Economic offenders hail from Ravenclaw, while those guilty of violence are predominantly from Gryffindor. The remainder belong to Hufflepuff. As for Slytherin, they are seldom seen outside, as they are engaged in clandestine meetings with Dementors. Each house has its share, none can claim innocence. The entirety of Azkaban is populated by talents dispatched from Hogwarts. While this may not be entirely accurate, it suffices to convey the essence of the matter. Criminals of Ravenclaw lineage tend to exploit loopholes and engage in petty cunning, predominantly economic crimes. Gryffindor-born offenders act with impulsiveness, either breaching confidentiality laws or engaging in brawls. These two categories are nearly monopolized by them. Hufflepuff, having the largest numbers, consequently sees the highest ratio of offenders. As for Slytherin, most come from affluent backgrounds. Either they refrain from wrongdoing or, if they do offend, they are serious criminals. Moreover, a cadre of Death Eaters occupies the deepest cells, each one a staunch Slytherin. Naturally, William dared not voice such sentiments within the school. Offending all four heads of houses before commencing his duties would require a level of folly he could scarcely fathom. Yet, while a jest, he discovered today that this humor bore a kernel of truth. Were it a student from another house, they might indeed hesitate to clandestinely disembark from the train. Given that halting the train was impractical, William reluctantly resolved to escort the student into the wilderness. Could he truly abandon them? With a hint of resignation, he addressed the student earnestly. I shall report the situation to Professor McGonagall. I do not believe that sneaking off the train will aid those two children who have missed their ride. However, for now, grasp my left arm firmly and do not let go. William extended his left arm while holding his wand in his right hand. A small hand gently tugged at William's sleeve. Hold on tightly to my arm. Do not release your grip. Perhaps William's tone was a trifle stern, for the child clung to him in surprise. He could not help but internally lament the misfortune of this poor child. Then, he commenced apparition, targeting the spot where they had just boarded. The familiar sensation of compression enveloped him. After a moment's adjustment, he directed his wand in a circular motion around them. All was secure. Only then did he turn his attention to the student he had brought along. Although the appearance of the cohort largely depended on the caster, the disorientation experienced was universally felt. While orchestrating this arrangement for the student might not reflect well on his capabilities as a professor, he genuinely believed that this particular pupil deserved a minor reprimand. The discomfort induced by apparition was not something a first or second-year student could easily endure. After a prolonged struggle, the child finally bent over and retched. The area was soon cleared. With a flick of his wand, William tidied up the remnants of the expulsion and retrieved a peppermint candy from his pocket. Ever since his departure from Azkaban, he had taken to carrying an assortment of candies. At this moment, he had relinquished any thoughts of punishing the little girl before him. He has also traversed this age, where children are particularly concerned with their image, regardless of gender. No matter how frigid the weather, they stubbornly refuse to don warmer attire, merely to avoid the ridicule of others. This may seem astonishing, yet it transpires among many children of this age. The first manifestation often unfolds in such a manner. Holding on to this mint candy provides considerable relief. During my own practice, I struggled for quite some time before regaining my composure. William spoke unburdened by any pressure as he uttered a falsehood. He casually peeled a chocolate for himself and popped it into his mouth. I feared that someone might intentionally obstruct the passageway, so I shifted to the platform's vicinity, needing to advance slightly before I could reach my destination. Ah, yes. William had transformed the chocolate wrapper into a paper cup, filling it with fresh water as if from a spring, and handed it over. Rinse your mouth. It will be much more soothing. I lagged behind a bit, intending to investigate what was happening over there. Keep an eye on the rear for me. If anything arises, simply shout and then duck down. As William cautioned, he hastened toward the platform. Although it was highly probable that an accident had occurred, he did not dismiss the possibility of deliberate sabotage. Bearing a curse, William felt it prudent to approach the situation with utmost caution. Soon, William arrived at the platform. Earlier, it had been desolate, devoid of any signs of ambush. After surveying the surroundings and finding no one, he began to scrutinize the layer of magic intended for concealment. There were traces of casting, but they had been nullified. The technique was rather rudimentary, even inferior to my novice attempts. Considering the bustling nature of the station across from him, William believed it unlikely that anyone would lie in wait, yet exercising caution would be wise. Once he confirmed that the barrier bore no additional enchantments, William called out to the students in the rear to conceal themselves. He then retreated significantly, casting a spell on his shoes and himself before swiftly charging toward the barrier. As he neared, he lowered his center of gravity, transitioning into a sliding maneuver as the spell on his shoes took effect, propelling him through the barrier as if friction were non-existent. William crouched low, his surroundings shifting as the sky changed hue, and he quickly rolled to the side, aiming to evade any impending attack. Nothing occurred. At King's Cross Station, throngs of people bustled about, and travelers, witnessing William's apparent slip, chuckled knowingly, with a few kind-hearted souls rushing over to assist him. However, William swiftly pressed against the ground, rising to his feet, brushing off the dirt, and feigning nonchalance. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would not be his burden. Such trivialities paled in comparison to his past experiences. His resilience had long been cultivated. Nevertheless, William soon noticed an oddly dressed individual attempting to approach him. He subtly maneuvered through the crowd, slipping out of the stranger's line of sight and successfully circling behind him. With his wand drawn, William swiftly extracted the wand from the individual's waist. "Behave yourself, Hogwarts professor. What brings you to obstruct the passageway? I am a member of the Ministry of Magic, tasked with addressing incidents that may arouse the suspicions of muggles. Today marks the commencement of the academic year at Hogwarts, and I have come specifically to deal with the aftermath of individuals inadvertently revealing themselves at the train station," I remarked. How could someone so adept at blocking others be so inept? William, not in the best of moods, inquired, "Where's your work permit?" "In my left pocket," I replied, retrieving it myself. William took a step back, wary of any attempt to snatch his wand, and fixed his gaze upon me, ensuring I produced my credentials without hesitation. Indeed, I was confirmed as a ministry employee. "Accompany me to inspect the passage and, while you're at it, retrieve the students." "Very well, Professor." I couldn't help but wonder which year's graduates we were dealing with, as once again, I felt the familiar dread instilled by our professors from years gone by. Chapter 40. Reality teaches William a lesson. The two revisited the barrier intended to obstruct their view, confirming once again from the outside that someone had tampered with it. It was evident that the magic usually employed to seal off the passage had been activated, a task that was originally mine to perform. The hapless station attendant, appearing to be in his early 20s, arrived at a rather futile conclusion after a thorough inspection. Perhaps sensing the absurdity of his findings, he promptly added, "Professor, I will check the other side. Perhaps I might uncover some trace." It was apparent that this student, eager to impress, feared the reprimands of authority figures. William nodded, suppressing the urge to mention that he had already conducted a meticulous examination of the opposite side. Clearly, this graduate assigned to guard the train station was desperate to showcase his competence, and it would be disheartening to impede his enthusiasm at this juncture. After contemplating how to commend him later, William fell slightly behind, surveying the surroundings for any onlookers before decisively crossing the barrier. The moment he passed through, the sound of a spell slicing through the air reached William's ears. Armored protection. He swiftly uttered the incantation for the Iron Shield charm and instinctively dropped to the side, simultaneously casting a sleep charm towards the source of the spell. Thud, thud, thud. The successive sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed, with William being the first to rise after his own tumble. He brushed off the dust that had clung to him and gazed at the two wizards, one large, one small, sprawled on the ground, lost in contemplation. The mischievous child would only momentarily cease her antics due to the effects of motion sickness. Her habits would remain unchanged. Initially, William had not grasped this truth, but life had imparted a valuable lesson. A child bold enough to lie and leap from a train was destined to remain restless, even if she had recently displayed compliance due to a temporary ailment akin to motion sickness. Although he had not seen the earlier events clearly, William had pieced together the situation with reasonable accuracy. The little Gryffindor, whom he had advised to stay put, did not, as he had anticipated, hide obediently. Instead, she concealed herself in a less conspicuous corner, wand raised, eagerly awaiting the arrival of anyone at this entrance. Upon realizing that the newcomer was not the professor, her previously suppressed adventurous spirit surged forth, akin to a pufferfish inflating in response to a threat. Seizing the moment when the newcomer was distracted, she launched a spell. However, the sound of the incantation caught William's attention, prompting an instinctive counterattack that swiftly incapacitated her. Confident in his spellcasting abilities, William chose to disregard the Gryffindor now ensnared by her own magic, and instead approached the clumsy ministry employee. That little blunderer needed to learn a lesson. He should not have shown mercy. Could one truly forget how a pale-faced girl could deftly twist open a skull while sipping sweetened water? He had underestimated the situation. As William jogged over, the ministry employee, having recovered from the spell's effects, was already regaining his composure. After all, how formidable could a petrification spell cast by a second-year student be? He had inadvertently fallen prey to the situation, and by the time he hit the ground, the effects were nearly nullified. The magic of a lower-year wizard was insufficient to pose a significant threat to an adult wizard. However, this did not preclude him from questioning his own existence at that moment. Earlier in the square, he had noticed that William had attracted the attention of muggles and had initially intended to discreetly approach him, elegantly managing the incident and imparting a mature admonition that wizards should not incite excessive commotion in such places. Yet, in a matter of moments, William not only evaded his gaze but also deftly disarmed him. Upon learning that William was a professor from Hogwarts, his resentment transformed into admiration. Indeed, as a professor, he excelled in handling unexpected situations. For a student to be bested by a teacher was not disgraceful, even post-graduation. However, at this juncture, he found it impossible to redeem himself. He had been ambushed by a child, one still attending Hogwarts, and had failed to retaliate or even successfully evade the attack. This was far more humiliating than receiving point deductions at school. William gazed at his reddened eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. If it had been an upper-year student, there might have been an excuse, but being taken down by a lower-year student, William decided to shift the conversation, pretending as if nothing had transpired. The station had been in disrepair for over a decade, the road riddled with potholes, and he gestured to the dust on his clothes. As he used his wand to remove the grime from both of them, he inquired, "By the way, did you happen to notice two children around 11 or 12 years old who had to turn back because they couldn't enter the station?" "Not at all, Professor. At that time, a couple was involved in a conflict with muggles for some unknown reason, and just as the train was about to depart, I focused intently on that to prevent any further escalation." After a moment's reflection, he added, "In hindsight, their confrontation seemed rather abrupt. It was as if someone had used magic to incite the conflict. Perhaps the barrier was obstructed at that moment, in the midst of their conversation. And I'll suddenly swoop down, circling for a moment before landing directly on the shoulder of the Ministry of Magic employee." He hurriedly apologized to William and stepped aside to read the letter he had received. Seizing this opportunity, William quietly approached the student who had been struck by the stunning spell. How quiet he looks, resembling a model student. Had it not been for the previous incidents, I would have thought this student would surely be a class representative or a similar role if such positions existed at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Gryffindor students were known for their impulsiveness. William pondered the potential repercussions of angering the deputy headmaster and hesitated before lifting the spell. Were it not for the presence of a female student, he would have carried the boy back to Hogwarts without even dispelling the spell. But first, I must confiscate the wand. William seized the opponent's wand with determination, and in the fleeting moment of their awakening, he cast a spell to silence their ability to speak. "Now, I command you to follow my lead without uttering a word. Without your wand, and certainly without any attempts to flee. Simply walk behind me, and once we meet Professor McGonagall, I shall return your wand and your voice." In the face of the opponent's furious glare, William issued his orders with resolute authority. Should they continue to sneak from the school bus, wield magic outside, and assault Ministry of Magic personnel without restraint, there would be nothing left but an assault on the professors. The defiant utterances, though spirited, were undoubtedly unkind. However, William chose to disregard them. After the staff member reviewed the letter, they would see how the Ministry of Magic would respond, as he still needed to account for the recent events to the ministry. Chapter 41. A tangled choice. At this moment, William's demeanor was serene, devoid of any anger. Although silencing was not an effective pedagogical approach and often incited rebellious sentiments in the punished, it provided a certain satisfaction. The staff member from the Ministry of Magic, having perused the correspondence in less than 5 minutes, hurried over and presented the letter to William. "Professor, I believe I have located the whereabouts of those two students." Located their whereabouts? A letter from the Ministry of Magic? An unsettling premonition surged within William as he swiftly unfolded the letter and began to read. Soon, he discovered pertinent information within its contents. It appears that the two students followed the Hogwarts Express in a flying car, as several muggles have reported witnessing this incident. In light of this, please close Platform 9 immediately and proceed to the muggles' homes to carry out memory modification. His previously tranquil mindset shattered in an instant, and William felt a slight headache begin to form. "Thank you. Knowing where they are now brings me considerable relief," William replied, feigning calmness. "That's good to hear. I'm glad to assist you." The ministry employee beamed, clearly impressed by the title of Hogwarts professor. "Professor, I have a new assignment from the department. I must leave now. I apologize for not being able to assist you further. You've already been a great help. Thank you." The staff member, whose name William never learned, departed with an air of pride, and William could almost discern laughter radiating from his visage. "What a diligent student," William mused silently. It was evident that their earnestness stemmed not from his status, but rather from the reputation he had cultivated over the years as a professor at Hogwarts. Had it not been for the pitfalls in his course, it would have been impossible for someone with a history of Azkaban to hold such a position. William was acutely aware of this fact. He resolved to exert greater effort in teaching his students. After all, how could he justify the trust that these graduates continued to place in him? While lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of the silenced Gryffindor. Could I take back what I just said? Bringing along a few more students might just shorten my lifespan. A phrase flitted through his mind. Birds of a feather flocked together. Indeed, the friends of a young man daring enough to escape the train were unlikely to be model students. Chasing the Hogwarts Express in a flying car? The scenario unfolded like a Hollywood action film. Why didn't they soar over skyscrapers instead? Yet, that seemed incorrect as the car was, after all, capable of flight. You have gained the recognition of a magical creature, disdain, and received a treasure chest X1. William instinctively felt that this treasure chest was a result of the antics of the small Gryffindor behind him. Conspirator Hermione, she pilfered from Professor Snape's private stores, inciting his furious wrath, yet he cannot ascertain the culprit. I suspect he will find it quite difficult to uncover the truth. Skillful precision in theft. Tear this card. Select an item, and devise a plan for its acquisition. The more acquainted you are with the specifics of the item, the more intricate the scheme that materializes in your mind. Theft is a different realm altogether, a disparity far greater than that between individuals. William, akin to a discerning alchemist, swiftly concluded that this method would yield superior results. However, it was not the skill that interrupted his contemplation of the next card, but rather an incessant stream of inner critique. The young woman before him bore almost no resemblance to any character he had encountered in film. It would require the alteration of her front teeth, meticulous grooming of her hair, elongation of her visage, and an elevation in stature to transform her into another entity entirely. As for temperament, they were worlds apart. The impish child before him bore no semblance to the persona he envisioned. Moreover, if his memory served him right, the card referenced Professor Snape, who was also depicted as a victim of theft in the film he had viewed. Could they not at least alter the narrative slightly? As for the conspirator, he paid little heed. The ability to ambush an employee of the Ministry of Magic and scheme against a professor's inventory was hardly beyond the realm of possibility. Finally suppressing his critiques, William turned his attention to the next card. Drug creator Hermione, SR Polyjuice Potion, an illicit potion expressly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, notoriously difficult to brew. Yet, a second-year student managed to concoct this forbidden elixir, though regrettably, very few are aware of this remarkable feat's skillful talent. Tear this card. Identify a potion. Prepare the necessary ingredients, brew it, and you shall discover that potion making is indeed quite simple. Unless one deliberately seeks failure, the potion-making endeavor is bound to succeed, an unforeseen truth, where success and failure hinge upon the slightest margin. William was acutely aware of the urge to refrain from marking his own name on it. He found himself admiring the Gryffindor who had risen to such heights. As someone who made a living through potions, he understood the Polyjuice Potion's true nature. The protracted brewing time, precise techniques, and rare ingredients were all indispensable. A second-year student? He could hardly wait to share this tale with his peers, who would likely assume he was spinning a delightful yarn, erupting in laughter. As for the card's effects, it was needless to say. William was familiar with at least a dozen potions that were far beyond his current capabilities. Among them was the famed Felix Felicis, known as Liquid Luck. Even if the card did not grant him mastery over its brewing, achieving it once, albeit with countless details overlooked, would still be worthwhile. It is essential to acknowledge that even a minor error in crafting Felix Felicis could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Despite the potion's lengthy 6-month preparation time and its notorious addictive properties, none could diminish the extraordinary effects of this magical brew. Upon consuming Felix Felicis, one would behold the smile of Lady Luck and the allure beneath her skirts, an understanding shared universally among those in the potion-making community. Its sole effect is to bestow luck, unparalleled fortune, and a level of serendipity that would make even the devil envious. Remain composed, William. Silently reminding himself, he gazed upon the third card. The assault on Professor Snape. You cannot fathom, nor dare to conceive, that a third-year student would possess the audacity to assault a professor, despite the assistance of accomplices. Professor Snape collapsed before the students. Skill. Ambush. Tear this card. Expend all magical energy. The next magical attack shall invariably strike first. Guarantee a silent spell effect. Ensure wandless casting, and inevitably hit with a decisive blow. The failure will bear consequences that are intolerable. Goodness, what has Professor Snape done to provoke such ire? Could you not choose a different target? William, who had only seen the films, was not well acquainted with Professor Snape, yet he found himself mourning for him in this moment. By the way, is this the professor from Gryffindor they're attacking? With this thought, William took 2 steps forward. judging by the treasure chest he had just drawn. It was highly likely he would also face a similar fate, upon realizing that those behind him showed no desire to follow. William found himself ensnared in a web of indecision once more. Chapter 42. Look, I haven't forgotten. 3 cards lay before him. Aside from the first card, whose effect was not particularly pronounced, the second and third cards boasted astonishing capabilities. A typical wizard might have instinctively chosen the seemingly powerful life-risking third card, yet William, with his knowledge of the formula for the potion known as the Felicity Elixir, understood that even if the conditions for its creation were doubled in their severity, the resultant effects would be well worth the effort expended. Even with the card's indication of a deliberate failure limiting the utensils for brewing to reasonable bounds, this would still yield a cauldron of Felicity Elixir after 6 months. Even if he could not replicate this method of success, nor glean the nuances of the brewing process, the elixir would still be a treasure more precious than gold. Moreover, William could utilize meal vouchers to allow for the card's repeated use. However, the third card was overwhelmingly formidable, its sheer strength beyond reason. Even if it offered but a single strike, William had yet to fully grasp the nuances of silent casting, let alone wandless magic. Furthermore, from the description, this card appeared to have no limits, serving as a trump card to be played at any moment. In contrast to the second card's high-yield benefits, this card offered virtually no economic gain, no production, and no means to forge a network through the expenditure of a meal voucher. Its use carried the negative consequence that even a single additional enemy could lead to immediate failure. William pondered the multitude of drawbacks before closing his eyes and resolutely choosing the third card, determined not to succumb to regret. Despite its flaws, its overwhelming strength was undeniable. More importantly, while the Felicity Elixir posed challenges for self-learning, this card represented a potential lifeline in dire circumstances, a chance that, if missed, would be exceedingly difficult to recover. Struggling to make a decision, William's earlier emotional turmoil, stirred by 2 students who had dashed off in pursuit of the school bus, began to stabilize. He reassured himself that he was not the headmaster. If he were to become overly agitated, how would Professor McGonagall manage her emotions? Considering the possibility of having to suspend those 2 children upside down in her office for a couple of days? With this thought, William's mindset became much more tranquil. He took a deep breath, allowing the cool breeze near the platform to carry away the last remnants of his anxiety. There was good news. Although the 2 students had not stayed put for the school authorities to intervene, they were not far from the bus, and thus they had been located. Acknowledging his lack of flying capabilities, William resolved to take decisive action and head to the school, leaving the 2 troublesome children for their headmaster to handle. This was one of the advantages of being affiliated with the school when matters exceeded his capacity to manage. Reporting them would ensure that someone else would take on the burden. Yet, one final small issue remained: how to address the troublesome children. Considering the likelihood of further mischief on their return, he felt compelled to resolve this matter first. William turned to face the Gryffindor girl, a look of earnest seriousness upon his face. "Hello, Miss Gryffindor. We find ourselves in a rather minor predicament. Although you did not see the letter, I can relay the details to you here, and I hope you will listen patiently." With a spirited response, William chose to disregard the other's subtle implication to speak. "To my knowledge, your 2 friends, after failing to board the school bus, opted to use a flying car to reach the school. Unfortunately, it appears they did not incorporate your thoughts into their plan. Alas, it should not be construed as inciting discord, nor did I intend to join them, but that is inconsequential. According to the correspondence from the Ministry of Magic, they are now firmly in pursuit of the school bus, while we, regrettably, have missed it. Therefore, we shall utilize flip powder to travel to Hogsmeade, the village closest to Hogwarts. This journey will be lengthy, and given your audacity in stealthily disembarking from the train, I must apprise you of all details in advance. You exited in search of your friends, and now that their whereabouts have been confirmed, conjuring a flying broomstick will not suffice to catch up with them. Returning to Hogwarts would allow you to remain at the school and critique their reckless behavior. Furthermore, lacking a wand, even if I were to perform magic in your presence, I could justify it. Yet should you act independently and employ magic, it would trigger an alert, potentially leading to expulsion from the school. Moreover, and most crucially, due to your hurried departure, you likely possess little cash, and even if you did, there are no means of transportation." William abruptly paused, recalling the night bus, which he often overlooked. Compared to the easily misguiding flu powder, that mode of transport is far more dependable. With this thought, he ceased his explanation and extended his wand. The Gryffindor girl, who had been unable to articulate properly for nearly half an hour, looked hopefully at the wand. However, the professor's wand remained suspended in midair for a full minute. Subsequently, she witnessed the sudden appearance of a massive bus with a resounding thud. "Apologies, my dear. I nearly forgot that after mastering apparition, the night bus can also transport us to Hogsmeade without the need for flip powder," William said with a face full of regret. His previous unpleasant experience on the night bus had instinctively led him to disregard this mode of transport, compared to the perilous use of flu powder. The night bus was decidedly more advantageous, at least ensuring that students would not be lost along the way, though the likelihood of mishaps was slim. Considering the other's adventurous spirit, he was unwilling to gamble on the possibility of a London-style escape scenario, which would undoubtedly lead to his humiliation as a professor. Hogsmeade Village, 2 please. Ignoring the murderous glare from behind, William smiled at the ticket collector. What is this? The ticket collector, Stan Shunpike, inquired curiously, raising an eyebrow at the furious student behind William. Hogwarts has commenced its term. She disembarked from the train, and now I am escorting her to school. A Gryffindor. Is it? Stan asked, a tone of half surprise, half admiration in his voice, as if reflecting on how he hadn't thought of such a solution during his own school days. Yes, indeed, a Gryffindor. William lamented the unjust reputation of Gryffindor while cheerfully gesturing towards a distant seating area. Do sit there properly. The night bus is far swifter than the Hogwarts Express, and we shall arrive shortly. He refrained from mentioning the subsequent jostling that would accompany their journey. Once the reluctant young Gryffindor had shuffled over, he patted Sam Park on the shoulder and inquired, It has been quite some time. How have you been? Quite well. And you? Sam Park replied. Just emerged from that place? That place? William feigned astonishment. Azkaban. Ah, did you not perceive that I was jesting? Jesting? Surely you did not take that seriously? And now? A professor at Hogwarts. William noted the unmistakable glint in Sam Park's eyes that suggested he was once again embellishing the truth. Well, I serve as a conductor on the Hogwarts Express. When students stray, it is I who must address the situation. William stifled the pangs of conscience as he deceived him once more. Chapter 43. The Hogwarts Express, not so fast. The night bus traveled at a significantly swifter pace than the Hogwarts Express, leaving one to ponder the audacity of the Minister of Magic who had the gall to label that sluggish vehicle as Express. William, with considerable experience, reclined on his bed, choosing to ignore the obstinate behavior of the neighboring Gryffindor. When one finds a heap of beds where seats ought to be, it is prudent to lie down and contemplate the situation rather than exhibiting defiance. In the next moment, the bus made a sharp turn, causing all the reclining passengers to cling tightly to the supporting poles, while the solitary seated individual tumbled heavily to the ground with a thud. Hogsmeade had arrived. The conductor, Stan Shunpike, approached with a cheerful call. So soon? William inquired, astonished, recalling his previous journey to Diagon Alley, which had taken quite some time. You're in luck. Today we didn't have any customers flagging us down, so we made a direct jump, taking only a few minutes, just a hop and 100 miles. What a splendid fellow. William mused sincerely, patting Stan on the shoulder and glancing at the Gryffindor, who was painfully rising to his feet. Time to go. Hagrid mentioned last time that first years aren't allowed in Hogsmeade, but consider this a preview. Ugh. The lighting inside the bus was rather dim, and William failed to grasp the situation, but the other individual, visibly irate, strode briskly off the bus. William waved goodbye to Stan and swiftly followed suit. By the time William arrived at Hogwarts, accompanied by a group of silent, irate students, the clock had yet to strike 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He knocked on the door and patiently glanced at his watch. A nearby student attempted to create a disturbance, seeking to draw William's attention, but he resolved to give no opportunity for mischief until he handed the students over to Professor McGonagall. Once they were in her care, any ensuing troubles would no longer be his concern. Oh, William, Hagrid called from afar, his voice booming over the school gate. I heard from the professor that you'd be coming with the students tonight. What brings you here so early? He exuded warmth and enthusiasm. I've prepared a fine drink, waiting for you to enjoy after dinner. It's lovely that you arrived early. Just don't indulge too much, as you still have to attend the feast. Perfect timing. My luggage remains on the train. I encountered a minor mishap and had to take the night bus ahead. By the way, is Professor McGonagall in her office? William sought to resolve the predicament swiftly and send this troublesome child away. Oh, the Professor isn't in her office. She's busy organizing today's feast and the sorting ceremony. So, the owl hasn't arrived then? Considering the speed of the night bus, William believed his assumption to be sound, unless the ministry had invoked an emergency communication with Hogwarts. But regarding the flying car, he deemed that implausible. Splendid. I must first head to the castle to hand over my current task, then I shall seek you out in the grounds. Well then, farewell, Hermione? The giant emitted a sound of astonishment. Oh. The Gryffindor, known as Hermione, attempted to articulate something. What is the matter with her? Do you know her? William was momentarily taken aback, then realized he had posed a rather redundant question. After all, Hagrid and Harry were quite close. How could he not be acquainted with Harry's companions? Indeed, she is my friend. Has she been cursed? Not at all. But she did make an excuse to leap off the train, cast some spells outside the school, and attack a Ministry of Magic employee. Goodness. Her? If you were accompanied by the Weasley brothers, I might have suspected you were covering for their misdeeds, but Hermione is at the top of her year. If she weren't at the top of her year, how could she possibly incapacitate a professor? William glanced at the inventory of cards and conceded to Hagrid's assertion. Oh, fear not, Miss Hermione. Once I deliver you to Professor McGonagall, I shall naturally lift the enchantment. For now, please take a moment to reflect on your errors. Oh, it was likely a string of curses, yet William chose to disregard it. She appeared rather reluctant to engage in further reflection. He needed to expedite her transfer to Professor McGonagall. Farewell, Hagrid. Hagrid's expression was somewhat conflicted, as though he wished to advise William to lift the binding spell. But he ultimately deemed the situation too egregious to intervene. In any case, she would soon be delivered to Professor McGonagall, and the magic would undoubtedly be lifted then. Upon entering the Great Hall, William found Professor McGonagall assigning tasks to a group of house elves. The thick stack of parchment in her hands indicated that she was exceedingly busy that day. Professor William? You've arrived quite early. McGonagall exclaimed in surprise. Splendid. Would you mind sending this order to the grocery store in Hogsmeade? We are running low on candles. Professor, it is my first day, and I am not particularly familiar with the route. Is it appropriate to be conscripted like this? As William accepted the order, he made way for the Gryffindor who had been shadowing him since they entered the hall. Professor, there was a minor issue with the train. The train? McGonagall paused momentarily. Then it struck her, the ticket she had sent to William. What has transpired? Her demeanor shifted to one of sternness. 2 students were stranded outside the corridor and missed the train. Upon inspection with the Ministry of Magic investigators, we discovered it was deliberately obstructed. Yet we could not ascertain who was responsible. Miss Granger was left outside? Which other student was involved? No, Miss Granger was not left outside. Her 2 friends were. She managed to slip off the train while I was disembarking, which is why I brought her here ahead of time. Slipped off the train? McGonagall's eyes widened with surprise, but she quickly considered the implications. 2 friends? Are you referring to Potter and Weasley? If she is not mistaken, it should be thus. What about the 2 of them? The professor's tone grew increasingly urgent. If the intelligence I obtained from the investigators at the Ministry of Magic is accurate, they are currently piloting a flying car, hovering above the Hogwarts Express. Merlin above. William swore he felt an illusion of witnessing an enraged eagle at that moment. Sliding off the train, pursuing the school bus in a flying car. William sensed that the figure beside him diminished by 2 degrees amidst Professor McGonagall's musings. Chapter 44. The trivial matters before school begins. Although Hermione appeared to tremble under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, William felt compelled to disclose other matters as well. Concealing the truth might seem appealing, yet in practice, it would only lead to greater complications. The use of magic by minors outside school is closely monitored. If William did not clarify that he had temporarily permitted students to perform magic off-campus, a cascade of troubles would undoubtedly follow. Particularly concerning was the assault on a Ministry of Magic employee. Without William's endorsement as a professor, this incident could lead to a lengthy incarceration in Azkaban. Did anyone truly believe that attacking a ministry official would go unpunished? The records of the magic cast would need to be reported to the school, which would then communicate with the ministry to confirm that the magic was conducted with the professor's approval. Otherwise, simply performing magic off-campus would suffice to merit severe reprimands. And combined with the assault, expulsion would be the lightest consequence. Thus, the situation unfolded. Miss Granger, under my consent, mistakenly identified a ministry employee as a suspect and launched an attack upon him. Understood, Professor William. McGonagall's expression turned serene, yet William sensed a tempest brewing. Shall I proceed to the Olory to send a letter? Thank you for your efforts, Professor William. As William stepped out of the castle, he couldn't help but glance back. The once animated ghosts in the Great Hall, who had been gesticulating and offering various suggestions, had now retreated into the shadows, leaving the hall eerily empty. The flying car? The searing flames eagerly consumed the drippings from the skewered meat, while the occasional waft of smoke was quickly expelled from the magically modified abode. Despite the late summer heat, the interior remained comfortably cool, prompting William to marvel at the wonders of magic as he awaited the meat to be perfectly roasted. The barbecue meant to celebrate William's new position had already been placed over the fire, and Hagrid was engaging him in conversation about the events that had transpired on the train. Speaking of the flying car, I happen to possess one. Harry would never guess that he had previously traveled in something quite similar. Hagrid chuckled, raising his goblet to take a hearty swig. This is a violation of school rules. Could you please take this seriously? Clearly, this giant had not taken to heart the fact that Harry had arrived at school in a flying car rather than a train, even treating it as an amusing anecdote. However, William himself was rather indifferent to this matter. Although he was not well versed in the storyline, it did not imply that he lacked understanding of Harry Potter. In the time leading up to his arrival at school, he had gathered a plethora of information regarding the young boy. hoping to extract something of value from it. Ultimately, while he found the data to be of little practical use, he did glean considerable insight into Harry Potter. This incident involving the flying car might have posed a challenge for other students, but in Harry's case, it likely would not result in any significant issues, because this individual truly saved the world. Although all the information surrounding him is shrouded in speculation regarding the events that transpired, every account unequivocally acknowledges one undeniable truth. Harry Potter vanquished the Dark Wizard whose name cannot be spoken, thereby rescuing the entire magical community of Britain. Thus, irrespective of the sentiments of students within the school, from the perspective of the external magical realm, as long as the boy named Harry Potter does not obliterate Hogwarts, any mistakes he may commit are deemed trivial. Furthermore, considering William's limited impressions and Hagrid's unwavering admiration for Harry, it is evident that Harry possesses a commendable temperament and is well loved by both professors and peers alike. Even an ordinary person with such a reputation could emerge unscathed from this incident, especially since the current headmaster, Dumbledore, is arguably the most enlightened of all his predecessors. A fact corroborated by William's research. Without a seer, one must rely on intelligence gathering to make inferences. After all, one cannot simply starve in the absence of a butcher. The foresight of a seer is indeed finite. Having it is splendid, but facing troublesome matters without it requires fortitude. Ah, by the way, where is Hermione? Hagrid slapped his forehead and inquired amidst a loud thud. Her? She is likely writing an apology with Professor McGonagall. Perhaps waiting for Harry and the others to arrive so they can complete it together. Hagrid chuckled in that unique, mischievous way friends do. Yes. Just like back in the day with James and Sirius, Hagrid abruptly ceased his laughter, as if he had uttered a forbidden name. Sirius? It's nothing, William. I do not wish to recount that tale. It is too burdensome, far too burdensome. Hagrid shook his head repeatedly, and William chose to forego further inquiries. Thereafter, Hagrid's spirits remained low, and by evening, they parted ways to prepare for the upcoming opening ceremony. Until the eve of the banquet, William had yet to receive his suitcase. Professor, we will deliver the trunk to your office, but currently, those trunks are being moved, and at this moment, it may be quite challenging to locate yours or ascertain who is responsible for it, the house elf he had stopped explained, leaving William reluctant to press them to find his suitcase immediately. Fortunately, William was clad in robes, although slightly crumpled due to the earlier mishaps. It still conformed adequately to the dress code. After magically tidying up his robe and ensuring there were no stains, William exited his empty office. Ah, Professor William. A fervent voice called out behind him. It was Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in a water-green robe. Long time no see, Professor William. Lockhart approached with the familiarity of an old friend. Hello, Professor Lockhart. Speaking of which, the opening ceremony is about to commence, and I must admit, I am feeling a bit anxious. I imagine you feel the same, don't you? I am not anxious. Rather, I am concerned about you. William contemplated this as he glanced at the congratulatory card from Quirrell. The presence of Professor Lockhart seemed to diminish the curse's potency, as if they were sharing the burden together. A curse that had been alleviated could hardly expel the professor from the school during the opening ceremony. Thus there was truly no cause for concern. He mused that a multitude of students would likely be left astounded, their jaws agape, as they certainly did not anticipate my arrival at Hogwarts to become a cough. William emitted a distinct cough. My apologies, the professor of defensive magical arts. Lockhart feigned an expression of contrived remorse. Very well, my apologies, Professor William. Time is of the essence, and I believe we should make our entrance now. Before William's sarcastic thoughts could fully take shape in his mind, he was pulled away by Lockhart. Chapter 45. What is Ironclad? The opening ceremony of the school is invariably tedious, even in a magical realm. After a mere 15 minutes, William profoundly grasped this life truth. The only individuals who might derive joy from such an event are the parents who are not required to attend. Not to mention, one must also consider the underage wizards, who have been cooped up all summer long. William observed, with a hint of amusement, that some students at the 4 long tables beneath him discreetly brandished their wands, attempting to cast spells, perhaps a result of their pent-up energy from the summer. Upon reflection, could it be that the prohibition on summer spell casting was partially instituted to mitigate any resistance students might harbor towards returning to school? A chilling thought indeed. As his gaze wandered over the students, it was not due to any inclination towards solitude, but rather a consequence of Gilderoy Lockhart's excessive desire to be in the limelight, which had inadvertently resulted in his social ostracism by the professors. Had he been mingling with fellow Hogwarts alumni, the shared nostalgia might have sparked some common ground. Yet, did William really wish to regale these professors with tales of his daily life in Azkaban? As for Lockhart, obliviously irritating, he continued to boast about the unique flora he had encountered in America, much to the chagrin of Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. whose expression shifted towards irritation as she listened to his incessant chatter. In the midst of William's contemplation of the student's antics, a professor abruptly rose from her seat, attempting to do so quietly as she repositioned herself beside him. "Professor William, I hope to intrude just for a moment," she said, her face etched with an apologetic expression. Though her unwavering gaze conveyed a message that if she did not receive an answer this time, she would return. "Please, have a seat. May I ask who you are?" "I'm Professor Charity Burbage, the Muggle Studies instructor." She introduced herself gently, a subject William was unfamiliar with. "Forgive me for my boldness, especially towards someone I do not know. But this question has troubled me for quite some time, and I am eager to find its answer." She produced her wand and discreetly waved it. "I assure you, no one here, including Dumbledore, will overhear our conversation. Professor William, I apologize. I must inquire, what is the perspective of the Azkaban inhabitants towards Muggles?" As anticipated, her question was indeed piercing. "I am sorry, Professor Burbage, but I am not inclined to discuss matters pertaining to that place," William responded decisively. His refusal clearly unanticipated by her, as her expression shifted to one of confusion. "I apologize. I was too hasty." Professor Burbage quickly regained her composure, hurriedly moving her chair back to its original position. William understood that the actions of the other party were largely motivated by goodwill. The new professor needed someone to act as a bridge to integrate into the circle of the older faculty members. After her interaction with William, it was likely that most professors would naturally accept him, rather than facing the current situation where his association with Lockhart, who had a penchant for ostentation, led to his own marginalization. Unfortunately, the notion of being the subject of research always left William with a peculiar sensation, perhaps a remnant of his time in Azkaban. He felt that being studied by others was akin to being surrounded by dementors in a prison, feasting on one's essence. He could easily jest with old Tom about Azkaban and complain to Hagrid about that dreadful place, yet when others inquired about his experiences, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Fortunately, at that moment, the first-year students began to be sorted under Professor McGonagall's guidance, which not only piqued the interest of the professors present, but also dispelled the previous awkward atmosphere. A line of first-year students stood stiffly before their upperclassmen, their faces pale and expressions rigid, resembling soldiers preparing for battle rather than participants in a sorting ceremony. William was momentarily taken aback. Was Hogwarts truly a place where students were expected to lay down their wands and engage in combat during sorting? If one were to consider the discriminatory hierarchy of the 4 Hogwarts houses, it would imply that those who fought fiercely would be sorted into Gryffindor. Those who hid away until the fray concluded would join Ravenclaw, and those who bribed their opponents would end up in Slytherin, leaving the remainder for Hufflepuff. The thought caused William to stifle a laugh. Soon, laughter spread contagiously among the professors at the table, unable to contain themselves. Lockhart flashed his trademark grin. "Oh, has the school's tradition remained unchanged over the years?" he quipped, yet no professor engaged with his banter. Lockhart then turned to William, boasting, "There is a rule at Hogwarts regarding the sorting ceremony. Students are not permitted to disclose details to those yet to enroll. Everyone concocts various excuses to deceive the children. I suspect most of the students believe sorting requires a brawl." He pondered who could have conceived such a tedious rule, one that had persisted through generations, merely for the amusement of witnessing first-year students in a state of trepidation. William had to concede that it was indeed quite a spectacle, especially after Lockhart's commentary, which added a layer of dark humor to the event. Just as Lockhart was explaining, Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, followed by a tattered old wizarding hat atop it. The patched hat, its style long outdated and in a state of disrepair, appeared to have lost even the value of a proper cleaning. As William awaited Lockhart's ostentatious narration, the decrepit hat suddenly began to sing in a discordant and unpleasant tone. After listening with a furrowed brow, William realized that many professors had magically blocked their ears. "I was careless," he thought, noticing that even Lockhart had covered his ears, and he felt a wave of regret wash over him for his foolishness. He was unaware of the intricacies of Hogwarts, yet the professors surrounding him were well versed in its customs. When confronted with the novel, it was sufficient to observe their adherence to tradition, which rarely led to any missteps. As the melody of the Sorting Hat song concluded, the hall erupted in applause, as if celebrating the liberation of their ears, and the Singing Hat bowed gracefully in response to the ovation. Once the applause subsided, Professor McGonagall approached the Sorting Hat's pedestal, holding a parchment made of sheepskin. "When I call a name, that person shall don the hat and take a seat to await their sorting," she declared with authority, before raising the parchment and announcing the first name, Hannah Abbott. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, and William noticed that everyone at the Hufflepuff table turned their heads toward one individual at their table. Even Professor McGonagall appeared momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the parchment closely. "My apologies. I inadvertently brought last year's list due to events that transpired today." Chapter 46. Has the era changed? Not at all. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Yet not a single soul dared to laugh. Even Professor Dumbledore, seated among his peers, exhibited an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. He was intently scrutinizing the table, seemingly pondering what bizarre transformation he might conjure to enliven the moment. The students sat in perfect decorum, so quiet that William almost believed he had misheard the earlier commotion. Just as he began to suspect a deviation in the fabric of reality, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and a resounding crash echoed from above, followed by a rolled parchment that soared into the hall with a swift whoosh. Professor McGonagall calmly accepted the parchment and unfurled it for examination. William distinctly heard the collective exhalation from the staff table, a palpable relief washing over them. At that moment, the hall began to stir. The once rigidly seated students relaxed, whispering among themselves. The professor quickly reviewed the list before placing it down and addressed the first-year students once more. The sorting ceremony shall commence in when I call your name. Please step forward to await your house assignment. Barry Baker, a timid boy, emerged from the crowd, obediently donning the hat. Ravenclaw, almost instantaneously. The hat proclaimed the name of the house with great fervor. The Ravenclaw table erupted into thunderous applause. Meanwhile, William stood utterly dumbfounded. You have witnessed a grand ceremony and received Treasure X1, wherein lies the grandeur, adorned with a hat from a millennium past. He was assigned to a house where he had previously inquired about the process. No one had ever been rejected at this stage. To describe such a simple occurrence as grand seemed an egregious exaggeration. As he internally lamented, William casually clicked to open the treasure. Ceremonial Hope, you are special. Since the year 993 AD, the sorting hat of Gryffindor has served as the instrument for selecting students among the four houses. The four great wizards bestowed their blessings upon this hat, imparting various enchanting effects to the sorting ceremony. The age of admission varies across the globe, with some magical institutions allowing entry as early as 7 years old, Note 1, while Hogwarts mandates 11. Only the most powerful wizards can adeptly manipulate the effects of the ceremony, which can demolish cities, incite plagues, and bestow near-resurrection abilities or grant permanent blessings, Note 2. The accumulated power of fledgling wizards, capable of flight and materialization, transforms under the ceremony's influence into the mightiest protection, shielding them throughout the protracted journey to adulthood, Note 3. This enduring ceremony has been continuously refined by successive headmasters, taking on its current form. In 1876, the castle's house elf, Peeves, evaded traps and successfully acquired a large-caliber muzzle-loading gun and a small cannon within Hogwarts. Note 4. It was nearly a battle wherein the poltergeist dominated the entire faculty of the school, compelling the administration to concede to the myriad privileges of the poltergeist in exchange for tranquility. However, from that day forth, the protective forces of the ritual commenced their efforts to counteract these muggle weapons, albeit at the cost of relinquishing a portion of their defenses. When Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald first encountered one another, these two youthful prodigies embarked on a quest to develop protective magic against muggle armaments, achieving unprecedented advancements. Following their vehement parting, Albus Dumbledore persisted in his initial research and, upon assuming the role of headmaster, implemented this magic in the enhancement of the ritual. The effect of the ritual: wizards remain unharmed by firearms. Any bullet traveling at high velocity, upon nearing a wizard within a certain range, would instantaneously trigger an effect akin to apparition, redirecting the bullet underground. Believe me, transferring 1,000 bullets is far less challenging than executing a single apparition, as distinguishing bullets proves to be considerably more intricate. There are always those who wish to proclaim that the times have changed, yet Albus Dumbledore reverted it back. Card effect. You have freely acquired the ritual effect. Hiss. William could not suppress a sharp intake of breath as he finally comprehended why his magical power seemed markedly superior to that of his contemporaries. It turned out that the magical energy of others was being utilized to solidify the defensive ritual, an accumulation of all the magical power he had amassed before the age of 11, which was no trifling sum. Fortunately, he now had a retort. Was the prior assertion of not revealing the sorting ceremony to those uninitiated linked to this ritual? Nevertheless, he no longer felt envious, for he, too, had now obtained it. Note 1. The magical institution located in Japan is an officially recognized wizarding school that admits students at the age of 7, far earlier than Hogwarts' 11 years. Note 2. While there is no official designation for it, the spell used to resurrect Voldemort is evidently distinct from the ordinary incantations comprising a single line. Equally intricate are the unbreakable vow depicted in the original text, and the lengthy incantation that Ron recited at the beginning of the term, which he believed to be a spell. Considering the power of the fierce flames unleashed by Grindelwald, which nearly incinerated the entirety of Paris, I believe it should indeed be regarded as the cumulative effect of a series of rituals. Note 3. Many of the spells employed by first-year students are often cast unconsciously. Yet their effects are undeniably potent. Harry managed to render the bulletproof glass before the giant snake vanished, and Neville floated gently to the ground after being thrown from a height. It is noteworthy that in his second year, Harry was nearly fatally injured when knocked from his broom by a rogue bludger. However, after starting school, Ron remarked that Harry and Malfoy could only produce sparks with their wands, indicating a significant decline in their magical prowess. Before entering his third year, Harry was merely angry and, without the aid of his wand, sent his aunt floating far into the sky. Had there been no magical immunity among wizards, casualties would have surely ensued long before third-year students. In summary, it can be deduced that a substantial diminishment of magical power occurs upon a wizard's enrollment, which subsequently transforms into personal protection. Note 4. In the year 1876, the then caretaker of Hogwarts devised a series of elaborate traps to expel the mischievous Peeves. He employed an array of weaponry, including curved blades, crossbows, a large-caliber muzzle-loading gun, and a small cannon. Indeed, you read that correctly, as per the original sources, as bait. However, the traps were dismantled by Peeves, who, for his own amusement, unleashed a barrage of gunfire and cannon blasts throughout the castle, necessitating a 3-day evacuation of the school. After 3 days, Professor Eupraxia Moore, the headmistress at the time, consented to negotiate an agreement with Peeves, wherein he would relinquish his weapons in exchange for greater privileges, such as the opportunity to swim once a week in the boys' lavatory on the first floor and the preferential right to select moldy bread from the kitchen for his playful antics, along with a specially tailored new hat crafted by Madame Bonaville. Thus, Peeves indeed proved to be quite formidable, simultaneously. It is evident that Hogwarts should have been more vigilant regarding the existence of Muggle firearms, which serves as a basis for my subsequent deductions. Chapter 47. It is best if alumni do not become colleagues. When William's attention returned from the frightful ceremony, one professor was already absent from the faculty table. Momentarily unable to engage in the professor's discourse, William, out of curiosity, deduced from the remaining professors who might have vanished, only to be astonished to find that he recognized the missing professor. It was Severus Snape, the potions master, an unfortunate soul who had been robbed and rendered unconscious by a student, or so William had gathered from the information available to him. Where has Professor Severus Snape gone? William inquired softly to Gilderoy Lockhart beside him. Are you referring to that old bat? Lockhart whispered, as though reluctant for his voice to be overheard by the other professors. Professor, I must inform you that during my time at school, Hogwarts welcomed its most unpopular professor, a title that remains with him to this day. Can you guess who that professor might be? Lockhart revealed his habitual grin, the gleam of his teeth catching the candlelight. Most unpopular? Certainly. Not everyone can boast of winning the Most Charming Smile award from which weekly 5 times like I have. He had long sought the position of defense against the dark arts professor, yet even when I took up the role, he was still unsuccessful, Lockhart declared, pride swelling in his voice. I shall not fail as he did. I am an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and the students and faculty at Hogwarts will cheer for my classes. So, Professor Snape is truly that unpopular? I have no recollection of him. My intelligence gathering has faltered. Moreover, although Professor Lockhart appears rather arrogant and seems to have come to Hogwarts to peddle his books, perhaps he possesses unexpected skill. Surely those awards cannot be fabricated? William offered a few compliments, knowing that his time in Azkaban had not left him inexperienced in such matters. Lockhart's spirits evidently soared at the praise, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage. I tell you, most professors at the school know me. It has been less than a decade since I left Hogwarts. When I attended, Snape was not even a professor. Not a professor? William questioned. Indeed, not at that time. He was a student. I remember it vividly. I enrolled in 75, and Snape was 4 years my senior. TSK, if I were not so loath to speak ill of my classmates. I could vividly recount how Snape was once suspended from the ceiling by his peers. But you have nearly revealed the whole story now, William noted, believing that if Professor Snape were to overhear their conversation, he would find no solace in Lockhart's supposed discretion. Nevertheless, Lockhart's enthusiasm for storytelling was only just beginning to flourish. I hail from Ravenclaw, hence I am not particularly acquainted with the individuals from the other 2 houses. However, during that time, Severus Snape occupied a rather precarious position, as not a single Slytherin came to his aid when he was suspended by the Gryffindors. Thus, it is advisable that colleagues do not belong to the same institution, otherwise one might be unaware of the extent of the other's shadowy past. From the lengthy discourse just recounted, William mused that had he been in Professor Snape's shoes, he would have likely engaged in a duel with the rather loquacious individual. At that moment, a new student was sorted into Ravenclaw, capturing Gilderoy Lockhart's attention. He rose to congratulate the new student, whose face flushed crimson at the attention. nearly forgetting to return the sorting hat as she dashed to the Ravenclaw table. Whispering excitedly to a girl of similar age, resembling a fervent fan who had just received an autograph. Observing this scene, William recalled another facet of his seemingly boastful new colleague, his identity as a celebrated author of adventure novels inspired by his own experiences. Am I truly the least skilled at this table? William pondered. As he contemplated this, he felt a sudden urgency. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol with Hagrid that afternoon, his thoughts drifted into disarray. I beg your pardon, I must step out for a moment. William discreetly navigated to the door of the hall. Acquainted with Hogwarts layout only to a limited extent, he could only rely on a few memorized lavatories to relieve himself. However, as he rounded a corner, he spotted two peculiar figures, meandering slowly with their trunks. Their diminutive stature reminded him of the reason he had to disembark the train earlier to purchase a double fare for the night bus. Freshman? William grasped his wand, prepared for any eventuality, while maintaining an outwardly casual demeanor. Although it was highly likely they were indeed freshmen, he remained cautious due to the potential for curses. The two sluggish figures halted, and William soon discerned a third silhouette leading them, Professor Snape. Oh, Professor William. I would have expected you to be at the opening ceremony rather than here, Snape remarked, initiating their formal exchange. In that instant, William comprehended why this professor was so notoriously unpopular in Lockhart's narrative. I specifically disembarked from the Hogwarts Express for these two students at noon and made my way to King's Cross Station. Now, seeing these two students approach, there seems to be no cause for concern, does there? We are not acquainted. What do you think of our first meeting? If newcomers were so easily directed at Azkaban, one could essentially delegate all tasks within the prison. Originally, William did not possess such a heightened aggression, but after emerging from Azkaban, his instinct was to respond firmly, yet diplomatically. I am one of Potter's professors. What a coincidence, so am I. I had thought you were the head of the house. But when I reviewed the student reports at noon, I distinctly remembered them being from Gryffindor. William felt the penetrating gaze of cold, icy eyes upon him. Devoid of the previously frenzied expression he often observed in newly incarcerated inmates. What has transpired with him? Has his eagerness to discipline students clouded his judgment, rendering him irrational in commanding me? William pondered, all the while feigning nonchalance as he discreetly retrieved his wand. He mused that should he be bested by another professor in front of the students, he would lose all semblance of dignity. Very well then. I shall entrust Professor William with keeping an eye on Potter and his companions while I seek someone capable of managing them. To William's astonishment, the confrontation did not escalate. Professor Snape hastily departed the corridor, striding towards the adjacent hall. Note: Snape attended from 1971 to 1978 and returned in 1981 to seek the position of defense against the dark arts professor, though he ultimately taught potions. Lockhart studied from 1975 to 1982, coincidentally overlapping in time. Chapter 48. This melon, alas, unattained. It was hardly a moment before Professor McGonagall arrived in the corridor, accompanied by Professor Snape. Thank you for your efforts, Professor William, she said with a frigid tone towards William. Yet he could be certain that the chill of her words was not directed at him. In the next instant, he sensed the very air around him growing dense. Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed tightly together, her gaze as unyielding as the ancient ice atop a snow-capped mountain. Potter, Weasley, you two follow me. The two frightened quails trembled as they hurried after Professor McGonagall. It was only when the three figures vanished down the corridor that William felt the air resume its normal flow. Remarkable, he mused, realizing that the situation was far more complex than mere irritation from Professor McGonagall. If he were to hazard a guess, the Transfiguration Master was nearing a level where she could effortlessly transform her surroundings for offense or defense, though he had not encountered any descriptions of such abilities in the relevant literature from what he had gleaned from previous readings. It seemed that Dumbledore possessed the capability to manipulate all elements of the battlefield into puppets at will. William, synthesizing knowledge from various texts along with his own memories, surmised that such an ability likely stemmed from a form of magic that could influence the environment without the need for incantations. How terrifying. Just as he contemplated this, Professor Snape, who had seemingly vanished, reappeared, this time accompanied by the even more formidable presence of Dumbledore. Professor William, where have Minerva and the others gone? They went that way. William gestured towards the corridor, admitting that he was unfamiliar with the precise route but was able to indicate the general direction. Dumbledore nodded and, with Snape in tow, hurried off. However, after only a few steps, he noticed that William remained stationary. Turning back, Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. Professor William, you should accompany us. You have been to the scene and can provide valuable insights. Very well, Headmaster. William found himself unexpectedly transformed from a mere bystander to an active participant, swiftly following Dumbledore through the castle's corridors. As they approached their destination, He recognized that they were heading to Professor McGonagall's office. Although he had been here before, he had never traversed this particular path. Before Dumbledore could knock, William heard the icy voice of Professor McGonagall emanating from the slightly ajar door. "Why did you not send an owl to notify us? I trust you possess one. Do you not? Even if you did nothing, the professors on the train would have rushed to find you. Professor, you are being unreasonable. To my knowledge, aside from my own reluctance to risk long-distance apparition and my aversion to the train, no other professor chose to travel on the Hogwarts Express. That contraption merely bears the name of an express. Its actual speed is dreadfully slow, and it is rare for professors to be aboard. Yet, such thoughts were clearly ill-suited for the present moment. The headmaster's stern demeanor was palpable, as if frustration threatened to spill forth like water. Renowned as the preeminent white wizard, his irritation was unmistakable. Nevertheless, despite his evident displeasure, Dumbledore gently rapped on the door of the office. "Come in," echoed Professor McGonagall's authoritative voice from within. Dumbledore entered, accompanied by William and Snape. At that moment, William noticed a fourth presence in the office, a young Gryffindor, whom he had just escorted earlier that afternoon, was sprawled across the desk, diligently transcribing something with a quill. Even with the arrival of 3 newcomers, the young student showed no signs of interruption. As William surveyed the room, Professor McGonagall yielded her seat to Dumbledore. The 2 students, under the weight of Dumbledore's gaze, immediately lowered their heads, plunging the office into a profound silence, broken only by the faint sound of the quill gliding across parchment. Finally, the headmaster shattered the stillness. "Please explain your actions," he intoned, his voice deep yet remarkably clear. William suspected that one of the boys was on the verge of tears, yet no such display occurred. Instead, one of the boys began to speak, his words tumbling out in a chaotic manner, weaving a disjointed narrative. After listening intently, William pieced together the events that transpired at King's Cross Station. In essence, the 2 younger students had grown increasingly anxious when they found themselves unable to enter the station. Ultimately, they unwittingly boarded a flying car, determined to reach the school by this means to avoid being late for the opening feast. Judging by the outcome of their tale, it seemed likely that the 2 would spend the feast in Professor McGonagall's office, alongside their friend Hermione, who was currently copying the student holiday regulations William had just seen. A pressing question arose. How could one procure a flying car? William mused that it must be quite exhilarating, far more stable than a broomstick with added railings. As he watched the boy finish transcribing one piece of parchment before switching to another, the boy finally concluded his account. If William was not mistaken, this was Harry Potter, the subject of Hagrid's many musings. However, this was hardly an opportune moment for introductions, and Dumbledore remained silent regarding the unfolding story. In the midst of the profound silence, another boy could no longer contain himself. "We're going to be expelled," he exclaimed, desperation lacing his voice. "What are you saying, Weasley?" Professor McGonagall demanded. "We've been expelled, haven't we?" replied the boy named Weasley. "Not today, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore interjected, "but it is imperative that you comprehend the gravity of your actions. Consequently, I shall be writing to your family tonight. Furthermore, I must caution you that if such behavior occurs again, expulsion will be the only recourse." William, seizing the moment while Dumbledore was momentarily distracted, indulged in his own amusement. Professor Snape, sensing no malice, wore an expression akin to that of a Friday evening upon learning of the necessity to work the following day. Professor Dumbledore addressed the situation. Noting that these 2 students had disregarded the decree prohibiting underage wizards from using magic and had egregiously violated the confidentiality law, he suggested that Professor McGonagall be the one to determine the appropriate punishment for these students, as they belonged to her house and thus fell under her jurisdiction. "Well, it is getting late. We should return to the feast," Dumbledore stated, forcibly ushering a reluctant Snape and an eager William, who was keen to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 49. Am I truly so unpleasant to behold? With no spectacle to behold, William reluctantly allowed Dumbledore to pull him back into the throng of the opening banquet. By this point, the sorting ceremony had progressed considerably. The first-year students had all found their respective seats, while the remaining 7 or 8 were anxiously awaiting Professor Flitwick to call their names. "Little William, has something occurred?" inquired a professor with a grizzled beard, lowering his voice. Yet despite his efforts, the question piqued the interest of the surrounding faculty. Even Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance in their direction before returning his attention elsewhere. The Inquisitor was none other than Professor Kettleburn, a venerable figure who had dedicated his life to Hogwarts and had remained unmarried. He had spent even more time in the institution than Dumbledore himself. Excluding the absent Professor Binns, he held the record for the longest tenure among the professors, albeit with a reputation for frequent reprimands. Sensing Dumbledore's gaze, the old man playfully made a face at the headmaster, only to express his disappointment when no response was forthcoming. "TSK, Albus has become increasingly less endearing," He was far more enthusiastic when not serving as headmaster, actively participating in the school's theatrical rehearsals, but has since withdrawn from the dramatic arts. As he spoke, he rose from his chair in a rather comical manner, revealing the frailty of his form. His legs were barely half present, supported by 2 wooden prosthetics and a cane that aided his balance. The hand gripping the cane had similarly vanished, the device affixed to his missing left arm serving as a makeshift anchor. With a rhythmic clatter, his chair was wheeled beside William. "Ah, young William. I've heard whispers that 2 students missed the train today and resorted to a flying car. Is that true?" The elderly professor, who could not sway Dumbledore's decision, posed the question to William. "Indeed, it is so. 2 Gryffindor students encountered some tampering with the barrier and ultimately opted to take the car in pursuit of the Hogwarts Express." William endeavored to divulge as little information as possible, aware that the truth of the matter would likely spread throughout Hogwarts by nightfall. "Marvelous!" the old professor exclaimed, only to quickly realize the impropriety of encouraging such reckless behavior among students. "I mean, it was rather foolhardy, but alas, I shall probably not meet those 2 students, as I am to retire next year." "Do keep that in mind, Professor Kettleburn," Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly interjected from behind them, laced with a hint of exasperation. "You have halted classes for investigations 62 times. Do you understand what that implies? 62 years of my teaching?" William was taken aback by the sheer weight of that number. "Be precise. This year remains your probation period, although you shall retire next year," Professor McGonagall remarked with a tone of resignation. "Well, Minerva, I am merely concerned for the students of the school. There is nothing ulterior in my intentions," the elderly professor replied dismissively. With a sense of inevitability, Professor McGonagall returned to her position, only to be met with a cheeky grimace from Professor Kettleburn as she turned her back. "Come now, young William. All troubles have been resolved," the jovial old professor inquired, while Dumbledore chose to feign ignorance from his vantage point. After numerous requests for elaboration, the seasoned professor, with tenure surpassing that of the headmaster, cheerfully dragged his chair back to its original place. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic professors surrounding them began to regale William with tales of Professor Kettleburn's illustrious achievements at Hogwarts. As the conversation unfolded, a group of them began to quietly critique Professor McGonagall's stringent approach to this year's budget report. While Lockhart animatedly engaged a nearby professor, William found himself pulled into the midst of the younger professors, listening intently as his predecessors advised him on where to venture during the weekend, lest he find himself astonished by the antics of his students. "Let me tell you, Professor William, it would be prudent to steer clear of Professor Snape. Although he is unparalleled in both skill and potions, he harbors a profound disdain for the defense against the dark arts instructors. Ever since I became acquainted with Professor Snape, he has persistently urged Dumbledore to appoint him to that position, specifically the defense against the dark arts role. For over a decade, he has been unimpressed with those who have occupied it. You have gained the recognition of a magical creature, disdain, received treasure chest X1. Such precision and timing." William mused. However, he could empathize. It seemed that all instructors of self-defense magic were viewed unfavorably by Professor Snape. Just moments ago, Snape had been hastening to punish Harry, whom he found troublesome, information provided by an enthusiastic professor. Thus, it was only natural for Snape to regard William with disfavor after their altercation. Nevertheless, William was thoroughly engrossed in his lively conversation with the newly acquainted professors, unable to spare a moment to inspect the card, and chose to temporarily set aside the chest, intending to examine its contents later. Yet, soon a cascade of notifications overwhelmed him. "You have gained the recognition of a magical creature, disdain, received treasure chest X1. You have gained the recognition of a magical creature, disdain, received treasure chest X1. You have unlocked an achievement. If you dare, confront me. You have unlocked an achievement. The dawn of the villain." What transpired? He pondered. "I merely exchanged a few pleasantries with the other professors. I committed no infractions, offended no one, nor shared any biting jokes or innuendos. Why then, have I suddenly become the object of disdain?" Yet, as the other professors continued their lively discourse, William, reluctant to forego the opportunity for camaraderie presented by the venerable professor, suppressed his curiosity and allowed the chest to remain undisturbed. "Welcome." Dumbledore rose from his seat, causing an immediate hush to fall over the staff table. Subsequently, the murmurs throughout the hall faded into silence. "Welcome to a new academic year at Hogwarts. Although I am aware that many of you are quite famished, I must take a brief moment before the feast to impart a grave warning. I trust you will remember this matter before the allure of the delectable dishes captures your attention. I have observed that numerous students have begun to circulate accounts of today's events, and the Daily Prophet has even published a dedicated report on the subject. I do not wish for any student to engage in similar imitative behavior. as such actions are unequivocally discouraged. Those involved have faced severe repercussions. Therefore, I implore the prefects, along with our newly appointed male and female heads of the student council, to ensure that no student embarks upon any similarly perilous endeavors.